ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
From Pop Warner to high school, college to combine, they've worked toward this day when the NFL will call their name.
Carson Palmer.
Carson Palmer knows prestige. While restoring it at SC, he earned one of football's enduring symbols, the Heisman.
Jimmy Kennedy.
Jimmy Kennedy knows priority, shaped by a childhood of poverty and guided by an awareness of tomorrow. Now it's degree in hand, NFL at his feet.
Who am I?
Willis McGahee knows setback and comeback. A season ended by devastating injury. Now he's determined to save his career.
Byron Leftwich.
Byron Leftwich knows fortitude. Strong of arm and will, he carried Marshall, even when they had to carry him.
Terrence Newman.
See how I flow and play the game.
Charles Rogers.
Wanna hear me testify?
Kyle Boyd.
Chris
Sims.
We know their names. Soon we'll know which rosters to find them on. It's the 2003 NFL Draft.
Our daughter's name is Lee. She has Down syndrome. She was a border baby. Border babies are children who are living in the hospital because they didn't have homes for them. We've worked so very hard.
It's the 2003 NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. 32 teams, 7 rounds, 262 picks. Gavel-to-gavel coverage here in the theater at Madison Square Garden. Representatives and fans from every team. And it's like we're in mid-November because we already know that Carson Palmer is the #1 pick, the Heisman Trophy winner from USC. He'll be announced as a Cincinnati Bengal. With us here, or maybe the next man to go. Charles Rogers is in New York, the fabulous wide receiver from Michigan State. Could he stay home and be a Detroit Lion? Terrence Newman, as good as corner as we have seen from Kansas State. He'll go very high. And then the big fellas, Jimmy Kennedy, beat Nixon in 1960, beat offensive lineman for Penn State. Where will he go? Terrell Suggs, the speed merchant from the defensive end slot from Arizona State. Will he stay home in Tempe in Arizona? And the fabulously accurate quarterback from Marshall, Byron Leftwich. He's a righty, but he's Leftwich at quarter. 20 years ago, we had perhaps the most memorable draft ever. 6 quarterbacks taken, including first overall John Elway, taken by Baltimore, but he was a Denver Bronco. Dan Marino was the 6th of 6 taken that year. It turned out all right in Miami. Jim Kelly was in the USFL, but the Buffalo Bills tabbed him, and he helped them circle the wagons. 3 of the 6 of the quarterback class. One's a Hall of Famer, 2 are about to be. And today we might see Palmer, Leftwich, Kyle Boller, Rex Grossman, Chris Sims. Not trying to compare him to that. Could have 5 quarterbacks in the first round. That's right. Chris Sims, son of, a guy with pretty good NFL pedigree, as we have here. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and welcome to the 68th Annual NFL Selection Meeting, commonly known as the Draft. It began at 35 with Jay Berwanger, and here we are right now. With this, as always, 20 years for you now, Mel Kiper?
Let's do 20 more, Boom.
Would you get tired of this?
I survived, pal. I survived.
Yes, you do. Chris Mortensen dressed, I've never seen you dressed this well.
At least I'm dressed.
That would certainly be a scary sight. And with us here in New York for the first time, but the longtime coach of the Minnesota Vikings, coach of Stanford, coach of Northwestern, football guru Dennis Green.
Well, it's great to be a second year at ESPN, first year with the draft. I'm honored.
You don't have any cards or picks left over?
I've
Minnesota, Randy Moss.
I see a lot of Viking jerseys out there.
They're rooting for you. They're rooting for you.
Don't.
Well, we know that Carson Palmer, and we will meet him shortly, he's been selected, or will be officially, by the Cincinnati Bengals to play quarterback eventually for that franchise to try and lead them out of the dark ages. Now, we have news. We've already had a trade yesterday involving a top 5 pick. Bears out, Jets in. Are we done up there, Mort?
No, the Lions are on the clock. Interestingly, they're getting much more action than the Bengals ever did for the #1 pick. And right now, the Lions, in the last 24 hours, we know they've talked to New England. We know they've talked to Dallas. We know that they can sit there and take Charles Rodgers or Terrence Newman. I think it would be Rodgers if they stay there. But now the New York Jets, which moved into that #4 spot of the Bears, apparently have been talking to the Lions about going up there and getting their player of their choice, making sure, whether that be Dwayne Robertson or Andre Johnson, we think it's Dwayne Robertson. So now all of a sudden, the Jets are a player for this pick, or the Lions simply stay there and take their guy, I think Charles Rodgers.
They're hoping. They went up to get to, they assumed to get Dwayne Robertson. And, I mean, the way teams are theoretically talking to Detroit, New England is not going to be a possibility for that slot right now. They're talking about him, Mel, like he's Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor, Bruce Smith rolled into one. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's high expectations. I think you look at Dwayne Robertson, what catapulted Dwayne Robertson into that top spot as far as defensive players overall was the workout. The on-field performance was solid, not spectacular. 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, led the Wildcats. Now, this is a guy who was the targeted player for offensive line coaches, knowing they had to contain going in. With that said, his performance was not up to the level of Warren Sapp. But that workout, when he ran that 4.8 at 325 pounds, did 30 reps, drew Warren Sapp comparisons. That's why he's up there as high as he is right now, Mort.
The only thing about it is that Robertson didn't have the great players around him like Warren Sapp did at Miami.
Well, fast wins the Super Bowl. I mean, we all saw that. And so everybody, you imitate the champs, and certainly would want to imitate Tampa Bay. There have been a record, we probably will have a record defensive lineman taken in this draft. 9 were taken 2 years ago and once in the 70s. We could have 10, 11, or 12. But whether you're defensive line, DB, quarterback, running back, which we may have the lowest in the first round that a running back has ever gone in the common draft, a couple of the storylines. Denny, whether you're picking 1, 3, or 30, what's the action like right now?
Exciting right now, because what you know is this is America. We've got great football players, whether you're 4 or 24. What you know is a lot of good players, and I'm going to get me some. And there's nothing better than the draft to acquire talent to build a championship team.
But you better have a plan. You're picking 24, you better have 20. What did you tell us?
You got to have 24 players. That's what you know. You know there's got to be, and if you don't have 24 players you love, keep looking until you do.
And the Jets better have 4 in mind where they're sitting right now.
I guarantee you, those guys are good. They've been in the playoffs 2 straight years. They know they've got 4 players they love.
They know what they do. Well, you know what? One of the storylines we'll be following today, this season, next season, is unfolding in the draft room in Dallas, where, for the first time as Dallas Cowboys head coach, Bill Parcells, Super Bowl champion, will hook horns, if you will, with Jerry Jones, Super Bowl champion. Will they hook horns? Will they be just a stampede leading the Cowboys back? That's one of the places where we will be in the draft room. But it's all conjecture until we open this thing. So why don't we do that, okay? Isn't it about time? Let's go to the commissioner.
Good start.
Good afternoon to football fans here and around the nation. Welcome to the 2003 National Football League College Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals have the first choice in the 2003 draft, and the Bengals are now on the clock.
And they're booing the Bengals. You can't do that. You can't boo the Bengals just because they haven't had a winning season since 1990. They were definitive in this draft. The Bengals, who a couple of years ago stumbled with Achilles Smith, picking 3rd overall in the first round, who 10, 11 years ago stumbled with the 6 or 7 pick with David Klingler, now feel they have their man in Carson Palmer, Heisman Trophy quarterback, USC. Is this the way to go? Was there any question here?
No,
Mel?
Chris, the question was, would it be Byron Leftwich, Carson Palmer? Leftwich had the leg injury late in the year. Carson Palmer had an unbelievable season. You talk about a turnaround year. 13 touchdown passes, 12 interceptions as a junior. Norm Chow, the offensive coordinator, was the 2nd season in Norm Chow's offense. First time in his career he had the same coordinator back-to-back years. He went off. I mean, you talk about a guy who had a great year. He put up huge numbers.
It's now official. Let's go down to the commissioner.
With the first choice in the 2003 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Carson Palmer, quarterback from Southern Cal.
And what an exciting moment. You're the #1 pick at the draft.
What a
year. You threw for 4,000 yards. You've come from, well, not nowhere, but certainly off his junior year. You're the Heisman Trophy winner. You've signed a 6-year, $40 million contract plus some incentives. You're the 4th overall pick to be a quarterback, 4th number 1 overall pick in the last 5 years, and you have a chance one day to perhaps say, hey, I was a cornerstone in turning around the Cincinnati Bengals. And if that's the case, that is quite a statement, isn't it?
Well, it really is, and I think the Cincinnati Bengals did 2 great things. They hired Marvin Lewis first and took Carson Palmer first also. I think they're off to a flying start.
And there was some debate a while, but it looked like they knew exactly what they were doing. What a change this year was for Carson Palmer.
Well, it was, you know, this is a guy who started 4 years at Southern Cal, but he went through a lot of quarterback coach changes, and once he settled in with Norm Chow, the offensive coordinator there at Southern Cal, and Steve Sarkisian, the quarterback coach, he really started to bloom, and in his second year under those guys, he hit the Heisman.
And Mort, you talk about a guy did not begin the season as a first-round possibility. Began as maybe a second or third rounder. I said 13 touchdowns, 20 interceptions. Not impressive statistics as a junior. This season, though, 33 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Dramatically turned around that touchdown-interception ratio. A guy that physically has it all. 6'5", 235 pounds, mobile for a man his size, great arm. And I said all along, if they felt he was the next Troy Aikman or Drew Bledsoe, you take him, you get him signed, you get the deal done. There's Kareem Kelly making the catch. He had Mike Williams, a spectacular freshman receiver, number 1 there, best freshman receiver in America. So he did have talent around him. You see the mobility here, the ability to avoid, the strength, to shake off the tackle, move on, and hit the receiver down the field. That's Mike Williams again. So I think when you look at the lack of fire and maybe enthusiasm, passion, everybody said the same thing about Troy Aikman when he came out of UCLA. Was he fiery enough? Was he emotional enough about football? Yes. He turned out to be, obviously, an exclamation point. Definitely yes, Chris. Carson Palmer in the same mold of an Aikman and a Bledsoe going to the Bengals.
You know what's interesting? And look, often the Heisman Trophy winner, well, as it should, goes to the best guy in college. This is not about a projection to the pros, but it's the first Heisman Trophy winner that we have number 1 overall going since 1987, quarterback Vinny Testaverde. It's happened 17 times that the Heisman has gone number 1, but it hasn't happened since 87 Vinny, 86 Bo Jackson, and some of the names he's joining are Billy Sims, Paul Hornung, Tom Harmon, so number 1 overall Heisman Trophy, and that certainly is a change. Chris Fowler, who has covered Carson Palmer his entire college career, was with him at the Heisman, of course, is with him right now as he takes a huge step to the rest of his professional life. Chris?
Boomer, thanks. It is another special New York weekend for Carson Palmer. 4 months ago, it was the Heisman Trophy. 2 days ago, you signed the contract. So you're the only guy back in the green room that knew your fate coming in, but still, you said your heart was pounding when they called your name.
Oh, definitely. I was definitely nervous, and anytime you're on live TV and there's cameras around, I just naturally get nervous.
Well, there's going to be a lot of cameras around you in years to come. The number 1 pick, the pressure that goes with that, the history of the franchise, just the toughness of playing quarterback at the NFL. You feel like you're going to be prepared for all that? You've been through plenty at USC.
Yeah, definitely. I've been well prepared and in Los Angeles at USC and kind of been through the ringer there. So I've definitely had some experience with some ups and downs, and hopefully there'll be a lot more ups for me.
What are your plans for year 1? David Klingler, Achilles Smith, 2 guys the Bengals took, maybe didn't expect to play in the first year, ended up doing so. Would you like to sit, or do you want to get right in there?
Of course, it's going to be tough to sit just because of my competitive nature, but there's a great quarterback there now, John Kitna, and he's a veteran, and he's been in this league for a long time, and hopefully I'll have a chance to really learn a lot from him and kind of grow underneath him.
Kitna wears your number 3, though. You're wearing number 9, right?
Yeah, I had to switch it up.
Carson, wish you the best of luck with the Bengals.
Thank you.
The newest Bengal, top pick, first Heisman winner to be the top pick since Vinny, Chris.
All right, Chris and Carson, thank you very much. Of course, 1 Heisman Trophy winner from USC that went number 1 overall. I looked at the list real quickly. A guy named O.J. Simpson with the Buffalo Bills. If Carson can be close to how successful he was on the football field, then we have something. And certainly hoping that is the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis, as his era in Cincinnati begins with our Coors Light video conferencing. And Marvin, we welcome you as head coaching ranks. We welcome you to the draft show so quickly. And when did you know that Carson Palmer was your man?
We knew about 2 weeks ago, Chris, and so we've just worked hard to get him signed since that point.
Do you have a game plan? I know he's just gotten drafted here. You have John Kitna. There are many ways to go with a young quarterback. Some could sit for a couple years, some maybe later this year. I don't want you to predict how your season goes, but is there a game plan, and when we'll see Carson Palmer start for the Bengals?
Well, the important thing was for us to get him signed so he could get started right away with the rest of our players. And Carson was really anxious to do that, and so he helped get that done. But we really want to, hopefully we'll have a great season with John, and we'll pick it up from there.
What will be the difference now with the Cincinnati Bengals with you as head coach? You made the draft pick in a hurry. What will be the biggest thing you can bring to the Bengals to change a decade or so worth of negativity, Marvin?
Well, I think the biggest thing we're looking to do is realize that it's not places that lose, and it's people, and we uplift our professionalism and everything we're doing here, and we've been off to a great start.
Well, I know you've waited a long time for this chance. It's long overdue. Good luck, and we'll be talking to you later. You are off to a great start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marvin Lewis, the new coach of the Bengals. Danny pointed out new hats. I kind of like when they changed in '81. They went to the Super Bowl when they went with those tiger stripes. We'll be back with Detroit on the clock.
I'm Carson Palmer.
Huh?
Did I mess that up? What was the question? Let me start over. You're watching the NFL draft on ESPN.
In New York, but that's the scene at Ford Field in Detroit. Well, I guess the Lions must have been off to a 6-1 start under Steve Mariucci. They haven't even drafted yet. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what this draft is. It's April, and we're ready for some football, aren't we? And so the Detroit Lions, who have taken more phone calls than probably Ma Bell lately. We said New England kind of dropped out. They can't move out of there more. It's a local kid.
Oh, and I think they're going to give their fans something to cheer for. What I'm hearing is that all the trades are now off the table, and the Lions are poised to pick unless something dramatic happens here at the last second. And if they are poised to pick here, they certainly are poised to pick Charles Rogers, and then you get the Houstons and the Jets picking, and I think that all fall in line exactly how people think it will.
Well, the good news here is that you pick early and you get a guy like a Charles Rogers. That's what the bad news is. They were 3-13 last year, changed coaches. Marty Morningweg out. Steve Mariucci hired over from San Francisco early on last year in the 3rd overall pick. They got Joey Harrington. It just wouldn't make sense to me to give him a weapon. Give him a weapon. Give 10 years of Harrington to Rogers, right?
Absolutely. Give him a big play weapon, too. One that everybody in the city of Detroit, the state of Michigan, knows can make big plays.
And Boomer, there was some controversy involving Charles Rogers as we were leading up to the draft, because at the Indianapolis Scouting Combine in February, he tested positive for what was called diluted urine. And now what that turned out to be was excessive water in the sample. And Charles Rogers explained it as saying he woke up that morning, couldn't produce a sample, drank a lot of water, ended up with a diluted sample. That counts as a positive test for the NFL. He could be randomly tested, but it certainly had no impact on this draft because there was no documented evidence that this kid ever had a problem. But it was something that certainly came up.
And problem, this isn't like a long sheet of theoretical problems as we've seen. We can get into it, but I don't think it's purposeful to get into someone you drafted at this point, Denny, Randy Moss, because the pick is in and they got to go home. They got to go home. The whole state's been watching him for the last 4 years. Let's go to the podium.
With the second selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Charles Rogers, wide receiver from Michigan State.
The Lion has landed.
You know what? All this talk about unpredictability, the first 2 picks were very predictable.
Yeah, well, they need a weapon.
I think just the fact that Matt Millen, the general manager of the Lions, opened this up for discussion with other teams, created the speculation. And who knows, he might have been a little bit of gamesmanship to leverage to make sure that Charles Rogers signs the contract early. Signability always being an issue now.
And once they made the decision, the Lions management did last year to go away from Quentin Jammer, take the young quarterback Joey Harrington. You got to come back this year. They added Dre Bly and free agency. They had 2 young cornerbacks Andre Goodman and Chris Cash. So they have some guys in the secondary can elevate that group. And when you have Joey Harrington, you better get him a go-to option. Bill Schrader, Oz Hakeem, they're not that type of player. Charles Rogers potentially is. You look at his size, his leaping ability, his speed. Physically, he has it all. He has to set his mind to being a great player, like a Jerry Rice. Show that work ethic to take his game to a Pro Bowl level. You watch him the way he plays. Unbelievable talent. Sure, he dropped some passes this past year. A lot of that was concentration. They said it was a sun setting over Spartan Stadium. Quarterback inconsistency, quarterback problems. They used 3 different triggermen this year at Michigan State. That program had a ton of problems to deal with, a lot of distractions. He still put up good numbers, 21.9 yard average per catch. Did a heck of a job in that offense. He was the one shining star. You go back to the Notre Dame game. He made the unbelievable catch in the end zone, in the back of the end zone, to give the Spartans a lead. Then all of a sudden, Notre Dame comes back. Arnaz battle with the 60-yard catch. They lose. But overall, Charles Rogers, all along, going back to January when he declared, was earmarked for the Detroit Lions. To me, Mort, that's the only way they could go.
Well, let's face it. We're looking interesting. You've got a receiver being taken second in this draft.
Not unlike unusual.
But, no, exactly. Now you've got the Houston Texans here. They took David Carr last year. Lions took Joey Harrington. I think that David Carr probably will get himself a receiver here. The Texas State, and we're looking, obviously, talking about
They got to, but as you watch Charles Rogers, 21 yards a catch for his career. And that would lighten your eyes, wouldn't it, Denny?
Well, it really wouldn't. You know what? That's why they call them home run hitters. They're going to make big plays. Only they can make that kind of big play, and it's okay to drop some. Home run hitters strike out sometimes also, but most of the time they hit home runs. Charles Rogers the same way, and probably the next pick will be too.
We do not often have wide receivers picked this high. Keyshawn Johnson went 1 overall in '96, the Jets. Then you go back, number 1 overall, '84, Irving Fryer, Patriots. Johnny Lamb Jones, a regrettable pick by the Jets, too, in '80. But this is unusual. But then again, Chris Fowler, Charles Rogers is an unusual receiver.
Very unusual and very happy right now. Boom, Saginaw, Michigan native, to East Lansing, to Detroit. All those places are about an hour-and-a-half drive away. You got the huge Saginaw cheering section, 100 folks who bust in. Congratulations. Got to be a dream.
Man, it's a dream, man. I just thank God for giving me this opportunity in life for me to excel and have my dream come true, man. I'm glad my family here, people from Saginaw, we did it big.
Big party in Detroit. You said you'd be very excited to play with Joey Harrington. Never really played with a quarterback like that.
Definitely, I'm excited. You know, I think the chemistry going to come, and I'm looking forward to it, and I think big things going to happen.
And Bobby Williams, the guy who recruited you to Michigan State, the former head coach, is you're going to be a new position coach for the Lions.
Definitely. You know, I'm happy to be reunited with Bobby. Me and Bobby had good ties, and it's good to be with Bobby, and I think things going to work out well.
And we heard the discussion about the diluted sample, all the stuff you went through. We had lunch yesterday. You told me with 2 kids, it would be ludicrous for you to make a mistake like that, and you wanted to clear your name.
Definitely. You know, I got too much to lose, and I wouldn't even put myself in a situation like that. But I'm happy things worked out, and I just thank God for this day.
As you told me yesterday, never use drugs, right?
Never. Never.
Never means never. Charles, congratulations. Enjoy yourself in Detroit. Motor City has a new home run threat, guys.
All right, fellas, only Andre Bad Moon Rison had more receiving yards in the history of Michigan State. He was a great pro. Charles Rogers should be great. Will we have a receiver next with Houston? We'll be back. He was an interesting pro, but he was a great pro.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
We're back in New York. We've just seen one wide receiver, Charles Rogers, go to his young quarterback, Joey Harrington, with Detroit. And now the Houston Texans, off a very impressive 4-win expansion season. Let's not forget that. David Carr was sacked a record number of times, but they took him 1 last year. He stood in there, and now let's get him some weapons, i.e. Andre Johnson, big guy across the middle from Miami, guy that's, I don't know, built David Boston, like maybe, I mean, big guy. he's not afraid to go in traffic. Don't they have to do this, guys? A weapon for him?
Well, it's been too predictable, as Benny said so far. That can change down the road a little bit. But I think when you look at Houston, the question I have, left tackle as well as wide receiver. They need somebody to protect David Carr, but they also need that big play option. It's not Corey Bradford necessarily on a consistent basis. Juwan Dawson's more 4 or 5. Jabbar Gaffney, their second-round pick last year, has ability as a 2, but Andre Johnson's a go-to feature receiver.
And let's the pick. They didn't wait long. They view him. They want him to get open right now. So let's go to the commissioner.
Let's see.
With the third selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Andre Johnson, wide receiver, University of Miami. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
You know, Chris, Mel was making a point about getting somebody to protect David Carr and the beating he took. Now, that's not unlike what Troy Aikman went through in his rookie season with the Dallas Cowboys. And I got a sense from a lot of coaches out there who watched David Carr persist through his rookie season that he is definitely a star in the making. And so getting him and Andre Johnson, and they obviously still have to build that offensive line, David Carr might have been one of the better quarterbacks in the last few years.
Well, and they say, Mel, that for this year, and you're picking for 10 years, that maybe if you're selecting Johnson or Rodgers for year 1, Johnson might be the more accomplished. He also, going across the middle, averaged 20 yards a catch.
That's the thing. I think you look at that 21-yard average per catch, and you look at the toughness that Andre Johnson brings to your offense. He's got strong hands. He'll come across in traffic. He's 6'2", 230 pounds. That's amazing size with that 4.38 speed. Not many players at the wide receiver position come along with the kind of physical prowess he brings to your offense. A little more consistency. Route running could be improved a bit, but I think when you look at Andre Johnson, don't think he was a one-year wonder. This kid in the Rose Bowl, the national championship game, the end of his sophomore year, had a spectacular game against Nebraska, 7 catches, 199 yards, shared MVP honors in that game with Ken Dorsey, obviously shared the spotlight at Miami with Jeremy Shockey in 2001. They had Kellen Winslow Jr. this past year, Willis McGahee, but this kid still was a major factor in every game, and he's only going to get better. You haven't seen the best of Andre Johnson yet. Once he gets a little bit more consistency, a little more polish, tell you what, the sky's the limit, as it is with Charles Rodgers.
Well, it really is. These guys represent the new type of receiver now. These are big, fast guys that can really run. They can go down the field and make plays. They can cross the middle. And what it shows you is that for the first time, 2 receivers in the first 3 picks, the quarterback means a lot, the receivers make a lot, and the offenses mean a lot, and that's kind of the new NFL.
You are hearing that this is maybe a cross between David Boston and Terrell Owens, a 6'2", 230-pound guy. And he may drop some balls, but he's pretty big and he can run.
Little historical perspective here, okay? 2 wide receivers in the top 5. 84, Irving Fryer 1, Kenny Jackson 4. 78, Wes Chandler 3, James Lofton 6, John Jefferson then 14. That was pretty good. But our favorite year was 88, 6 Timmy Brown, 7 R. Sterling Sharp, 11 Michael Irvin. Can Andre Johnson and Charles Rodgers go down with this class of Brown, Sharp, and Irvin? We shall see. A lot of folks think they can, Mark Malone.
Well, Boomer, thank you, and welcome to the EA NFL matchup set. Mark Malone along with the bald and beautiful Merrill Hodge.
I like it. Good thing you said beautiful at the end of that.
I did say beautiful. And of course, Ron Jaworski, who's always here to help break it down. Interesting, we said Houston really needed a lot of help. They gave him 76 sacks. They need help on the offensive line. Gross probably a little too high to take at number 3. You like Andre Johnson?
I love Andre Johnson. And if I'm David Carr, I am thrilled right now. You finally have that go-to receiver that every quarterback that wants to become an all-pro quarterback has to have. And you look at David Carr a year ago, sure, he got sacked an awful lot. But as I broke down his tape week in and week out, I saw him get better every week. And the one thing that is real impressive about David Carr is he can make all the throws. This guy can throw it deep, he can read the coverage, and now you've got that go-to guy. You've got a player that certainly can make him elevate to the next level.
Well, what's interesting, too, Boomer, is the fact that they can probably take an offensive lineman in the 2nd round. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. They have picks later on. They got plenty of picks, Houston, and now the Jets are on the clock. So now we've gone quarterback, receiver, receiver. The crowd buzzing. We've heard JETS, you're about to have it. They didn't make this trade for nothing. They made it for this. Let's go down to the podium.
I love it.
For the 4th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears have traded with the New York Jets. The Jets acquire the Bears' 4th pick, 4th in the 1st round. And the Bears acquire the Jets' 2 first-round picks, number 13 and number 22, and the Jets' 4th-round pick, number 116 in this draft. With the 4th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Dwayne Robertson, defensive tackle from Kentucky.
Jet fans are very happy.
Well, you mentioned, Herm, they made the playoffs 2 years in a row, got a year farther last year, first-year playoff, then won a game and moved along, and now, well, here's, let's see, Herm Edwards, part of Tony Dungy, defense fast, Tampa Bay. Let's see, we had Warren Sapp. Here he is, Tampa-like defense.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Jets are fortunate. They got the guy they wanted. They made the deal early. They hung on at the 4th spot, didn't try to move up. If they did, they were unsuccessful and just held their breath that Dwayne Robertson would drop to 4 and make that deal worthwhile. It turned out that way. We look at Dwayne Robertson, the Warren Sapp comparisons are certainly there. He didn't dominate at Kentucky like Sapp did at Miami, but Morton made the point. It is accurate, Morton. He didn't have the great supporting cast. Teams knew they could configure things and scheme to stop him. It was double, triple team, that he still had solid game after game all the way through this past season.
And the Jets fans seem happy, at least the ones here are, but you do wonder at some point if people are going to second-guess them in terms of not staying and getting themselves a receiver. Listen, they lost Lavernius Coles. They have some receiver issues. But Charles Rogers, Andre Johnson come out the board, change some of that.
But you know what? I tell you something. If you can ever get in the top 5 picks and you can make that kind of a move, then you do it. And I think what you see is a big, strong 315-pounder who can make plays on the inside, can run up and down the line. And I think the correlation that you made, Chris, between Tony Dungy, Herman Edwards, Warren Sapp, Herman Edwards, why not? A big guy that can stop plays on the inside, Mel.
And really, I think, Denny, what did it for Dwayne Robertson, and we talk about workouts, how important they are with so much time between the end of the season and the draft here in late April, was that workout. Jimmy Kennedy's at Penn State was okay, not great. Ran a 5.23 at 325 pounds. Dwayne Robertson ran a 4.8 at 324 pounds, and you look at a 30 reps in the weight room. He showed strength. He showed explosive quickness, the ability to close. The productivity at Kentucky was a lot that was resulted by the fact that teams could scheme to stop him. He had 5 sacks and only 8.5 tackles behind the line of scrimmage. That's not imposing statistics. Not going to jump off the screen at you, but when you watch that workout, people became enamored with the kind of ability he has to move on to the next level and then all of a sudden start taking over games. Denny, once that supporting cast gets better.
Well, he's built to play the position he plays. He's a big wide body that plays inside. What wide bodies do is make big plays and stop the middle, and then when they can help up and down the line, that's exactly what they do.
So the Jets, hey, look, let's face it, there's some negative pub, although you're going to have that in this year of free agency. The Washington Redskins, who, by the way, open up with the Jets on that opening Thursday nighter against well, it was FedEx Field, whatever, positively, absolutely will be the opener on ABC on the opening Thursday night. The Redskins signed about every guy off the Jet roster, hoping perhaps to win in a forfeit. I don't think that's happening now. Dwayne Robertson is now a Jet, and so the Jets now have negated the negative 6 weeks of publicity in the New York sports pages. They're winners for now. We are only, of course, late April. And now, the Tuna and Jerry Jones on the clock. Hello.
Surf and turf. Surf and turf.
We are back in New York with the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. 4 picks in about 20 minutes, which is very Indy 500-like. Not far from that brickyard is the new head coach of the Detroit Lions. That's Steve Mariucci, who joins us on our Coors Light video conferencing. And the first thing, Mooch, I got to say, aloha.
Boomer, how you doing? Good to see you.
Charles Rogers, was there that much back and forth these last few days with the supposed question, or was that, did we make too much of that?
Well, we were interested in Charles Rogers for a long time, and we're happy to have him, believe me. We got a lot of phone calls from other teams trying to move up to that 2nd pick, but we felt that it was in our best interest as an organization to sign a great receiver with great speed, and not to mention he's a local homegrown kid, and the fans I know here in Detroit and throughout the state of Michigan are very excited, as we are, to have Charles Rogers.
You've taken a lot of your time since you took over the Lions at assessing what was left over from a team that didn't do very well last year. You've had a good chance to look at and get to know Joey Harrington. How do you see him in your West Coast system and with you?
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to develop Joey Harrington, and of course we have Mike McMahon, another young quarterback, and Ty Dittmer here. So it'll be a fun group of quarterbacks to develop along with Charles Rogers, and we're going to acquire some more youngsters today, as you know. It's going to be fun to build this team around a young quarterback like that, now a young receiver. And, you know, there's just such an upside here, and the city's excited, and it's great to be a part of the Detroit Lion family.
Well, I know back home for you to go to the state of Michigan. We'll talk to you later. I know you got some work to do on your defense. Good job up top, Mooch. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Boomer. Okay, thank you.
All right, Steve Mariucci, a brave new world in Detroit. You saw how excited the fans are. And now we go to year 2 of the Houston Texans and the general manager, Charlie Casserly, on our Coors Light video conferencing. And Charlie, you went with the speed of Andre Johnson up with that card. Obviously, was there any back and forth this week, or you've been eyeing him for as long as we think?
Well, we've been eyeing him for quite a while, Boomer, but like Detroit, we had some trade conversations prior to today and actually this morning, but nothing materialized on the clock. It would have taken an awful lot for us to move out of there. We really like Andre Johnson.
I know that after 1 year in the pros, you know, players don't try to tell you what to do, but did you get a nudge every now and then from David Carr like, you know, a receiver would really be nice, Charlie?
Well, I don't know, Boomer. We've been watching this ESPN commercial you've had on promoting us all week without an offensive line, so I'm not sure which way David Carr took that. But, hey, we're excited. We can line up now. We got Corey Bradford, Jabbar Gaffney. We've got 3 real good receivers that we can put out there and hopefully cause some teams some problems.
All right, Charlie. You know what? We're going to personally put some guys to block for you because we took them away on that commercial. We'll take care of that while you do some picking for the rest of the 2 days. We'll see you a little later, Charlie. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Charlie Casserly, the general manager of the Houston Texans, who had a really good year. I mean, 4 wins, expansion. Very impressive. Now let's go out to the Jets. Sal Paolantonio is there, and the Jets got their man, Sal.
They did, Boomer. I'm with a very happy head coach, Herm Edwards. You made an enormous investment, took a bold move to get up, to get Dwayne Robertson. What did you see in him? What did you like?
Well, obviously, his energy, what he brings to the table. He's a big man inside that can run. He's a very active player. Obviously can help us on our run defense, but can hit the quarterback. And I think that's very, very important in this league. And you're talking about a guy that can run very, very fast for his size. And he's really a guy that we need inside to help us defensively.
What's his personality like, Herm? Did you talk to him? Did you get a chance to talk to him a little bit?
Yeah, he was excited. Obviously, his family's here in New York, and he's really excited. The first question I asked him, was he ready to go get the quarterback? And he said, yeah, coach. And then we had picked him, and he had to leave. But he's excited about being here. I think our team will be excited about having him here. He's a guy, he loves football. He has passion for football. The way he practices and the way he plays, that's something that gets other guys energized. And you need guys like that on defense.
All right, thanks a lot, Herm. We're going to go back to Chris Berman in New York. Chris?
All right, Sal, thank you. There's a guy whose energy really translated into being in the playoffs 2 straight years, Coach Herm Edwards. Now, what will the tuna era begin with in Dallas? The pick is up. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 5th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Terrence Newman, cornerback from Kansas State.
And why not? Mel, there were those that told me, Mel, Denny, and Chris, that he has the talent to be ranked #1 on some team's board at any position. Agree?
I'll tell you, Chris, it was all about that shoulder injury. That was the talk of the last 3 weeks, about the shoulder injury that came up at the April medical recheck. And I think when you look at Terrence Newman as a player and the versatility he brings, talk about a guy that did the job in the return game, both punt and kickoffs, played on the offensive side of the ball, caught touchdown passes. I think he's in a Champ Bailey mold. And I think when you look at that shoulder, Mort, you've talked to a lot of teams, how much of a concern was that shoulder injury?
Most of the teams said we would take him, but there were some who were very concerned. It's a nerve damage or nerve impingement. The strength in the shoulder is not what it should be. Some people think he could be subject to injury. He could have surgery eventually. But all I know is that it was good enough for the Cowboys to take. Although we should talk about Coach Parcells and Jerry Jones in a little bit. But I will say this. The shoulder was a concern for some, but most said, yeah, he's too good of a player. You have to take him.
Well, along with being such a great player and done so many things well, 2-time Big 12, 100-meter champion in track. This is a guy that can fly and make big plays all over the field, and that's something that there's no way the Tuna can turn it down.
Teddy, I want to ask you this. Terrence Newman was a wide receiver and a punt kickoff returner. He's a shutdown corner. How much do you use him on special teams and on offense at the pro level his rookie year in the NFL?
I think first off, he starts out shutting down, being a shutdown corner. That's what they need quite a bit. Dallas has said as a 5-11 team, 3 consecutive years, they want somebody who can go out and help them play man coverage and play the style of defense that has to change. They've got the same defensive coordinator, new head coach. There's no way they're going to play the same defense, so they're going to have to merge it a little bit.
Let me ask you this question, Denny. Now, you've been in draft rooms since the Bill Walsh era began at San Francisco. 2 wide receivers and a corner in the top 5. Unusual, isn't it?
It really is unusual. What it tells you is that there are a lot of big guys that you can get later, but a lot of really speed guys and skilled guys. And what happens here, I mean, this is 5 picks. That quickly tells you the guy I love is on the board, and I'm going to take that guy. And so 3 minutes, 4 minutes, boom, it's gone. Don't talk to us. Don't call us. We don't want to hear from you. We've got our player. We want our player.
We don't want to hear from you. Your defensive backs this high, not often. Quentin Jammer last year, Chargers 5. Champ Bailey 7 in 99 Skins. Charles Woodson 4, 98 Raiders. Pretty good guys. Jammer, the book is out on yet, but we go to Mark Malone and the EA Sports Desk. I'm sure you have several books that you're reading, fellas.
Well, Boomer, indeed, we do have several thoughts. Obviously, there was some concern as to what the Dallas Cowboys may do, guys, whether they trade down and get more picks. Bill Parcells needs to fill a lot of holes. But when you took a look at that secondary from a year ago, Barrow, they definitely needed help there.
You know, Mark, we studied the Cowboys secondary really all year, and the design has really been nice, but the design is about as good as your execution and your players. And as we studied the Cowboys, the thing that they really lacked all year was discipline and effort.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
That doesn't work that way.
Well, at Verizon, anyone can bring in their AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal.
I thought Verizon was pricey.
No, better deal, best 5G network. Back to the TV. Does it come higher than 8K? Because I don't like to squint.
Ma'am, take your TV and go.
Bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today for a better deal.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
You don't know that?
Anticipating man, here's the Giants route combination. It's designed to hit the slot receiver on the cross. They will sit down the X at the bottom of the screen to hold the corner. This is confirmed from the end zone angle. Watch Kerry Collins. You can see from his body and his head that he clearly looks back for the crossing route. But that option is taken away by the wrinkle in this man-free scheme. But who's free is based on the release of the slot receiver. Because he releases to the inside, across the field, the deep safety is now responsible for him and takes him away. This leaves the other safety as the deep inside help on the post route. In theory, this route should be perfectly bracketed by the safety and the corner. Great call, great scheme. The coach put his players in a position to make a play. But as you see, the execution of the techniques needed to effectively play this coverage was just a bit lacking.
Now, Bill Parcells' presence will take care of the discipline, the effort. Trust me, if you're not playing hard, you're not going to be playing there. Bill Parcells won't allow that. But now you have Newman and you have Roy Williams, one of the best safeties, even though he was a rookie last year, have a terrific secondary now immediately.
Outstanding secondary, but pass defense is a combination of coverage and pass rush pressure. I think right now, Bill Parcells has to start looking to pressure the quarterback.
Derek Ross, 9 starts. Mario Edwards, 15 starts. The 2 starting quarterbacks last year for the Dallas Cowboys. Chris Fowler is standing by with Terrence Newman. Chris?
Out right here, one of the fastest guys around, 4-time Big 12 sprint champion. Terrence, you are proof that a guy might be lightly recruited coming out of high school. I think it was Tulsa, Kansas, and Kansas State that recruited you. Here you are, early first-round pick.
I was considered a project back in high school, you know, when Kansas State took a chance on me and it paid off.
You get that kind of bravado and swagger and confidence that a great cornerback has to have. Anybody that you have to face at the next level intimidates you?
I'm not intimidated, you know, but fear of failure is a great motivator, so I'm going to use that in the league.
And you've said pretty bluntly that You deserve to be the #1 pick. Why not? Why not take me first?
Why not? I feel I'm a great asset to a team, and I can help out in some way or another. You know, if I don't come in as a starter, I'll be on special teams, hopefully, and, you know, contribute and help out in any way I can.
We talked at length yesterday about the nerve damage to the shoulder that you played through this past season at Kansas State that might have scared some teams that Mel was talking about. I tested your shoulder. Seemed pretty strong. Are you here to say it's no problem at all, not going to affect you at all on the field for the Cowboys?
This is for Mel Kiper Jr. There's nothing wrong with my shoulder.
All right, Terrence, congratulations. Wish you the best of luck down there in Dallas, guys.
So, do I speak or not? All right, thank you very much. And again, you can't stress what an exciting day. They're in New York. They bring the family. They're going to the top 5 picks. It's just wonderful. But now, let us just say that Arizona is on the clock, and this, as we will explain, is a potential little left-hand turn in the draft. Partly because it's Arizona, partly because there may be lots of guys who want to trade. We'll be back.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light. It's up and it's good. Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Rock on. And in part by Southwest Airlines. More than 2,700 nonstop daily flights to 59 destinations all across the country. And Valvoline's Max Life. Products formulated to help keep your higher mileage car running a long, long time.
Champions rise up. Now, the NBA playoffs on ESPN.
Some people don't realize how many nonstop flights Southwest offers, so we created this simple color-coded map to help. Baltimore to LA is red, Phoenix to Raleigh-Durham, blue, Chicago to Seattle, yellow, LA to Austin, canary yellow, Orlando to Albuquerque, teal, Las Vegas to Houston, aquamarine, Buffalo to Phoenix, beige umber, San Jose to Baltimore, pistachio, Oakland to Chicago, sea green, Albany to Orlando, puce, Tampa to St. Louis, pinkish, New Orleans to San Diego, kinda green.
You are now free to move about the country.
24 sacks. That's a record. Owned by me, Terrell Suggs.
2 sacks. Sweaty clothes. Owned by me, Ray Lewis.
Welcome to the big time, Rook. Madden, NFL 2004. EA Sports. It's in the game. Product not yet rated.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. Get a 2003 Saturn L Series Ion or View at 0% APR financing for 5 years. For restrictions, see your retailer.
Marcus Trufant, DB knows my INTs.
Carry my B-A-G.
Welcome to the big time, Rook. Madden, NFL 2004. EA Sports. It's in the game. Product not yet rated. Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, the look in the green room, and this is about the time that everybody's trying to scamper to get in a position to pick Byron Leftwich, the personable quarterback from Marshall. And is this the time that Terrell Suggs, who plays in Sun Devil Stadium, might be drafted by the same team? He could park in the same spot, change in the same locker. I mean, they don't have to move him. Think of all the money you could save if you didn't have to spend moving expenses for these players, right?
Especially this one. I mean, Terrell Suggs, 24 sacks. What more do you want from a football player? He's done everything you've asked him to do. Now, don't get swayed by this 3-month period of workouts. 24 sacks in your stadium.
But New Orleans has been calling to this spot and the spot behind because Marcus Trufant is on the board, the cornerback from Washington State, and so they are definitely tempted here.
Well, let's explain that now if a corner is such a key position, not the defensive end isn't, but the corner board, Mel, is Newman, Trufant, and then supposedly a big drop. So teams like New Orleans, maybe others trying to get up here for Trufant?
Well, he's really the player that can make the Saints draft because after those top 2 corners, there is a drop-off down to some corners like Eugene Wilson, guys like Sammy Davis, Rasheem Mathis, that are all projected late first, early second. So if you want the best value, you want a blue-chip corner, you got to go get Trufant if you're the New Orleans Saints.
But one of the Cardinals' needs, and David McGinnis will tell you this, is a pass rusher. Terrell Suggs, 24 career sacks. That's an NCAA record. And so he ran 4.8 or 4.9. You know what? Simeon Rice ran 4.8 too.
Well, the Arizona could look. I mean, they've been drafting defensive linemen every year, it seems. But we'll debate that when that comes. Where are you going to get another guy like this? Let's go over to our other set here in New York. Susie Colbert joining us for gavel-to-gavel coverage. Every pick made, she'll be here with Mike Bowling.
And you can tell that we're closer to the fans up here. The guys made the point. An NCAA record, 24 sacks for Terrell Suggs. There are lots of reasons why a player can drop in the draft, need and whatnot. How much do you think the workouts really affected him dropping?
Well, if he does drop, it is going to come off of that workout in the 4.8, but the 4.8 540 that he ran. But should it? Absolutely not. I talked to Terrell Suggs a couple of days ago. He said, if I don't see another bench press, stopwatch, or cone again in my life, it won't be too soon. Look what this guy can do. This is the wide angle here when he's going to line up wide. He's at top speed in 3 steps. Forget the 40-yard dash or how far he's got to go. In 3 steps, he's turning the corner on the tackle, and he's getting pressure on the quarterback, which is exactly what the Arizona Cardinals need. Here, he plays a little closer to the offensive tackle. Now he has hand play. The tackle's going to extend. Watch his left arm come and knock off the elbow of the offensive tackle. He can do excellent hand play, get by, turns the corner, change the direction, and he is in. Does an excellent job. Now the setup, because he has the offensive tackle stepping out. Look at this. Offensive tackles turn their shoulders. He plants on that outside leg, and he's got himself a lane back to the inside. This is instant pressure on the quarterback. On the opposite side, he'll blindside the quarterback. And any questions about the run, he said he gained some weight for the run. This is against Quaim Harris, who's supposed to be a top-round pick from Stanford. Straight hit, nice hands into the chest. Good job getting rid of the offensive tackle and making the play. There is no way the Cardinals should pass on this guy. Forget the 40, forget the bench. They look at that stuff too much. This guy produces on the field. Bottom line, he can turn the corner. Bottom line, he can cause some fumbles, and that's what the Cardinals need.
Already put on 10 pounds, talking about put on maybe 15 more of good weight, never really knew how to eat. Now eating right, the good weight. Here's a team last in pass rush the last 3 years. How do you pass on a guy like that?
Well, you don't, and it's not so much just about the sacks, because everybody wants to see the sacks in the box scores. You look at cost fumbles that he's going to have, and just hits on the quarterback. When he comes around the corner and he's forcing the quarterback to get out of the pocket, that's when you see some breakdowns. That's when you could possibly see some interceptions as well. So don't just look at the sacks and the cost fumbles all the time, but look at what it causes on the outside. It's not only the numbers. He's going to get quick pressure on a defense that does not get quick pressure on the quarterback. Got to take it.
Maybe it's another case of a Julius Peppers last year. There were some doubts about it. Certainly proved everybody wrong. Chris?
I don't think there are many doubts about Julius Peppers now, gang. That's for sure. And guess what? They did it, but not what you think. Arizona. Uh-oh. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you're traded.
Of course it is.
Don't do it.
With the 6th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals have traded with the New Orleans Saints.
See?
And the New Orleans Saints select Jonathan Sullivan, defensive tackle from Georgia.
Right team,
well,
different player.
Did we just say that there would be a left-hand turn at this point of the draft?
And that's where it was, too. No one expected them to take Jonathan Sullivan, I guarantee you. Everyone said Trufant, Washington State quarterback, because Terrell Suggs, maybe Arizona feels we drop back a little bit, we can still take it. This is a major upset, a major left turn.
But the one thing that was happening here is New Orleans, when they did call the Detroit Lions, they were talking about Dwayne Robertson. So clearly they identified to some people there was a defensive line need that they're concerned about. And I got to tell you, Jonathan Sullivan, the Georgia guy, I know the Georgia coach is speaking to them. They think this guy is going to be a great pro, Mel.
Well, they went with Charles Grant, same program last year, Mort, in the first round. And you look at a guy like Jonathan Sullivan, production actually outplayed when you really go back to game films. Richard Seymour and Marcus Stroud, two more physically imposing defensive linemen at that same program. You got to credit Jim Donnan. Jim Donnan recruited all these great players at Georgia. Yep. Mark Richt was able to take it to a new level this past season, but Jim Donnan did a heck of a job recruiting. You see Jonathan Sullivan there, the energy level he brings to a defense. is going to really elevate that group. But still, the cornerback spot, Mort, not taking Marcus Trufant is something you have to look back on. They need help at that position. They had a chance to get the super blue chipper, the second blue chipper in this draft behind Newman at that spot. To take Sullivan is a curveball.
Well, there's no question that it's a little bit of a surprise, but the fact that they tried to go up to number 2 to get a Dwayne Robertson tells you that they definitely had defensive tackle on their mind.
And the trade, well, we will wrap that up, or we assume it's for the 2 ones that New Orleans has, one of 4 teams that has 2 first-round picks. We'll get that to you. And it's Byron Leftwich next for On Deck.
3rd and long once again for the Texans. Carr brings the offense to the line. The Cowboys' front 4 has been all over the rookie.
What does your team need? The NFL Draft. Boomer, Mel Kiper Jr. and the crew bring you 17 hours, 32 teams, all 262 picks, because every round counts. The 2003 NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. Coverage continues tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Hey, champ. Ben Cronin had a perfect life. I love you. Until he met the new girl.
What are you doing here?
It's okay, I want you to. I'm with Amy.
Surprise. It's great to finally meet your mother.
Finally. You just met me.
You have 81 new emails.
Gotcha.
You tested positive steroids. You looked at the tape. She did it. You're crazy, man.
You love me, I know!
Swim fan.
You want to pretend like it never happened?
Rated PG-13.
If you own a timeshare, campground membership, or vacation home and don't want to pay another maintenance fee, mortgage payment, or tax bill, call now and sell for cash. Over $1 billion of timeshares sold in the past 6 months. Every day we help thousands of people buy and sell. Call now for your free information kit to buy, sell, or rent your timeshare or vacation property for cash. Call 1-800-542-0271. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-542-0271.
All right, we are back in New York. We are getting the trade details in which the New Orleans Saints moved up and took Jonathan Sullivan, big defensive tackle from, how about them dogs, Georgia, and swapping down Arizona. Gets the 2 number 1 picks that the Saints had, which are back-to-back at 17 and 18. They swap seconds, so what that means is that New Orleans gets Arizona's second. They move up in the second round as well, and Arizona moves down in the second round. And also, to New Orleans goes in Arizona 4th. So we'll put it up on the screen for you shortly. But for you first-round contestants, if you will, then Arizona picks 17 and 18 here in the first. Now, they've gone all the way out from 6 down to 17, 18. First thing, sum this up. Does that make sense? I know you want to have the chart right here.
What makes sense, what Arizona gets is a lot of picks, and I think they feel they want a lot of picks. I think also it could be that Terrell Suggs is dropping, and they think that they can get him. They
17?
might, but what they should consider is trading back up to get him. That's the deal they had to take. Take the deal that you can get, and now if you can make the deal better to get a hometown guy, a Sun Devil, quote, then try to make that deal too.
There's no question this is going to be debated without question in Arizona, around this league, and even right here. But here's the thing. David McGinnis said, we not only need a pass rusher, we need 2 wide receivers, and I think they're looking for a young quarterback, be it a Kyle Bowler or Chris Sims or one of those guys. So I think you got to keep your eye on Arizona, even with the quarterback here. But I tell you, passing on Suggs is going to create a stir there because, look, it was a feel-good offseason for them, and maybe this rattles it.
Well, let's wait, as Danny suggests, to close the books to see if they don't get Suggs. Then we'll either hammer or praise, right? One or the other. In New Orleans went up, and that's even a little bit of an eyebrow raiser. Minnesota is on the clock now, and let me just alert everybody that although they have a fellow you know certainly very well, you drafted him, Dante Culpepper, the Minnesota slot is before Jacksonville, Carolina, and Baltimore. 3 teams who certainly could use and could draft the next quarterback, which is Byron Leftwich. So, could one of those teams come up into the 7 hole with Minnesota to get Leftwich? And Minnesota wouldn't go very far and still get their player.
There's really 2 players you would think Minnesota would be looking at if they remained here or backed off. It would be Kevin Williams, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma State, a fast-rising player. A lot of teams are very enamored with in the last month and a half. And now Marcus Trufant, the quarterback from Washington State. So they may figure, let's roll back a bit, and we figure we may be able to get one of those 2 players. That's a gamble, but they may be willing to take it.
It's a gamble. You're right. We got to pay attention to it because this Leftwich thing is hanging on the board here, and we know there's some teams that may be jockeying.
Before we get to Leftwich, the Minnesota Vikings. You built this team pretty much. Now Mike Tice, one of your proteges, is running. They had a nice finish Can they put together a few parts here to get back into at least a wild card mode, Denny, next year?
Well, I think they have to be able to. I mean, they won the last 3 games of the season. That was big. That's the key thing. If you win 3 games in a row, you finish on the right thing. Now what it comes down to, they want the cornerback, they want the defensive lineman. As Mel said, can they step back a little bit? The key is Carolina, Jacksonville, Baltimore, which one wants the quarterback the most? Talk to all 3. Be careful. The clock is ticking. Make up your mind who has the best deal and either drop back or take the cornerback or defensive end.
The clock ticked off last year, and they lost the defensive tackle, right?
Well, get those names ready. In other words, spell it out, say it loud, say it clear, and tell them who you want.
That's right. Say it loud. And saying it real loud from New Orleans with their move just a moment ago.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
The Saints and their head coach, Jim Haslett, joins us on the Coors Light video conference. And Jimmy, did you get on one of those river boats there and start making deals right away?
Well, you know, I think our Mickey Loomis and Rick Mueller and our coaches and Scotts did a great job really evaluating talent, and based on our needs, we thought Jonathan was a great pickup for us.
Well, tell us what you saw in Sullivan, because even, you know, if you had been there, that wouldn't have been a name that theoretically was sitting there on the outside. What makes him special in your eyes, Jimmy?
Well, first of all, he's a junior with a lot of upside. I think he's extremely explosive. He's powerful. Guy can rush their passer or give you some. We're going to play him inside. We're going to play him at the nose, and I think he's got a guy that really has a great movement, and I think he's going to get better and better as he goes.
We pointed out here that he and Grant, you know, teammates. Does that help? Does that play in at all? The guy you drafted 1 last year, Charles Grant?
Well, Charles was the same type of guy, a junior coming out. At the beginning of the year, he didn't play much and came on at the end and did a good job for us, and has a lot of upside. I think he's going to be a great player in the league, and this guy reminds me exactly like him.
Well, pushing the envelope up front, that's what you're doing, and I know as a former member of the Bermuda Triangle in Buffalo, that's the style you like to play. We'll see you later, Jimmy.
Hey, Boomer, and also, you know, I heard the thing about the corner. You know, we got Fred Thomas and Dale Carter and Ashley Ambrose and Keogh Craver, who we drafted last year, so we feel good about the corner situation.
Well, you obviously do, because here's Sullivan. Now you're pushing it up front. We'll visit with you later, Jimmy. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now, there it is. You get the depth chart analyzed.
He volunteered that information for you, too.
See, we're coaching these guys, Danny. We were working on you, too. You know, if you can only stuck around a couple of more years, we were working on you. Let's go to the EA Sports Desk of Mark Malone.
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. As you mentioned, the Minnesota Vikings on the clock at number 7, 8, 9, and 10. All teams, Jacksonville, Carolina, and, of course, Baltimore, teams that might be looking for a quarterback. And the next quarterback up there is, of course, Byron Leftwich.
You know, Mark, I've had an awful lot of time, spent an awful lot of time breaking down the quarterbacks. And, I mean, they're all over the board. I mean, there's blemishes on all the quarterbacks. But the one thing that everyone loves about Byron Leftwich is the fact that he was productive at Marshall. Year in, year out, he got the job done. He's going to be your prototypical NFL quarterback, stand in the pocket, beat you with his arm. And the one thing that stands out to me is his ability to process information quickly. Here, Byron's initial reading progression is to the right, the skinny post, or bang 8 as we call it. His only concern against this coverage is the linebacker's underneath drop. He is the only one that can close the throwing window to the single receiver side. You see by Leftwich's body position and footwork that he is ready to drill the skinny post, but the linebacker is right in the passing lane. What this kid does next shows me he can be successful in the NFL. With only the one receiver to his right, all his other options are in his blind spot, back to his left. This did not become a panic situation for him. He will quickly refocus and instantly decipher the curl window opening up. Byron will stay fundamentally sound and deliver the ball with conviction. Poise, command, accuracy. He trusts his reads and believes what he sees. My biggest concern with Leftwich is his slow delivery and long stride. If he goes to a team with a bad offensive line, he's going to struggle early.
Well, that's interesting because the Baltimore Ravens, they met with him at the Combine, and the one thing that struck them is his confidence and his passion for the game. Because at the end, Byron Leftwich asked them, if you had the #1 pick, why wouldn't you pick me? Because I should be the #1 pick. They love that. It took them off guard by it, and they love that passion about the guy.
He has the best intangibles of all the quarterbacks out there. When you look at it, Brian Billick really likes Kyle Bowler. Ozzie Newsome, the general manager, is the guy that likes Byron Leftwich, and Ozzie might win out on this thing. We have another set here, and Andrea Kramer is standing by at ESPN, the magazine, for more on the draft. Andrea?
Thanks a lot, Mark. I am here with my team of all-stars. We have Bill Romanowski from the Raiders, Deuce McAllister from the New Orleans Saints, our draft expert, our Mel Kiper, Corey Chavis from the Vikings, and our tackle. You got to have a big man, John Jansen from the Washington Redskins. These guys have been going nuts about this Arizona moving down, former Cardinal here, Corey Chavis, and not taking Terrell Suggs. Why was that? Why do you think they did that? Was that a good move by the Cardinals or not?
Well, I mean, apparently they must have had some information that obviously we don't have, because when you look at the fact, the sack totals and the lack thereof of a pass rush, I feel like Suggs would have been a good fit there. But maybe moving down and have some other options and some better options for Coach McGinnis and those guys.
They say this draft is 10, 13 players deep. After that, you have a bunch of average football players. You pass up on a marquee guy that can bring the level of talent to your role players to another level. Why would you do that?
Well, it's interesting. When we were watching the tape, John Jansen, you were seeing some things in the Terrell Suggs tape that you found pretty interesting.
Yeah, you also got to look at the level of the players that he's going against. The offensive tackles, they're making you know, key mistakes. They're overextending. They're jumping out too far, and he's exploiting those things. But you also have to take into account the level of competition. You know, is he going to see those guys at the next level or not? And what kind of guys is he going to be playing against? And that's all what you have to take into account when you're drafting a guy like that.
What's Arizona going to do? Any thoughts?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is when you're covering back there and they just signed Dwayne Starks to a lot of money last year, you want to help those guys out. They have some talent in the secondary, and I feel like a guy like Suggs would have only added to a defense that I feel like can continue to improve with a good defensive coordinator in Larry Marmee.
And we've been talking a lot about Terrell Suggs' workout, the fact that his 40 time was not that fast, relatively speaking, and the fact that he gained weight. Your thoughts?
Terrell Suggs, 40. If a defensive lineman is running 40 yards on the football field, something's wrong. But his 10 and 20 were also slow. So the gain in weight, I think, affected his 10 and his 20. Bring him back down to 240, 245. Let him get to the quarterback.
We got opinions, we got discussion all going on ESPN.com, so don't forget to tune in to us, and we'll be back periodically. Boomer, right now, back to you.
All right, Andrea, and it's nice of the players. I know Corey has always taken such a big interest in the draft. He is a Mel Jr. Well, Denny, the clock is winding down on the Vikings. What's going on here?
You gotta like 7 players. There's 7 players in all of America that you can pick. The Minnesota Vikings have had, they've turned one in. Here it is. You can't pass. Jacksonville's on the clock. Who do they take, Mel?
Well, I think you look at Byron Leftwich and Marcus Trufant.
Too late.
Again, same thing we had happen last year.
You know what? Let me tell you something. What Jacksonville should have done, because the Vikings, they can turn the pick at any time. Jacksonville's got to have the pick.
Well, guess what, then? If you want Byron Leftwich, if Leftwich is your guy, you get it in now.
Right. Well, because remember, pass just means 5, 10, 15 seconds. Doesn't matter.
Maybe there's an explanation, but we went through this scenario last year.
Second year in a row.
Yes. Jacksonville's on the clock. Turn your pick in.
Why don't they have Leftwich or Gross or whoever it is?
Unless Jacksonville and Minnesota are doing the deal with each other.
Well, that's possible, but why do it? Well, there you go. Mort?
The voice of reason. Well, the coach has a tendency to get a little excited.
No.
The voice of reason.
After last year, we can't guarantee anything.
It's 2 years in a row that they've done this. The card is in, but whose card?
Whose card?
Whose card? The suspense is killing us. Let's go up to the commissioner. Oh. If you're not right, Mort, there's some splaining to do.
With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Byron Leftwich, quarterback from Marshall.
You know, all right. First of all, to Minnesota for a moment. Well, here's Byron. We're watching him. And Jacksonville, I was hoping, let's do this first, guys. Jacksonville hung, and they got their quarterback. And I think, you know, they have a lefty in Brunell. Now they got a Leftwich.
Listen, there's no question that Byron Leftwich ranked high on some boards, even higher than being the 8th pick in this draft. But I got to tell you, it's interesting. You got Mark Brunell there, happy. West Coast offense. There are some people out there who don't think this guy, Byron Leftwich, is a West Coast offense guy. So, yes, it's a wonderful moment for Byron. I don't know that this was a unanimous decision in Jacksonville. So Wayne Weaver, the owner, played a part in this decision.
Well, but you know what? There's always that question. Organization and the style of play or the player. And I think when you've got a great player like Byron Leftwich, you don't worry about the style of play or offensive coordinator. Look at him throw this ball. He's a great passer, comes from a great offensive system, a great offensive team in Marshall, a winning team in Marshall. He is a winner. He's going to help Jacksonville a great deal. He can make all the right throws.
Denny's one of the more accurate throwers I've seen in 20 years. And you look at this, the ability of Byron Leftwich. Forget about the passing skills. We know he has that. It's the intangibles, the leadership, the charisma, the passion for the game that he has. That's the one thing, talk about galvanizing a football team, that Byron Leftwich can do better than any other quarterback in this draft.
I'll tell you one thing. They have created their first quarterback.
Let me tell you what's going on here. Minnesota can run up at any time with their pick, but Carolina's going to beat them to the clock.
Well, you know what? Obviously, they're going to take Marcus Trufant because Carolina's probably going to take
With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jordan Gross, offensive tackle from Utah.
Well, Baltimore should run up there, and you know what? Baltimore could be running up there.
They'll get Terrell Suggs.
They'll be getting Terrell Suggs right now.
And no, the only thing that I can think of Minnesota is they know they're going to get Trufant, and now they got to pay him as the 11th pick instead of the 7th. Is that possibly what they're doing?
Well,
seriously.
Well, he really could be, simply because we're not in the draft room. We don't understand their rationale. It has us excited, me excited, everyone's excited. They can pick at any time.
Vikings
they can
have
pick.
a pick, Denny.
Well, they can
They're
pick
ready to
before.
pick.
Well, here comes Baltimore with speed, Carl Lewis-like.
Maybe Minnesota beat Baltimore, though.
Let's see. Or is it Minnesota? What are they doing?
With the 9th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kevin Williams, defensive tackle from Oklahoma State.
Well, they got their guy, Boomer. That's the most important thing.
I guess. Well, that's an interesting way to get him.
They were looking to put somebody next to Chris Hovan. That's true. But it's going to be interesting when we get a chance to talk to Mike Tice and that group to find out exactly what was going on.
All right, now wait a minute. Now, Baltimore just lost out to Minnesota.
Now we got two Suggs. Terrell Suggs to Baltimore.
I'll bet you $1 right now this is Terrell Suggs.
We know it is. It's got to be. Let's see.
Baltimore
the pick is in. Here's the. My God, this is like a toll booth in New York and rush hour.
Selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Terrell Suggs, defensive end from Arizona State.
You know, the Ravens sat there with their draft board, just sitting back on 10. They resisted, and one of their guys fell to them. And so Ozzie Newsome.
Oh my God! Let's do it. This is what we call recap time now, huh, for everybody?
Thanks, Gary. This does mean that Kyle Bowler, we talked about Kyle Bowler and Byron Leftwich Bowler. It means that Bowler now is not going to the Baltimore Ravens, which is what.
And here's Seattle in. Oh, my God. And now they can't believe that a guy here. Now, it's got to be a guy like
it's a defensive tackle.
Yeah, but a guy who's that good. Right. And he's from down the road in Pullman.
They need a Jimmy Kennedy.
I know what they need. They need a D-line, but Trufant is theoretically off the board at 11.
Can you imagine St. Louis right now needing Trufant the way they did, just hoping that Trufant isn't the pick and they can get him at 12?
Well, here comes Seattle, fast and furious.
Let me tell you.
I never say anything like this. This is great. Here we go.
It's got to be Jimmy Kennedy.
Back to the Brickyard.
With the 11th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Marcus Trufant, cornerback from Washington State.
Wow, there's a guy rated higher than 11, right?
There he is.
St. Louis Rams are now
about right where it would be taken. It's interesting. Obviously, Seattle, they were looking at defensive linemen when Trufant fell. He was certainly on their list. And the Rams, I think, probably a little disappointed right now that Trufant didn't fall one more slot.
All right, let us all take a breath. Tell everybody that the Rams are on the clock at 12, we think. Here we go. We had Williams. Well, no, actually, here we go. We had Leftwich, which we discussed a little, and now Jordan Gross, many call the, quote, cleanest pick in the draft. Person, player, Mel, do you agree?
Well, he's going to be a right tackle. Yes, Stussy, they put him at right tackle for now, and he started games at that position. Actually started 2 games at left guard in 2001, 8 games at right tackle in 2001, 2 games at left tackle. Then this past season, left tackle the entire year. Very experienced player, very well-coached player. Kind of guy you would figure as a starter can be an immediate hole filler for a team that needs a right tackle immediately to come in. Whether it's Jake Delhomme, Rodney Peete, Hassani, whoever the quarterback is, Stephen Davis, you know he's going to get a lot of carries. Jordan Gross and Stussy will be the bookends.
You know, Gross was interesting because some people thought he'd be a pick for Houston, but I think that he disappointed some people when he didn't go to the Senior Bowl and actually compete there, because one of the concerns about him, and everybody likes him, is that he didn't play against top-notch competition, and then he didn't go to the Senior Bowl to actually work against top-notch competition, but Carolina's pretty happy.
He will now.
Yeah.
Right? He's about to play against...
He has to work against Julius Peppers in practice.
Well, that'll tone you up. And now here is Kevin Williams, who the Vikings passed twice and then went at 9, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma State.
Basically, they move down, but they don't get anything, but they save money. And I think they get the guy they wanted. So that's the whole deal with Kevin Williams.
I'm sure his agent is going to buy that argument.
Well, more, you know, the Minnesota Vikings now trying to save a little money, but they did get Kevin Williams, who's played end and tackle, but now he's a tackle because he's up from 280 to about 305, retained all that quickness and closing speed. I've highlighted him all week as a guy that's been a fast riser. He was the talk of the top 10. They get him, the Minnesota Vikings do, to put next to Chris Hovan, really strengthen the interior of that defensive line.
And the thing about this guy, Kevin Williams, I was speaking with, I think it was Hudson Houck, the offensive line coach of the San Diego Chargers. He said at the Senior Bowl, nobody blocked Kevin Williams. The guy was unblockable at the Senior Bowl, and that's when his stock started to rise.
So you would have loved to see Jordan Gross going against Kevin Williams.
That's right.
You know what? We can't talk about Vikings and money, though, because this is the draft. We don't talk about money at the draft.
Okay, we're done.
Players.
We're done. Well, we'll talk about Terrell Suggs, who moved down a little bit, but boy, Baltimore couldn't. Did Baltimore and Seattle get up there fast enough when these guys were sitting there at 10-11? Huh?
I'll tell you one thing about the Baltimore Ravens. Ozzie Newsome, Phil Savage, and that scouting department know how to pick good football players. Over the years, they picked the 10 before. Dwayne Starks, Chris McAllister, Travis Taylor. They've stolen guys like Ray Lewis at pick number 26, Todd Heap at pick number 31, Ed Reed last year at 24. When they picked earlier, they got Peter Bulware and Jonathan Ogden, Jamal Lewis. They've gotten big-time players with all those first-round picks, and Terrell Suggs. Talk about a guy that at one point, about a month and a half ago, was talked about maybe being the first pick overall, at least down to 4, no more than 6, to get him at 10 more. There you talk about value. I'm going to say that word value a lot today, but this guy is one of the great picks of the first round. We're only to pick 11, but Terrell Suggs, a great fit for a Ravens defensive front that desperately needs a guy with this kind of ability.
Well, the thing about Terrell Suggs is, like I say, this whole idea that his workout cost him his draft status and lost him some money, essentially, based on a 40 time, when in fact, how far does he have to get back to the quarterback? What about it? What about 7, 8 yards?
They're not going to ask him to game away because they like a speed running defense. 255, 260 is fine for the Baltimore Ravens.
And Denny Green, you're talking about a guy in Terrell Suggs, but also has the ability to be a guy who can play in space. Everybody compared him to Lawrence Taylor coming off the edge from the outside. Marcus Trufant, experienced player. I think a very underrated player because he plays at Washington State, doesn't get kind of the hype and publicity of some of the other corners, but when you watch him, he has size, he's got the ability to play in any coverage scheme, which makes him very valuable. Press, he can play off. At the Senior Bowl, Mort mentioned Kevin Williams as being one of the most impressive players there. I thought the second most impressive player was Marcus Trufant, and if you go down to Mobile, you isolate the top 2 or 3 players, during that week of practice, your success rate is pretty good.
I know Mike Price, now the head coach at Alabama, was the head coach at Washington State, told me that this guy, Trufant, was a no-risk player, a 4-year starter, never redshirted, model citizen, and he's a pretty happy guy because he's in his home state here with the Seattle Seahawks.
And I know that if a guy goes this high, you figure it's part of the analysis, but I was told by a couple guys, no one ever even tried to throw at him. No one ever tried. And big punt return guy. Big. And that's going to really factor. Remember, they got Spring sitting there. So defense in the new regime of the Seahawks, Ray Rhodes, the defensive coordinator with Mike Holmgren. And, well, they got a corner that they couldn't believe was there. And, boy, have we had some fun these last 20 minutes. I guess it was fun in Minnesota draft room. We bring in Miami Tice, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, on our Coors Light video conference. And, Mike, take us through, explain to us what happened there in your room, et cetera.
Well, we were on the phone with 3 different teams trying to trade the selection. Kevin Williams was a guy that's been on our board, the guy we had earmarked, say, the last 2 weeks. we felt we could move back and still get Kevin Williams. We were speaking to 3 teams at that time. We felt consummate a trade with Baltimore to trade back to number 10, where we felt we could still get Kevin, but just also pick up some more picks. The card didn't get turned in time on Baltimore's end, I guess, and we did end up with our guy, Kevin Williams, so we're extremely happy about that.
I know that as a coach, you know, the last 2 minutes of a tight game, you scratch your head and it can't be tough. Last 2 years at the draft, Mike, you guys have been involved with these late, you know, clock run out picks. Is that, I don't know, is that a way to get ready for the season? I don't know.
Well, I tell you, you'll be used to the anxiety level, I guess, because we certainly have had some of that. But we felt that we were approaching it the right way. We had 3 phones working at the right time. We couldn't get what we felt was worth trading back. We did agree to a deal with Baltimore, and then we went to pull the trigger, and we still did get our guy, and that's the key thing.
Well, just to the folks for a minute, Mike, that when your clock runs out, and just to the folks at home, the next team on the board, you don't forfeit your pick. The next team has a chance to run up ahead of the team on the clock, Minnesota. And then when they picked Jacksonville, then here came the next one. So that's what happened. But as you say, you got your guy. Is there a money issue at all that you're paying 2 spots down? I mean, I know it happened fast and furious, but was that part of it?
No, that wasn't part of it. We felt that we could get our guy a little bit farther back, Boomer, and again, we could have. And we felt we could still get our guy at 10, pick up some additional picks, which we have some holes to fill. We felt we could still get our guy at a little bit better value and gain some picks. But this is a guy that's an inside pass rusher that will help Chris Hovan take his game to the next notch and also give us something inside in the pass rush. We play a lot of nickel. Teams want to get 3 wides and 4 wides on the field against us. And we felt besides Dwayne Robertson, this was the next best guy inside pass rusher.
You want to say hello to your ex-boss, Eddie Green, up here? How's he doing thus far? Have you had time to look?
I've had time to look smooth as usual.
Mike, see you later.
All right, Coach.
Let me tell you something. The only thing about
Mike.
Everybody has their own philosophy, but Carolina and Jacksonville and Baltimore all are happy because they got their player and they didn't have to give up anything. So Mike Tice, they got their player. The other 3 teams got their player too, and that's why they ran them up so fast. With your players on the board and you're on the clock, get the name in.
You tell me everybody's happy. It's a happy day.
I know the other 3 are happy.
There is still the appearance, you know, and Coach Tice said, of chaos.
Rams when we come back.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Do you hear anything, guys?
All right, we are back in New York at the 68th NFL Draft, where it's been as fast. We thought it would be a long first round. It's been unbelievable. The St. Louis Rams on the clock. They've made a selection. Let's see. Commissioner of the NFL, Paul Tagliabue, with the walk.
With the 12th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the St. Louis Rams select Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle from Penn State.
Well, there's Jimmy in the green room, and now everyone. You know what? Isn't that nice? The guys that have come to New York, and they've 7, and they're all done by the 12th pick. I mean, we've seen a couple guys just languish, 16, 18, 20. Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle, and he probably came a little farther down than they thought, right?
Well, I think so. I think that everybody thought Kennedy might go in the top 10 picks, but it'll be interesting because he's got a defensive line coach there in the Rams, and Bill Kolar, who's going to be yelling at him a little bit now.
And it wasn't long ago when the St. Louis Rams drafted Ryan Pickett and Damian Lewis in the first round, and now they go back to that defensive tackle spot for Jimmy Kennedy. 1 pick away from Marcus Trufant. They probably held their breath and held their breath there and didn't get the guy they maybe targeted. But Jimmy Kennedy, you talk about a guy who slid down just a little bit further than we thought. Jimmy Kennedy, probably because of that workout, 5'2", ran at 323 pounds. That wasn't as good as Dwayne Robertson. That's why Robertson moved up. But Jimmy Kennedy, throughout his career, was more productive overall than Dwayne Robertson. This is a nice pick, but I think Trufant would have made a lot more sense. I was a little surprised when Trufant dropped that St. Louis didn't try to move up to get him. They stayed where they were. They missed Marcus Trufant by 1 pick.
When I said Bill Kolar going to yell at Ken, I mean, he's really going to coach him up. Bill Kolar being that defensive line coach of the Rams, outstanding defensive line coach. But I think the Rams, listen, Mike Martin said something at the owners meeting about if Kyle Bowler, the Cal quarterback, fell to them, he'd be tempted to take him. But they weren't about to get into that controversy, and they have to get that defense stronger.
Well, they do. I think Lovie Smith has done a great job coaching them. I don't think there's any doubt they were not going to take a quarterback. I think that is morning tea conversation. They know that they need defense, and they were going to draft defense.
Well, you know, the Rams are kind of like the uncrowned, still NFC champ. No disrespect to Tampa Bay or the Philly, you know, 7-9 last year. Now, what do they come back with this year? Do they get back into the upper echelon or not? This is a big year, Rams. But we have everybody lined up on our Coors Light video conferencing network. So why don't we go just as the picks came up, bang, bang, and bang. Let's start with James Harris running the draft these days in Jacksonville. You thought you had an 8. You turned out to be the 7th. And obviously, you got guys with good speed up here. Could you believe that Leftwich was sitting right there and Minnesota time ran out, James?
Well, I heard, you know, we take coaching well. I heard Coach Green say if your guy's on the clock, get the card in.
Well, tell me what you were eyeing, because it was thought that you were eyeing Leftwich for a long time. You weren't sure that you could get him in that spot. What makes him, in your eyes, perhaps a special quarterback in future years in this league?
We think all the intangibles are great in terms of his toughness and especially his ability to read defensive. We had a detailed workout with him on the board. In terms of knowing where to go with the ball, he's one of the best quarterbacks we've seen coming into the league. And his history and production, he's been a productive player ever since we've seen him.
And he could sit for a while behind Brunell this year? You'd be happy with that?
Well, we like Brunell as our starter. When we came in and evaluated, we feel that, you know, Brunell can help us win. We have another young quarterback we like. We just thought that he was too good a player to pass.
I think a lot of people agree with you. Thanks for joining us, James. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, now we go to Carolina, where the head coach, John Fox, they won early, and boy, they won late. One of the best coaching jobs, frankly, in the NFL last year, with Carolina rolling off a couple of winning streaks. And then here you are in a hurry picking an offensive tackle, Gross. Could you believe he was there for you?
Well, we were very, very happy, Boomer, that he was available. He was a guy that we had targeted, and he not only, we think, is a very clean player in all aspects, and he also meets a very big need for us.
Were you in the Leftwich sweepstakes? I mean, let's say Jacksonville didn't go. Could that have been your guy? You had to be looking at some quarterbacks.
Well, Byron Leftwich was definitely a guy we had targeted, as well as Marcus Trufant. But in the end, we just felt like that Jordan Gross best fit us at this time, and we're very pleased it went the way it went.
So describe what Gross versus Peppers will be every day like in practice, John.
Well, it'll be a contest, that's for sure.
I know you'll like that, too. Nice job. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Boomer.
All right, John Fox. Now we go out to Seattle, to the Pacific Northwest, the guy a lot of us up here on this desk have known for a long time, and that's Mike Holmgren, the coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Marcus Trufant, you kind of were hoping one of these guys at 6'7" would fall to 11. Did you think you'd get a shot out of Mike?
No, I really didn't, Chris. I think Marcus, that was a little bit of a surprise for us. I think it was no secret we were going to go to the defensive side of the ball in the draft with our first pick. Obviously, we were looking at those big defensive linemen, and we really didn't think Marcus would come to us. But in our division, you know, having good cover people, good cornerbacks, and this guy's really a special young man. We were very fortunate. Had you ever seen anything like what happened before we picked? I mean, it was unbelievable.
What was, I mean, were you guys the heart pounding in there? I mean, when that was going, you couldn't think that, okay, now the next team will come up. You've been in drafts a long time. You prepared for that?
Yeah, we were prepared for it. In fact, we had our guy put down 3 names and have it in there in case Minnesota, in case they didn't make their pick. But it was wild. Actually, I was worried about what you guys would do with all those notes, that filler time that now you were losing because of that thing was happening. So.
Well, Mike, that's why they have 2nd, 3rd rounds. You know, we just keep tuned in, will you? We'll be using all that stuff. Denny's got all sorts of stuff he wants to talk about you.
Oh, no, Denny looks great. He looks great.
Well, we'll talk to you later. Thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Mike Holmgren with Marcus Trufant, and we told you Ray Rhodes, the defense there. So that was fast and furious right there. Chris Fowler, try to make some sense of this all, will you?
That's a bigger job than I can handle, Boom. But
finally, for this guy right here, Jimmy Kennedy, it's making some sense. He was the last of the stalwarts in the green room back here. You told me your heart was pounding for the last hour.
Oh, my heart was pounding. I didn't even think I was going to be in the top 15. I said I'll probably be a second rounder, and I got invited to the draft. Oh, man.
Well, those fears weren't realized. You had a really nice moment when your name was finally announced by the Rams. Tony DiMatteo, that your high school coach here, you're nearby Yonkers, New York, the guy who really got you into football and got you in the right path in sports and school. It was a nice long hug with him.
Definitely. I was getting very emotional. I mean, Coach been there for me, him and Juan Aquino, Coach Johnson and back at Penn State. I mean, I had great coaches in my career, and I just thank God that he put those guys in my life.
What was your thought when you heard the Rams name? You just told me Super Bowl. You think this team's ready to get back there?
Super Bowl, and they did a smart move by drafting me. Super Bowl, nothing less.
All right, man, all you've been through and the success you've had, a few minutes waiting back there and a little uncertainty, you can handle it.
Definitely, I can handle it. I was sitting in my gut. I was just sitting there, and I said, I know my guys are having a spring game right now, and I'm wondering who's winning in blue or white, and just wanted to say we are.
Penn State. Well, now it's the blue and gold of the Rams. Jimmy Kennedy, congratulations. Well done, man. Boomer, the green room's cleared now.
The fastest clear out of a green room that we've ever seen, Chris. I mean, an hour and a half, and they're gone. Go in there and get us some food, will you? When we return, Chicago, New England, San Diego, Kansas City. 12 picks and $120.
I am Jimmy Kennedy.
He got belted immediately by Jimmy Kennedy.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ESPN the magazine on newsstands now.
This chick's rocking your bro on the dance floor, but she's towing an anchor, a junior investment banker who's talking about herself and not much more. Oh, so buy her a beer, it's the reason you're here. Mighty wingman, you're taking one for the team, so your buddy can live the dream. Wingman.
I'm Carson Palmer, Heisman Trophy winner, top draft pick.
How you like it down there, Rook? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I want military-style push-ups. 4 Mississippi.
Welcome to the big time, Ruck.
5 Mississippi.
Madden, NFL 2004, EA Sports. It's in the game. Product not yet rated.
Baseball tonight, all season long on ESPN and ESPN2.
Well, it's been a draft of contrast so far. Really little drama early as the Bengals made it official. They take Carson Palmer, the quarterback from USC, as the #1 pick. Then it was about the playmakers, gifts for young quarterbacks. Detroit with Charles Rogers. Houston takes Miami receiver Andre Johnson, big and physical. Well, then after that, all hell broke loose. A trade at #6 as the Saints move up. Minnesota let their 7th pick slide. Jacksonville jumps in. They take quarterback Byron Leftwich. Carolina jumps in as well. Then Minnesota does get their guy. Baltimore and Seattle immediately on their heels. Now, like this, the draft could be over by 2 p.m. and 4 defensive tackles taken in the first 12 picks, as expected. Heavy on the D-line in this draft. Chris?
Well, Susie, we had a trade, a pass, and 5 picks in about 4 minutes. I've never seen anything like it. Now we have the Chicago Bears, one of the 2 picks that they went down. Remember, these were Jet spots at 13 and at 22. So now it's Bears picking 13 and 22 off the trade made yesterday. The Chicago Bears 2 years ago were one of the darlings of the league, a surprise champion of the NFC Central with big play after big play after big play, most of them made by their safety, Mike Brown, or it seems. Last year, they skidded to a thud toward the bottom of that division. Now can they get themselves going? They need a bunch of players. That's one thing they need. Now, they have Cordell Stewart at quarterback. Okay, for this year, next year. By the way, Cordell always has good seasons in the odd years, so he's automatic this year. But do they take a quarterback with one of these spots?
It could be this pick. I think that it's going to be that next pick or the pick after that, whether it be Kyle Bowler or Rex Grossman. Let's don't forget Grossman or Chris Sims. I mean, you're getting mixed information out of the Bears as to who they like best among those three quarterbacks.
Well, I'll tell you what, we could debate it, but why should we? Here's the commissioner.
With the 13th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots have selected Ty Warren, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
To say the Patriots traded swap spots with him.
Patriots and Bears swap.
On the
yes.
clock.
Okay. So here's all right, I can explain this, not necessarily, we'll find out what. So New England at 14, Chicago at 13 have apparently swapped. All right, so New England and Bill Belichick needing push the envelope on the defensive line, along with Big Richard Seymour, who's become a big player for him, going to a 3-4 next year. Saw that Ty Warren, defensive tackle, Texas A&M, is there. Now, would that fit this scheme?
Yes, it would. When he's healthy, Chris, I think that's the thing. When Ty Warren was at full strength, he was a completely different player. Early on this season, he dominated play against Virginia Tech. Had an unbelievable game with 12 tackles, 4 behind the line, and a sack against the Hokies. Phenomenal game against Pittsburgh. Then the high ankle sprain later in the year. That's when he started to struggle. Was on the ground a little too much. Was not the hunker down defensive tackle that he was at 100%. So I think he has to really, get back. Not be nicked, not be about 80%, try to stay at 100% throughout the entire season. Durability is a concern, not athleticism, not physical prowess. He's the nephew of Curtis Dickey, former A&M grad, former Baltimore Colt. He had some problems with durability during his career. Ty Warren in college had some problems there. Talented, but needs to stay healthy.
You wonder how it affects the status of Ted Washington and Keith Traylor, by the way, two older, bigger defensive tackles they already have.
Well, I think you're telling you that maybe those guys aren't quite where they should be. I'm just trying to figure out, when you swap one spot, I mean, can't you guys talk a little bit? I mean, you really need to do that. What did you give up just to switch positions?
Well, we're going to find that out. Let me just explain a little where New England is coming from. They went into yesterday with 13 overall picks, okay? And so there's no way they could draft 13, even 12. They made a pick for this year, for a next year pick, giving a 3 up this year and get a 2 next year. So now Bill Belichick will get exactly what was it a 6 that they gave up? Now they're down to 11, and they need youth on defense, so they're going with their game plan. While Chicago again is on the clock, we go with our Coors Light video conferencing to Mike Martz in St. Louis, who joins us now. And Mike, you're going, you went defense, kind of like a couple years ago. Kennedy, were you surprised he fell to 12, Mike, a little bit?
Well, we were stunned, actually. This was Charlie Armey's favorite defensive player, defensive lineman on the board, and we really felt like he was going to be gone quite some time before we selected, so it was really an easy decision for us. We'd gone over this possibility earlier in the week, but was not convinced that this would happen, but he was there, so we're excited and stunned, I guess.
Well, I mean, you'd think that, but now he goes, you made quite a few changes. I want to go to the offensive side. I know we're jumping a little bit. You got Kyle Turley in a trade. You have Orlando Pace right now. Can we see these two guys play all year together, in which case, yikes at the tackle spot, right?
Right. Well, that was the whole purpose of Kyle Turley. To have those two tackles and what it would allow you to do offensively is pretty exciting. And, I believe that this deal will get done with Orlando. It may take a little time, but we're very patient with this and excited about the opportunity of having two great tackles.
Well, so you've got your guy, Jimmy Kennedy. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. So going a little defense to try to get back in there. Thank you, Mike, very much.
Thanks for having me.
Mike Martz, Rams made their pick. Chicago again on the clock when we return. We're back in New York. The Chicago Bears went down a spot, picked up a 6 as a result on number 193 overall from New England. New England picked Taiwan. The Bears have made their pick, and now the pick is in.
They're moving.
We are moving.
Just let him make the announcement.
NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Michael Haynes, defensive end from Penn State.
Here you go, these defensive linemen.
Yep, that's 7 defensive linemen in the first 14 picks.
San Diego
He's
Chargers
outside, right? Or
defensive end.
Defensive Michael Haynes, Chicago, outside. Now, I got to say something funny. You know, the real Michael Haynes is here today.
Works for the NFL.
Well, I know that. He's here. We'll explain it in a minute. Michael Haynes, the Hall of Fame corner, drafted first by New England in '76. He's here. Now Michael Haynes, the defensive end, he's drafted first by Chicago.
Underrated is the word I would describe Michael Haynes with. He's a guy that, for whatever reason, didn't get a lot of publicity. Wasn't talked about much in terms of the first round. I had him going in the first round, but he was a guy that people were saying, well, he's okay. Well, guess what? In 2002, he led the Big Ten in sacks with 15. He had 22 tackles for loss. Forced a school record, 7 fumbles. Know about the Penn State talent base over the years. 7 forced fumbles means he's getting after the quarterback. Down in Mobile, best players in the country. He had 2 sacks, forced 2 more fumbles. One of the top players on game day at the Senior Bowl. So when I look at Michael Haynes, it's all about production. At the Combine, he got hurt running the 40. His time wasn't very good. He went through the rest of the workout. Numbers weren't up to par. During his individual testing, he did a heck of a job. 4.71, 40 was what he ran at 278 pounds. So when you look at Michael Haynes, workout was strong, production was excellent, but for whatever reason, Mort, he wasn't discussed as one of the mid-first rounders that were out there.
All I can tell you is that the Bears will be judged by how they traded out of that top 5. Haynes is going to have to be an impact player for them to be excused.
Well, particularly because they could have gotten Dwayne Robertson. That's the one that seems to be everybody wanted Dwayne Robertson. They could have got him.
But then they got another pick coming up. That's the thing. They got one more pick coming up at 22.
San Diego's on the clock. We'll get to the Chargers in a moment, but certainly the action fast and furious here. Joining us this year on the draft with some segments. They're fast and furious when they work all the time on PTI. That'd be Michael Wilbon, Tony Kornheiser. Let's get their early take.
Okay, Wilbon, I was expecting an endless first round. How do you like the new lightning round approach?
I like it. It's like speed golf or speed dating. Usually at this time, there's been about 5 picks, and you go 3 hours, and they have to have the crawl reviewing the same 5 picks. But you know what's endless is the optimism. And I'm wondering if it was just as optimistic when the Packers took Tony Mandarich with the number 2 pick. Ryan Leaf at the Chargers were this optimistic. Andre Bruce, who was the number 1 pick for Atlanta. Kajana Carter. Steve Entman.
Half the picks are going down.
That's right.
I am curious about Minnesota. I didn't know we were playing Family Feud, that you got the choice to pass or play. Doesn't that make them look stupid?
Well, no, maybe not stupid, but disorganized, because it happened last year also. They missed their pick last year also. They couldn't sign Bryant McKinney and to get him on the field until November, their top pick last year.
You can't get this done. You've been working on this for 3 months. You can't get this done.
6 months.
You can't walk up there. I mean, most of the other teams are running up there like it's the Oklahoma Land Rush. Why can't they get it done?
There's clearly disorganization in the organization. Again, when you look back, Tony, and you can't get your first-round draft pick signed, though you need him desperately, they have had draft day problems, and they had it again today.
Here's my favorite situation. Jonathan Sullivan gets drafted by New Orleans. Jim Haslett comes out, and he says, quote, he's a junior, he's got a lot of upside. He weighs 320. He's got a lot of backside.
He probably does. My favorite situation is the Bears continuing to trade down.
You hate the GM.
The Bears are going to trade out of the first round, where they once picked a guy named Walter Payton with 4. Now they've passed from 4 into the 2nd or 3rd round.
Here's your pick. You're going to be happy. You're going to be happy.
Enough of this. Back to the global draft headquarters.
All right, fellas, thank you very much. We'll get back for their take. It has been fast and furious, and we now have a trade in the 15 hole. The Eagles are on the clock. They've made a trade with San Diego. We'll tell you what that trade is, because at this particular moment, we don't know what it is. And we'll be back.
Oh yeah, summertime. Flip flop, small top, party bumper non-stop. So much ice in my cooler, you think I was a jeweler. Bling, catching rays, making plays. Someone got more zap than a microwave. Dink, blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes too. All the honeys checking who? The king of Malibu. The silver bizzle.
I had lotion on my hands.
I burn easily.
I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches and 13 touchdowns. Sing it! I'm Charles Rogers. Sing it! I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches and 13 touchdowns. I'm Charles Rogers. I had 68 catches and...
Welcome to the big time, Rook. Madden NFL 2004. EA Sports. It's in the game. Product not yet rated.
Now you can call anyone in America for 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. Not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe. Introducing 1010-987. No monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987, so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, we are back here with the slot that was San Diego at 15. The Philadelphia Eagles have made a trade. They had 2 second-round picks. They're the only team with 2 twos going into the day. Their second two, they go 61-62. So their second-round pick goes to the Chargers in exchange for moving spots in the first round from mid to toward the bottom. And that means, remember, this is a team that has lost Hugh Douglas. This is a team that needs push up front and pass rush, and McDougal will be the kind of guy like that.
And Derek Burgess they like, but he's coming off an injury, so you don't know about his status.
Well, let's find out from the commissioner if they indeed replace or try to Hugh Douglas.
With the 15th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jerome McDougal, defensive end from the University of Miami.
And there he is, live from Miami. Jerome McDougal, he's got the word. He's a Philadelphia Eagle. So now you go from a program that's used to winning all the time in college to a program that's done everything but get to the Super Bowl the last 2 years. Very interesting pick.
Well, and he had to fight a little bit of controversy this week with an arrest off a parking violation and tow, but obviously it was not a serious incident.
And Mort, you look at him, what he did at Hines Community College. He had 12 sacks as a sophomore there. Goes to Miami, sits out a year. Then over the last 2 seasons, 14 sacks. He's about 6'2", 263 pounds. So not real tall, short arms, but he's a natural pass rusher. When he's on, he's at the top of his game. He can get after the quarterback. And as we said with the Philadelphia Eagles, you lose a Hugh Douglas, Derek Burgess, somewhat of a question mark. They know they need the pass rush ability, and that's what McDougal hopefully will provide.
Well, it is, and I think the big thing, it was interesting because this is Philadelphia really jumping on. I mean, they look up the guy they want on the board. Can we do a deal with San Diego? Here's a guy that can make plays, can run and do things. Will San Diego make the trade with us? They decided to. Really a good situation for Philadelphia. They get the player they want, picking 16. He would not have been there picking 30.
Nobody like that would be there at 30.
Plus, for this offseason for the Eagles, this has been a season of subtraction.
Absolutely.
And lose the championship game at home, then you lose the Hugh Douglases and it's
Brian Mitchell, Sean Barber. They're
all of a sudden, they've got to have something positive happen. This is the first positive thing that's happened to them since the week before the Tampa Bay game.
And Mort, we thought there might be a dozen defensive linemen in the first round. 8 defensive linemen in the top 15 overall.
Well, now, are there any left? There are a couple left, right?
Well,
can we see other teams swoop up like Philadelphia did?
Oh, there's not a lot. You have William Joseph, right. Miami of Florida, still on the board. A projected top 10 pick going in. Didn't play up to the level. He's going to drop a little bit. He's in this general area. A couple defensive ends. Chris Kelsey from Nebraska. Calvin Pace, Wake Forest as well. Kenny Peterson, Ohio State. So there's still some defensive linemen still on the board.
We haven't had a running back taken. I'm telling you, Kansas City and even Pittsburgh, looking hard, I think, at Larry Johnson of Penn State.
What's the status with Priest Holmes?
You care that the Steelers may be trying to move up to do that. And Priest Holmes, obviously, this guy has not been healthy since the 15th week of the NFL season, and there are questions about him.
I'm just looking at my scouting report, a couple of comments that I had just written down for Jerome McDougal. Better player than Suggs, but not as natural a player as Suggs.
Who said that?
I don't know. One of about 6 guys. I don't remember exactly who said that. I wrote it down. Andrea Kramer, she always writes things down. She's at the magazine. Where else write it down?
Thanks a lot, Boomer. My cast of amateur general managers here went a little nuts with this whole Minnesota fiasco. Now, Mr. Politically Correct Corey Chavis, you are a Viking, but what kind of message does this send from the Vikings organization when the clock runs out, 2 picks go, they finally get Kevin Williams?
Good message. It's a gamble. We took a gamble against you guys last year. Went for 2, won the game. Kevin Williams, an extending player. Gamble that we still get him. Good move.
A good message? You got a problem in your front office and they're not able to get the pick they want when they want it?
Somebody didn't get their way in that room. Somebody stood on a table and wanted somebody else. Somebody didn't get what they wanted. There's going to be some controversy going on right there.
I mean, when do you want everybody to agree? If you don't have a little bit of controversy and everybody fighting for their guys, then you're not passionate about a guy.
Yeah, but
obviously, we were passionate about Williams, and he's really a guy that's really been improving, and he's going to help us out tremendously.
If I'm Kevin Williams, you pay me as a number 7, not as a number 9.
Come on, we got to pay him 9 money. We got to. Come on.
Now, how much of a controversy could this be? The guy was the 7th pick, but he was picked at the number 9 slot. You know, slotting is everything with contracts. How do you pay this guy?
Minnesota's got the number 7 slot. He's got to be paid as a number 7 guy. You're talking between number 7 and number 9, you're talking about a lot of money. You're not talking about, you know, maybe a second contract. You're talking about this guy's first contract. Who knows if he's going to see a second one? A lot of injuries, a lot of things happen. He's going to want number 7 money.
Oh, he'll see a second one. Believe that. He's playing beside Chris Hovan. Both of them being a Pro Bowl and 3. Come on now.
If you're the GM, what do you do, Billy?
Bottom line, you got to pay him. He's the number 7 guy. Pay him. Get him on the field so you can win some games.
Just don't have a situation.
We won our last 3 games of the season. That's all I know. We're going this way.
All right, guys, thank you. Mark Malone, let's head up to you with your crew up there.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. We're not arguing about money, but I do have here.
Well, we will be.
Well, we might a little bit. Do have here a former Philadelphia Eagle and Ron Jaworski. Let me get your thoughts on the selection of Jerome McDougal.
Well, you know, we always hear the comment, this is the guy we wanted all along after the pick is made. Last week, Joe Banner from the Philadelphia Eagles and Andy Reid told me Jerome McDougal was the guy they wanted. So they get the guy they wanted. And I heard more than the guys talking about all the players the Eagles lost in Hugh Douglas and Sean Barber and Brian Mitchell. Look at the guys they've gained. Fullback John Ritchie, linebacker Nate Wayne, middle linebacker Mark Sinmo. They've had some quality additions as well.
Let's talk about the pick that's on the clock, the Kansas City Chiefs. Your former father, Dick Vermeil.
Oh, still his daddy. Still his daddy.
Hey, what's Dick going to do here?
Spoke to him moments ago. I think their running back is a situation they want to address here, get some depth behind Priest Holmes. Larry Johnson is the kind of guy that Mel talks about value. This is value. The best running back in this draft, as well as an outstanding receiver. And Hodge, you know in that offense, you got to catch the ball.
You know, they've got the best offensive line in football, too, so that's a great advantage for Larry Johnson. But when you study him, and I've studied him, he's a very patient runner, but he's a north-south runner. I think if you do a lot of misdirection with him, you won't have success. But if you get him on the perimeter, you attack downhill, Larry Johnson can be very effective because he's a big, strong guy. I call him a flat-footed cutter, so he doesn't get in and out of breaks very well. But when he gets going downhill, he can be very dangerous.
There have been question marks about Priest Holmes' injury status and his contract status. Either one of those ultimately going to be a problem?
Well, I think they're unknowns right now, and that's why you consider Larry Johnson. Remember, the Chiefs were looking at Orlandis Gary. They were looking at Thomas Jones. I think there's some concern when you start throwing up those names as guys you want to put in your roster.
All right, well, Larry Johnson still available as the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll hopefully take a look at that selection as the 68th College Entry NFL Draft continues here on ESPN.
I'm Carson Palmer.
I'm Byron Leftwich.
Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle.
Christopher Sims. Willis McGahee. Charles Rogers.
I'm Kyle Bullard.
Terrence Newman.
You're watching the NFL Draft.
Huh? On ESPN.
Say that one more time.
Good to go.
What? Sound like a natural, don't I?
All right, we are back in New York. The first half of the first round, the likes of which we haven't seen. This will be halfway through. This is Kansas City. First off, Mort, as we have had action, 5 picks in about 4 minutes. Minnesota has Desi would say to Lucy, you got a lot of explaining to do, Lucy.
Well, and it was messy, and maybe the other teams that Coach Tice talked about, Baltimore and Jacksonville, they're basically saying, hey, Minnesota was trying to draw us into discussions, and we weren't going for it. We didn't want to go up there, but they kept us on the phone trying to work us against each other, and then the time ran out, and then Jacksonville, Carolina turned the pick. Now, they've created problems for themselves, and maybe by design. Their rookie cap, in other words, the money allocated to each of these teams shrinks as you go down farther in order. Well, as I said, the agent for Kevin Williams, Tom Condon, he's going to want 7th money. The Vikings are going to try to get away with 9th money. It's about a difference of $3 million in signing bonus.
And no other pick or anything else, right? That's the Minnesota situation. Now, it would be long by now, had he not gotten hurt in the national championship game, that Willis McGahee, outstanding running back Miami, and you're looking at him now, who had every sort of knee injury and has to this date made a miraculous recovery. But now what do you do? Here's a guy that would have been 3rd or 4th or 5th at worst. And now does he go in the first round knowing that probably he will not play for you this coming year? The Kansas City Chiefs. Okay, and I know what this is behind me, too. I know exactly what this is. But here's the McGahee discussion. Maybe we can not. There's a trade behind us. But what do teams do? What would you do, Denny, with a guy like McGahee if you had a luxury to? Would you take him in the first round knowing he can't help you in 2005?
Absolutely. I'd take him in that last pick of the first round. I think that's what Oakland Raiders probably will do if he's sitting there. That's the guy you take. He's a great player, but I think it's too early to take him at 16, even though the Kansas City football team needs a running back.
Yeah, what's a Priest Holmes status? What do we know about him?
As we said,
he
had arthroscopic surgery in this offseason. The Chiefs have been saying all along, he's okay, he's okay, he's okay. But really, there are concerns about whether or not he is going to be 100%. They're getting close to training camp. We don't know.
But the Chiefs are not on the clock.
No, they're not.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have come up to make a deal. Now, there are some that think that, well, the 2,000-yard back Larry Johnson, let's make sure that they get him. He's right down the road from Penn State. But if the Steelers have made a deal with the Chiefs, and we'll get you exactly what that is, but a guy that they love is Troy Polamalu, who is a junior Seau type from USC, playing safety. I mean, he's that sort of player. He's a name we heard with a lot of teams this weekend. Where are you hearing him? Where are you hearing him? Where are you hearing him? There were several teams that wanted to come up, and Kansas City said, okay. Obviously, Pittsburgh gave the bet. I got to think.
That's the big need for them.
I got to think
that's the need for the Steelers.
And that's what's exciting about the draft, because they have about 3 players that Pittsburgh would love to have, and that's great. I mean, when you're picking 16 and you've got 3 players you'd love to have, now you take the one that has the highest value. Who do you need the most? Who's the best player? And who's the best player at the position you need the most, and you take that player, and that's why they made that trade.
That secondary last year was horrible. That defensive secondary in Pittsburgh was awful. Troy Polamalu, I thought, was one of the top 12, 13, 14 best football players in this draft, and we had heard late word that Indianapolis and several other teams were looking at Polamalu, and Chris, they knew to get him. They couldn't stand pat. They had to go up and try to jump over some other teams.
No, this is a guy that if this is who it is, they will love him in Pittsburgh. Plus, well, let's get the pick from the commissioner first.
With the 16th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Polamalu, safety from Southern California.
That's a great need pick, too, Boomer.
Well, here's what they got. And this kid, you talk about a football player, Mel, Denny, Mort. This is football from the safety post.
No question. Pete Carroll coached Troy Polamalu, said he's as good a safety as he's ever worked with at any point in his coaching career. And you look at this kid, when he was at full strength, he had an ankle injury, then a hamstring this season, but this kid is a heat-seeking missile. And when you look at this guy, I look at him and I say, a guy who can step right in and upgrade, not because of his cover skills, because he's an intimidator with great energy and a great tackler. And the one thing about safety, Denny, is instincts. You don't necessarily need the great speed. We saw it with Derek Gibson and Devin Bush, 2 guys who didn't live up to their potential. This kid has great instincts for that safety spot.
He really does, and he takes you right down the middle. There's nothing like a tackler who will hit you right down the middle. That's the way the great ones, Ronnie Lott, tackle from the safety position. Hit a guy, strike him with your face, strike him with your pads, take him down the middle and knock him back. And Troy can do those things. He proved it on that very successful USC team last year.
And that's what all the USC people say, is that this guy, the first guy since Lott, since Dennis Smith, since Joey Browners, all those great Southern Cal safeties, this guy is in that mode.
Ronnie Lott, Dennis Smith. One other note on Pittsburgh. Now, I think at Christmas time, sales for the game of Scrabble have got to be up. Steelers Scrabble, here's a marketing opportunity for you. You have Troy Polamalu. You got Chris Fuamatu-Ma'afala. You got Von Oelhoffen on the front line. I just think there's a marketing opportunity there for long names with the Steelers. Now, let's go back away and go across the state of the Keystone State to Philadelphia, where Andy Reid, the coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, joins us, who made a deal in a hurry. Now, you moving in a hurry. You, me, and McDougal moving in a hurry. That's news, Andy.
Well, maybe McDougal moving in a hurry, Boomer. You and I are on the back burner there.
You obviously, is this, look, you never go in and say, Andy, well, I got to replace X. But, I mean, we can read in that Hugh Douglas gone, pass rush outside, it's a perfect fit. You look, is that what you're thinking?
Well, we weren't sure McDougal would be down that far, and we had an opportunity to go up and get him, and he'll be a nice addition to our defense.
Obviously, the story that it was a minor incident of him sitting on a car, a friend, they couldn't tow it, obviously made it hard to tow. That was a nothing, right? I mean, we got to put it out there, right? But that was a nothing incident this week.
Well, it was at school. That was the only way he could get to class, was hop on the car, so he did it.
Have you, it's been a different few months for the Eagles. You lost a lot of guys, veteran guys, though, and you, for the first time as a head coach, have had to make some very tough decisions that a guy like Denny has had to make. When is too long for veteran players? Has that been the Hugh Douglases, the Brian Mitchells, a few others like that, the toughest part that you've had so far?
Well, I listened to Mort's comments. I thought I was at a funeral service, but we really feel pretty good. We really feel pretty good about our offseason, and we've added a couple nice players with Mark Semino and Nate Wayne and John Ritchie, and we really think we have an opportunity to be even a better for last year.
Donovan, in retrospect, was at what percent during the playoffs vis-a-vis how he is today, Andy?
Well, he was coming back off of his injury, and the guy is such a warrior, and he really did a nice job. He'll tell you he was 100%, and I'll take whatever percent he was. The kid's a winner.
Hey, not too many teams in the title game 2 straight years. I know you're gunning for more next year. We'll visit with you a little later. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
All right, Andy Reid, head coach of the Eagles. We go across the state now with our Coors Light video conferencing with the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Boy, he's been there a long time. Bill Cowher. Yeah, big smile on your face. You weren't sure you could do this, were you, Bill?
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. We saw Troy, and certainly we had the opportunity to move up, and we just thought he was too good of a football player to bypass, and we thought the price was right.
How does he fit? I mean, it's hard to project. You just got him. But, I mean, what will Steeler fans see in this guy? And you know the way the type of a player that they love in Pittsburgh. Isn't this perfect?
Well, he's a football player, Boomer. I mean, as you said, and you can see some of the clips, he's a guy, he's got a great nose for the ball. He's very instinctive, and he brings an energy to the field. And I don't think you can ever get enough of those type of defensive football players. And he fit a position we wanted to address. So we lost Lee Flowers through free agency this year, and we never really did replace him. And we had some discussions with Sammy Knight, not sure whether or not we'd get Troy, but certainly getting Troy with Mike Logan coming back, Chris Hope and Brent Alexander, we feel like we got a very solid safety situation right now.
Well, and you did do the Scrabble deal after all, didn't you? Yeah.
We'll let you be a part of that marketing ploy.
Well, that's part of it. Now, the two other things that you got in Pittsburgh, change your quarterback, which you had during the year. Tommy Maddox coming in as starter, Cordell gone. No question that this wasn't flash in the pan?
I don't think so, Boomer. I mean, you look at what Tommy did, you know, it wasn't like it was a 1 or 2 game situation. He proved he was tough. He came back from the injury. It was important for us to sign Charlie Batch back because Charlie Batch is also a very quality backup. And, So we still think we got stability at that position with those two players. There's still some other areas we'd like to address with our football team, but I think getting Troy certainly it was a good football player that fit an area we wanted to address.
Real quick, Bill, how is Jerome Bettis doing, and can he be a big part of the Steelers this year?
Jerome is doing great. He's here. He's training his weights, his loads. It's been in the last 3 or 4 years. I think Jerome's out to prove some people wrong this year. So I think you'll see a very fresh and eager to go Jerome Bettis this year.
Well, I know you're eager to go after that pick. Thanks for joining us, Bill.
Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Bill Cowher with us. And now, Andrea, I don't mean to make a left-hand turn for you here, but you spent a lot of time recently with Jerome Bettis, and you say he's as fit as he's been in a long time.
You're exactly right, Chris. I did spend time with Jerome Bettis in Los Angeles when he was training with Bobby Kersey, and he has lost 12 pounds. He's on a diet. He's really taken care of himself. In fact, he could probably use some pointers from my guy here, Bill Romanowski, with the whole nutrition aspect, all of that sort of stuff. But what I want to bring Bill in for is about the Steelers pick, Troy Polamalu from Cal. Now, you met him when he was in visiting the Raiders. One of the things you guys were talking about, from what I understand, is that Troy has a history of concussions. What is this contraption, and what does this have to do with concussions?
Well, this is a new mouthpiece called the Edge mouthpiece.
That you're using?
That I'm using now, and it has shock absorbers on it. And this is going to help prevent the jaw from being jammed into the TMJ, which on the other side of the TMJ is your brain. This is going to help prevent concussions, and this is going to help him. I talked to him about getting him fitted for this, and he's very open to the idea.
Well, it's interesting, because when we ever hear about concussion prevention, it's all about the helmet. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about the jaw?
Absolutely. It's all about the space. The brain is on the other side of the jaw. If you can prevent the jaw from getting jammed into the brain, you can prevent concussions.
All right, Billy, thank you very much. Bill Romanowski, always on the cutting edge of technology. Mark Malone, let's head up there to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. The Arizona Cardinals on the clock now with back-to-back picks after trading down from the number 6 spot. Obviously, this is a football team, Josh, that needs a lot of help on the defensive side of the football.
Defense, defense, defense. That's why I believe it was a wise move to get a couple picks in his first round rather than one impact player. And, throughout the season, I get a chance to look at Arizona Cardinal defense, and the one thing that really jumps out is the opposing quarterback always has a clean pocket. The Cardinals will be playing a traditional 2-deep, 5-under coverage with a 4-man rush to pressure the quarterback. Here is Marshall Faulk, 5 yards deep in the backfield. He attacks the middle hole, one of the voids in this conventional cover 2 scheme. Mark Bulger is actually a little bit late with this throw, hitting Marshall 25 yards down the field. It should be at about 20 yards. The problem isn't the coverage, it's the lack of pass rush pressure. From the end zone, let's put my drop clock on Bulger from snap to throw. Set, go. 7-step drop. Step, throw. That's over 3 seconds. And Arizona's entire front 4 is stoned. Bulger is secure and comfortable throwing the football. The Cardinals had an NFL low 21 quarterback sacks this past season. Without pressure, you can't cover well or consistently. It's as simple as that. Many times we talk about useless statistics. Well, these are not. Look at these sack numbers. 2002, 21 sacks. 2001, 19. And in 2000, the last 3 years, this has been a dreadful pass-rushing defense.
This league is a win-now league. And Dave McGinnis, I believe, will pull this organization together. He's just got to have confidence in the top to let him do his stuff for the next couple of years.
Well, you got a guy like Chris Kelsey out of Nebraska, Dwayne White out of Louisville. This is a football team that also needs some help at the cornerback as well. Are they going to take a defensive end rusher, or are they going to take a corner in this position?
Whoever they feel is the best valued. And Merrill talked about, Dave McGinnis and Larry Marmon in their system. They have a good, solid system, but, no animals, no circus. You got to have some talent on the football field.
Is this football? Well, let me ask you something. Now, is this football team, they just lost Jake Plummer, they brought in Jeff Blake at quarterback. They also have some holes on the offensive side. Any chance they'll take an offensive player with one of these 2 picks?
Yeah, there's always a chance, but I would be really surprised if they did not focus on the defense. We've seen the evolution once again. Look at the Bucs last year. We now know the Chiefs are kind of mimic that style of defense, and I think that's what the Cardinals got to address is defense.
And I think you got to remember, Dave McGinnis is a defensive guy.
Yes,
anytime you have to make a decision, you look at the head coach, and I think that's the side they go to.
Well, they've got back-to-back picks, which means they have 30 minutes if they'd like to make this pick. We'll be back with the 68th annual NFL College Entry Draft as ESPN's coverage continues. Stay with us.
All right, we are back now in New York. Half of the first round is done. And 16 picks. Now, we didn't start till about 12:10. So we got half the first round done in about 2 hours. Right. Now, however, the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock again. Remember when they were at the 6 hole, they took 15 minutes, as they should or could, and traded with the New Orleans Saints, at which point they traded down and got, then here's that trade. The Arizona Cardinals have the next 2 picks in this draft. They pick 17, they pick 18, and I think we're going to see it. And then they swap spots, Arizona and New Orleans in the second. All right, I'll wait till it's on the screen. I thought we were going to have that. But Arizona now has the prerogative, since they own back-to-back picks. We should tell the people at home it could take a half an hour to make both picks. However, they haven't. Here's at least one of them. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 17th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Bryant Johnson, wide receiver from Penn State.
Wow.
Well, I mean, let's very quickly remind people that they lost David Boston, among others, last year. Not to mention that they lost Jake Plummer, which is a discussion we're about to come up with. So Bryant Johnson, tall wide receiver, Penn State. Obviously a need, fellas.
Well, David McGinnis said, we got to come out of this draft with 2 wide receivers, a pass rusher, and maybe a young quarterback. So I don't know, Mel, you can tell us whether there's another pass rusher up there. We know Taylor Jacobs, the receiver from Florida, is up there, but Kyle Bowler and Chris Sims and Rex Grossman are also available.
Yeah, the other wide receiver, Mort, was Taylor Jacobs, still on the board. Look at Brian Johnson, great size, no question. Up until this past season, though, inconsistent catching the football. He still double clutches some, so I think you have to take care of that in terms of coaching him up just a bit in terms of your wide receiver situation. But you look at that, Jason McAdley, Kevin Casper, Brian Gilmore, Nate Poole. That's all you have at wide receiver. David Boston's in San Diego, Frank Sanders is in Baltimore, and Marte Jenkins is in Atlanta. You have Jeff Blake. You obviously need help at wide receiver. Brian Johnson, if the consistency is there as it was last season, they have themselves a player. But if he reverts back to the form of early in his career, when he was dropping more than he caught, then you have a problem.
Well, that's what happens when you're picking 17. You don't get as clean a player as you are when you're picking 6. And so that's the question. When you drop out of that blue chip category and you're not taking the number 6 player in the country, now you are taking the number 17 player in the country. He is not number 2 or 3 Rodgers or Johnson. This is the other Johnson from Penn State, who also can return punts and kickoffs, can also go deep, can also go over the middle. He can do all the other things. The question is, just doesn't do them quite as well.
And what you have to ask yourself now with this other pick, guys, is do you take the quarterback, knowing they have Jeff Blake and they have Josh McCown, or do you go for a defensive lineman when all you got from your ends was 1.5 sacks? You have Wendell Bryant, you need somebody next to him. You have some defensive ends. Chris Kelsey still on the board. You have Kenny Peterson. You have William Joseph. Do they go for need with the defensive line? Do they take the quarterback and Kyle Bowler? What direction they go? Here's the critical pick for the Cardinals.
And we should say now that 3 Penn State players, and Cited 17 for Joe Pa from Brown University. Jimmy Kennedy goes to St. Louis. Michael Haynes goes to Chicago, and Penn State's Bryant Johnson goes to Arizona. Cardinals still on the clock. Susie Colbert, what do you have?
Well, I can tell you for sure that out in Arizona, offensive coordinator Jerry Sullivan is smiling. He goes from wide receivers coach, one of the best in the NFL, to the offensive coordinator, and he said to me earlier this week, when was the last time that a team lost their 3 best wide receivers in one off season? Lack of production, the key with the wide receivers for Arizona, less than 100 catches combined, and they basically lost all of that in one fell swoop. How could they not go with Bryant Johnson? You've got Emmitt Smith, but you can't hand them the ball if they're going to load the line.
You have to. They had to get a wide receiver. Losing David Boston, they had to go this route. They had to get the wide receiver. They had to find a guy who could pick up the slack a little bit. Dave McGinnis has told me for a couple of years now they want to get that running game going, but they have the big offensive lineman. They have Emmitt Smith, so maybe they can run a little bit there, but you coordinate that with the passing game. They had to do it. Bryant Johnson to pick. I thought maybe it would have been Taylor Jacobs. Now you go the other route. They have to address the defense right now.
Have to address the defense. Let's join Andrea Kramer now at the magazine. Now let's going to go to EA in Bristol with Mark Malone. Mark?
All right, Susie, thank you very much. Obviously, we mentioned the Arizona Cardinals have needs on both sides of the ball. There are 3 outstanding quarterbacks still out there. Kyle Bowler certainly being one of those, Chris Sims another. Give me your sense of what you think about Kyle Boller.
No, as much as I believe the Cardinals have to think defense, you still have what I believe is a top 5 quarterback available. In fact, I had him number 2 on my list. A lot of head coaches in this league had Kyle Boller as the number 1 quarterback ahead of Carson Palmer. He's a guy who has had a meteoric rise over the last season as far as his stock value and projection to the National Football League, which is what you have to do with a college player. How does he fit in the NFL system? As I broke down Kyle Boller, the one thing that jumps out at me, this guy will come to the NFL with a top 5 arm. He can throw the rock. Here, Kyle will execute a bootleg pass to the right. The ability to effectively change the launch point impacts the defense. The deep safety must stay relative to Boller's movement. That opened up the window to the backside post. And Boller's arm strength allows you to call plays that have a throwback element to them. I love this kid's footwork, his quickness in separating from the center and setting up, and his compact delivery. That does not give the defense much time to react and recover. The next completion is very typical of an NFL play. Versus 2 deep safeties, Kyle should work the middle of the field. Versus a single safety, you work to the outside. That's where the one-on-one coverage is. And in the NFL, that's the best you're going to get. That's where the ball has to go. This will be a deep out, a throw that defines NFL quarterbacks. This is a rope. And just as impressive is the accuracy to the outside and away from the defender. Kyle Boller's coach at Cal, Jeff Tedford, has done a magnificent job of changing his mechanics. From his junior year to his senior year, he became a more compact thrower. Obviously, he had the arm strength, but if there is a negative, it's his accuracy. That has been the scary point of Kyle Boller.
So you think the Arizona Cardinals, as much as they need all over the place, need to take a quarterback that's going to sit on the bench for 3 years?
Well, why is he going to sit on the bench? Who's in front of him?
Jeff Blake.
The man needs a break.
Well, when's he?
Everywhere he's been, they've tried to run him out. I think, listen, you cannot have a hostage position. He's going to be a hostage pick because all he's going to do is sit on the sideline.
Well, you could say the same thing about Byron Leftwich. You got Mark Brunell. What's he going to do?
He's a hostage pick, too.
I don't think 2 years.
You got to be kidding me.
Playing 2 years now. Beyond that, what about Rex Grossman?
With that offensive line down in Jacksonville, he won't last 3 games.
Mel Kiper has Rex Grossman as the 11th best player in this draft.
Well, what do you? No. We don't care about Mel Kiper right now. We care about you.
Well, what do you? Yeah. I like Byron Leftwich.
All right. Well, we know you do.
Let's find out what Arizona Cardinals are going to do, Boomer.
Well, they got their own video game going on up there in Bristol, don't they, at the EA Sports Desk? All right, let's talk about these guys. First of all, does Arizona go Boller, Grossman, Leftwich? I mean, is there a discussion that any of those 2 are ahead of Leftwich?
Well, keep in mind, they have Jeff Blake and they have Josh McCown. So they have quarterbacks, so they don't have his defensive line. I'm saying myself, I'd have Kyle Boller overrated and Rex Grossman underrated all along. Boom. And for more, when I look at Kyle Boller, I see a guy who has all the physical skills you need. He has the size, 4.6 speed, he has the great arm, but when you look at that completion percentage, 38.6, 46.7, 49, even this past year, with all that improvement, 53.4%, that needs to be improved. Now, this year he made improvement. He made dramatic strides in terms of tweaking his mechanics. That was with Jeff Tedford, the quarterback guru, assisting him and working with Kyle Boller. When he gets to the NFL, he's not going to have Jeff Tedford more, and you wonder if he's going to fall back into those bad habits and complete 45% of his passes, which is not going to get it done.
It's a good point. He won't have Jeff Tedford. Jeff Tedford told me that he's never broken down a quarterback quite as dramatically as he did Kyle Boller, and that Boller picked this up in a year was to his credit. Hey, the guy threw 28 touchdown passes to 10 interceptions. His completion percentage did go up, and as Tedford said, as he mastered his mechanics along the season, it got better, and that's why he's even better, even spectacular in his workouts, a better Senior Bowl, and that he thinks that his best days are ahead of him. A guy who's 6'3", 220 to 230, who can run 4.6, a strong arm, bright guy, and plus a guy who, along with Chris Sims, came out and was the top-rated high school quarterback 4 years ago. So he's not coming from nowhere.
No, and Rex Grossman's been doing it since his high school days. You go through his college career, when he had the talent, he had Jabbar Gaffney and Caldwell and Pearson. He lit it up for Steve Spurrier. New system this year, no wide receivers. Taylor Jacobs was even nicked up some. Jacobs was their #1 guy. Offensive line was horrible, and he had his good games and he had some bad games. But still, you look at Rex Grossman throughout his career, played at a higher level than Kyle Boller did when you take it in totality 4 years.
Well, the pick is in, and then we'll recap the trade. Arizona, well, let's hear the pick first. Let's give him a chance.
With the 18th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Calvin Pace, defensive end, Wake Forest.
There's the pass rusher.
Well, there's the first Wake Forest kid ever picked in the first round. And you know, Mike McCrary was not a first rounder, but they're comparing him to him. You buy that, Mel?
Well, it's a little early, but this is a guy who was rising. We talked about maybe a late first, early second rounder. This is a little high at 18. Might have moved down some and figured I'm still going to get a pretty good football player. But when we look at Calvin Pace, a quarterback and a linebacker in high school, gradually got bigger and stronger. He ran a 4.75 at the combine. Didn't lift, but he had a 33 vertical. That tells you he's one of the best athletes of all the defensive ends available. Could be the best Demon Deacon pass rusher since Michael McCrary. Problem is, McCrary was a 7. This kid's now a first-round pick. So you get a guy with pass rush potential. Was he a dominator game in and game out at Wake? No, he was not. Is he a gifted athlete? Yes, he is. Is this early? Slightly. No question about it. It is a bit of a reach at this stage.
Well, here's what happens, I think. When you get your second pick in the first round, many times you'll reach and stretch. We made a huge mistake in 1999 draft. We drafted Dante Culpepper. We stretched and reached for Demetrius Underwood. It didn't work out at all. This is a stretch. Most people do not have pace in the first. Some don't even have it in the second round. Second pick in the first round, as high as 18, big stretch.
You got to second guess this Arizona-New Orleans trade. Second guess it against Arizona, I think.
Well, I mean, just to put it clearly, New Orleans went up and got a 1, the high 1. Arizona came down and got 2 lower 1s. New Orleans swapped seconds, better for them. It cost Arizona 4. Cardinals.
I'm Kyle Bowler.
Kyle Bowler ready to attack. Touchdown!
Welcome back to New York. The 68th NFL Draft has been a draft like no other. I guess you could say we were just picking up steam. Off the top, the Bengals made it official. Carson Palmer, the #1 pick, beginning of a new era in Cincinnati. The second quarterback taken, Byron Leftwich. He went to Jacksonville at #7, like Palmer. Time to sit and learn. The big storyline, the big men, 9 D linemen taken in the first 18 picks, indicating a changing nature in the NFL. More passing, more pass rushers. Now big Jerome McDougal going to Philadelphia. He will love that aggressive blitzing D. We expected a trading frenzy. 5 trades so far in the first round, but where's that Miami running back going to go? Let's go back to our PTI guys, Tony Kornheiser and Mike Wilbon.
All right, Wilbon, let's get right to it. Would you take a chance on Willis McGahee? Oh. Okay, Wilbon, let's get right to it. Would you take a chance on Willis McGahee? No running backs have been picked so far.
I probably would. I mean, he seemed to impress people with that workout he had for all those scouts recently. It's going to be interesting, though. Drew Rosenhaus sat there and virtually guaranteed to everybody, and I know it's his job to sell his client.
He marketed this guy
he did. That's
like
his job.
He was selling Air Jordans.
That's
he
his
guaranteed
job.
He'd be in a Pro Bowl.
But, Willie, would you take him?
No. Well, wait. I might take him. I would not play him. The guy is coming off major surgery. It doesn't matter what he does when he sprints a little bit. It's contact in real football.
But if you are the Raiders,
and lose him.
If you are the Raiders and you have 2 picks, or you are somebody else and you trade and make it so that you have 2 picks, 1 in the first round, maybe even another high in the second round, you wouldn't take a chance and sit him for part of a year and see if he's healthy?
The easiest thing to get in the NFL is a running back to gain 1,000 yards. They come from the 5th round, the 6th round, the 43rd round. You don't have to spend a lot. You got to spend money on this guy.
On the
this
system.
is a glamour pick. You got to spend a lot of money. We've seen teams not want to spend money today.
Okay, but you're taking a Denver situation where, yes, anybody they seem to plug in over the past few years
Washington
has
Redskins
run for
have
a lot of
had
yards.
4th round picks and 5th round picks gain 1,000 yards.
Some teams have, Tony. Some teams haven't. If you're going to say running back is now an optional position, I wouldn't agree with you at all.
Well, how many have been drafted so far?
Today,
none. 0. By the way, I am sorry I didn't come out here with a mouthpiece like Bill Romanowski to sort of sell to you.
That was interesting,
see
wasn't
how
it?
your mandible is working.
He could prevent a concussion in case I take a swing at you here on the set.
He go to med school? He go to dental school?
Maybe he did, Dr.
To sell
Romo.
something like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, okay, enough of this. Back to you.
Okay.
All right, guys, well, that will continue. We already started. We discussed McGahee already. Does he go anywhere in the first round? When it's all said and done, Oakland with 2 picks at the bottom of the 1. Could that be where he would go?
Well, it could be, but I think that there's a chance, a 30 or 40% chance he goes in the first round. I think a couple teams are really tempted to do it with this idea that you take Willis McGahee and then you take over his rehab medically and you sit him for the full year. You redshirt him. It's similar to what happened it's similar to what happened to him as a senior year in high school. He tore that same ACL. He had a little more damage this time around, but his senior year in high school, he gained 1,000 yards, missed the last 5 games. He goes to Miami. He gets to sit with James, a running back, and Clinton Portis running back there. And Butch Davis said it's exactly what he needed to just sit a year. And I think that's what an NFL team will do. And basically, in 2004, you might have gotten the top-rated player in this draft. There's certainly one of them if you're willing to be patient and sit.
I mean, what do you think, Danny? I mean,
you're absolutely. Bill Walsh did the exact same thing with Kevin Fagan, who was also injured from Miami in the Orange Bowl game on January 1st, way back in the 1986 draft. And what he did, he drafted this player in the 4th round, the 3rd pick in the 4th round. What Bill said is, hey, he's not going to play in 1986. He is not going to play in 1987, but he's worth it being on our football team. He'll help us win a championship in 1988, and he did.
Denny, you said 4th round for Kevin Fagan. We're talking now the 1st round for Willis McGahee, and this is a running back, and you can find running backs. Look at all the running backs in the NFL from the 2nd round on that are putting up big numbers. Dominic Rhodes came out of Midwestern State. Marshall Faulk hurt. You talk Edgerrin James hurt. In steps Dominic Rhodes, and in steps James Mungro when Rhodes was injured. So you look at these guys, late rounders, even an undrafted free agent. Willis McGahee, during that workout, guys, didn't show that he could cut, juke, plant, take a hit, deal with field conditions. So I think it's easy to say, well, consider a player, but unless you're Oakland, you have those back-to-back hits. It's tough to pull the trigger knowing that you're not going to pick the late 2nd round. You're going to get nothing this year, more than likely, out of a Willis McGahee.
That's why the Raiders can do it, because they have 2 picks, picking 31 and 32. They've got a great team. They don't need a back right now in 2003. They're going to need one in 2004.
Let me ask you this, Denny. If you were picking late 1st round and Willis McGahee is on the board and you don't have another pick till the late 2nd, would you take McGahee?
I'd take him if I had the 2nd pick, like the Raiders do in the 1st round.
Hold on.
One pick.
Not like New England. This is their 2nd first-round pick. But this is too high at 19, isn't it? Which is part of the reason we're bringing it up. But these are one of the teams that have 2 first-round picks. We have 5 minutes left with New England. We want to update you on their team in a moment. But let's further discuss the McGahee situation with the EA Sports Desk and Mark Malone and company.
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. Obviously, I think all of us were very, very much impressed with Willis McGahee's workout, just, 14 weeks removed from that surgery. But we saw him squat. We saw him do some jogging. We didn't see him cut. This guy lost both his ACL and PCL reconstructive. That's going to be a problem, as you know, as a former running back now.
Well, absolutely. You know, when you look at a back and you break them down, you evaluate them, you always want to see how they can change direction, start and stop, their ability to explode through the hole. And that will be the challenge with the MCL, the PCL, and the ACL, all which were blown in his knee. Now, the PCL was a peel-back injury, so that thing will be reattached. The bone will be absolutely fine. But watch this play right here. This shows me all about McGahee, the ability to start, stop, reset his feet, and then explode through the hole. That is what he's going to have to get to the next level. That is the area that the knee will be challenged. If the knee can recover to that sex, then you'll be fine. But what the teams will do, whoever picks him, slow the rehab down. He will not play this year. He will not be in the Pro Bowl. He will not be Rookie of the Year. But next year is where he could be a franchise back.
This will also be a business decision. A football decision is easy. He's healthy, he plays. Business-wise, you don't want to take him in the 1st round. A lot of risk, a lot of money.
Again, I think he's a guy that can probably go in the 2nd or 3rd round to a team that's got a couple of multiple picks. Let's get back to New York City and Chris Berman. Chris?
All right, Mark, and we will visit with Willis McGahee shortly. Chris Fowler set up to talk with him, and Willis is back at home. But there's been a trade here. New England has traded their 2nd first-round pick. Actually, they're involved in 2 trades already, to the Baltimore Ravens. Now, it's got to be Bowler, right? This is the spot, right?
It is Bowler, no question.
Here's the quarterback. Here's the next quarterback. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 19th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Kyle Bowler, quarterback, University of California.
Well, now let's just say this. They got him in about the right slot. They waited, and that's about the right slot, isn't it?
Except that Kyle Bowler was the 10th rated player on the Baltimore Ravens board, except Suggs was ahead of him. And Ozzie Newsome and that staff always stayed true to their board. So here they get Terrell Suggs, who was rated ahead of Bowler. But when they see Bowler, a 10th ranked player on their board, slide down, they're not afraid to go up and get him. That's why Ozzie Newsome and this group among the best in the league.
Let me say this, more pressure now squarely on the shoulders of Brian Billick and Matt Cavanaugh to get the most out of Kyle Bowler. Keep that progression going. Don't let him fall back into bad habits now that he's not around Jeff Tedford. I'm going to keep a close eye on this kid. He's now in Baltimore with me, so I think when you look at Kyle Bowler, all the talent in the world, no question about that size, great arm, 4.6 speed and all that. He wants to learn. He was a guy who worked with Brian Billick, went into that film room, broke down films, impressed Brian Billick. But now the productivity on the field, Chris Redman's still in that mix. How does he develop when the Ravens over the years have not been able to develop a quarterback?
Well, I tell you, here's the best thing about this. This is where a head coach really wants to pull a trigger, and Ozzie says, hang tight, Brian. We can get him later. And Brian is maybe not convinced of that, but they got who Ozzie wanted with Suggs. They got who Brian wanted with Bowler. Both guys are happy. They were Super Bowl champs a few years ago. They're probably back again.
Now let's see if a quarterback can live up to his potential in Baltimore. The one it did, Trent Dilfer, they let go. He won a Super Bowl. Now they have their young quarterback, their great young quarterback prospect with the tools. Jeff Tedford got it going. Now Matt Cavanaugh and Brian Billick got to keep that progression
and Redmond
moving into the
may
future.
have a chance to impress. I mean, the window is not as wide open as it was. Yeah, I know he's got the back problem, but maybe Redmond steps up this year. Maybe.
Redmond's back's fine.
Okay, so how about his arm?
I think Brian Billick, I know that Brian Billick and Kyle Bowler clicked in the last time they got together, which was right after those Arizona NFL meetings in March.
Yeah, let me just say something. Billick and that staff did as good a coaching job with anybody last year to get them back. I mean, they won the Super Bowl and everybody left. I mean, not everybody, but just about. And now they're back in a position to maybe make some thunder. I mean, talking about getting back to the Super Bowl this year.
Well,
last year, would you agree?
They would, and because they are true to their system. In other words, they built their way to a Super Bowl championship. Like most teams, you lose a few players, you lose a lot of players at different positions, and then what's happening, you have the courage to say, hey, we'll build ourselves back to a championship caliber again, and that's what they have exactly done.
Well, all I can say is, as Chris Moore told me on ESPN Radio, the Ravens now are hoping he's a Pro Bowler.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And he can roll a couple of 300 games. He's a great guy for a 7-10 split. You open the door, I'm going to drive a truck through it. Okay, Andrea Kramer with Romo from Vernon, Connecticut at the magazine.
Thanks a lot, Boomer. Now, let me just explain to you guys that Bill Romanowski prepared for this draft the way he prepares for his game. He spent hours a day watching video, watching tape with the Raiders personnel staff.
John Kingdon.
What did you learn from the Raiders about Kyle Bowler?
What they liked about him is he went into the last season with bad mechanics. You know, so coming in to this year, they tied down his arm, put him in tennis shoes, and all of a sudden his mechanics cleaned up. He was tighter in the pocket. The number one thing I like about him, after the combine, he gets to the 50-yard line, kneels down, tosses the ball through the thing. That's what I like. Right here, look at this.
What does it tell you about the kid? Just as even his personality, work ethic?
It shows he's a little bit cocky. It shows that he's confident. It shows that he's a guy that wants to show. He wants to show. You know, I like it. I want a guy like that on my team.
What kind of fit do we think he is, guys, for the Baltimore Ravens, though?
I mean, it's great that he can throw, 60 yards from his team. But, I mean, how does that translate into an NFL game? Hopefully he won't be having to do that. I just, I see Kyle Bowler, and I compare him to somebody who I know in terms of Patrick Ramsey, who was drafted 31 or 32 last year, and I don't see him having the same skill as Patrick. I don't see him being at the same level. I don't see it justified as being an 11 or 12 pick higher draft pick.
But you got to have a certain presence on the field. That's what I see in this kid. He's got a presence on the field. He said, I'm going to get the job done, and I'm going to move the ball down the field.
I got my budding general managers here. Chris Fowler, back to you.
Andrea, everybody's got an opinion on draft weekend. That's the fun part. Bowler, the third quarterback taken in this draft. He had a very good feeling about the Baltimore Ravens. That was the team he'd spent a lot of time with pre-draft. That's the team that brought him to their facility. And joining us right now is Kyle Bowler, the new member of the Ravens, the Cal quarterback. You got to have a nice big smile on your face. Is this where you thought you'd go in your reaction, Kyle, to the pick?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely where I thought I was going to go, and I'm extremely excited. I love Coach Billick and Coach Cavanaugh, and I just can't wait to get over there and get started.
Touring their facility and talking with Brian Billick and some of the other guys, you said you're able to get a very quick sense that you're going to have a very good relationship with them in years to come.
Yes, I did. Starting out from the Senior Bowl, talking to Coach Billick, and at the Combine, just a great coach, and I think he's going to be able to really help me out. And I just feel, blessed to have the opportunity to go out there and, help the Baltimore Raven organization.
One of the labels when you come out and you're scrutinized this time of year, the one-hit wonder. People look at the stats the first 3 years, they look at the great senior year at Cal, and they wonder, is this guy a one-year wonder, or can he keep improving like that? What's your assessment of yourself?
Well, I think, I definitely think I've only begun. Coach Tedford did a great job with me, teaching me mechanics and fundamentals, and I know so much more about the game. And I think at the next level, I think, I've just tipped the iceberg. So it's good. It's going to be fun.
Where did the whole throwing the ball from your knee through the goalpost thing come from? You've heard guys laugh and say that doesn't really translate to quarterbacking. Where'd that start?
Yeah, I had a buddy by the name of Chase Lyman. One day we were just playing catch, and down there he said, "I bet you can't throw through the goalpost on your knees. I'll buy you lunch if you do." And I kind of just did it, and ever since then I've kind of used it to show my arm strength.
Talking to Carson Palmer in the green room here, he was wondering when you'd go. He was surprised you hadn't been taken yet. Obviously, you guys are friendly rivals out there in the Pac-10. What's your best wishes for him as he heads to the Bengals as the first pick?
Well, Carson's a great guy, first and foremost, and secondly, I think he's going to do a wonderful job there. I think they're, very lucky to have him as their quarterback. I think he's doing an awesome job. I wish him the best, and hopefully I'll be able to talk to him soon.
Kyle, thanks for your time. We see all the smiling faces behind you there. Very happy to be headed to the Baltimore Ravens. Let's go to Mark Malone.
Thanks a lot.
Much as we continue to talk about Kyle Bullard, we heard Romanowski talk about the fact they put tennis shoes on him. It changes mechanics. Josh, explain that for us a little bit.
Well, really, what you had with Kyle Bullard was a long strider, a guy that in his stride would move like 6 feet out. Consequently, you want to have a compact throwing motion. Short step, ball come out. What Jeff Tedford did, he's put tennis shoes on him, flat bottoms, put him on grass, a wet field. So if he would make that long stride, it would be a very sore groin. That helped develop that compact throwing motion, short stride. The other thing Romo talked about was how he taped his arm. He actually taped his wrist to his bicep because you want your quarterback in plane, shoulders level. A couple years ago, Kyle would drop that shoulder, drop the arm, cause some inaccuracy. These are the fundamental things that Jeff Tedford did to improve his mechanics, and I think right now Bullard is very good mechanically. And I love the throw from 65 yards on one knee because you know what that shows me, Mark? I know you. Okay, it shows me that in the NFL you get very few clean pockets where you stand real pretty. You got guys holding onto your legs, hanging all over your body. Well, now it goes to show him he's got a good hip rotation, good shoulder rotation, and a strong arm to whip it down the field.
Listen, I like Jan Jansen for the general manager.
You mean John Jansen?
John Jansen, excuse me.
All right.
I like his general manager philosophy.
Get real squared away here with some of the names from around the league, some of the guys playing the National Football League. We're going to take a break with the Denver Broncos on the clock. Back after this.
Say that one more time. The University of California. It's like the California. Okay, I do want my little, who am I? I'm Kyle Bullard, and you're watching NFL Draft on ESPN.
Okay, we are back in.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
We are back in New York. It's not even been 3 hours, and the fact that we're almost at the end of the 20th of 32 first-round selections, which would be the Denver Broncos, they have about 3.5 minutes to go, is an amazing feat in itself, especially since we've had a boatload of trades, the last of which, let me tell you what this is. For Baltimore to get Kyle Bullard, which was a great move on their part, they gave to New England their high second-round pick, well, their second-round pick, which is for 41 overall, very high one, and a #1 pick next year. What New England has done by going out of the spot, Bill Belichick, what he's done is yesterday he gave up a 3 this year for a 2 next year from Miami. Now he's given up a spot in the 1, and he's gotten the 1 in 2004. So he's picked up a 1st and a 2nd next year. So New England, we'll hear from them in the 2nd round. But now let's go out to Arizona and join Dave McGinnis on our Coors Light video conferencing phone. And Dave, I mean, you guys burned up a lot of phone lines here, but in the end, you went receiver, which was obviously a need, and you went pace, which is a big rushing defensive end. So as far as positions you need, you got to think you filled them, don't you?
Well, I think
That was our intent all along, and going with this line of thinking. I mean, there were 3 guys there that they would have dropped to us at 6 that we would have taken. Those guys did not drop, so we had planned all along to move out. We moved out with New Orleans. We ended up flipping seconds with them. We also gave them a 4th. But coming with that, we get 4 players now out of the top 75. We needed a receiver on this football team. We also needed somebody that could return punts on this football team. We added a big receiver that's got speed that can do that. We needed a pass rushing defensive end. Calvin Pace can do that. We'll still address some needs later on, which is very obvious, but that was our thinking all along going into this thing, Chris.
Hey, Dave, you have a running back that people have probably heard of. He's the all-time leading rusher in Emmitt Smith. What do you expect from Emmitt this year in a Cardinal uniform?
Chris, I tell you what, the addition of Emmitt is something that I feel has added another dimension to what we are doing here. First of all, since we've signed Emmitt, he has been here. His off-season workouts and his contributions already in the locker room have been fabulous. What he's going to enable us to do, he's going to enable us now to be able to run the football, but to do that, we had to add some receivers so people can't just stack 8 people on the line of scrimmage. But over and above anything of that nature, Chris, Emmitt Smith embodies the fiber and the fabric of the National Football League. I was fortunate in my early years in Chicago to be on a football team with 3 Hall of Famers, Mike Singletary, Dan Hampton, and the late, great Walter Payton. And the aura that these guys present and how they uplift your football team, both on the football field and off, is critical. And I'm extremely happy to have Emmitt here.
Well, credibility, that's for sure. You dig a hole for a new stadium, you get Emmitt Smith, 2 first-round picks. Thank you very much, Dave. Keep it going.
Chris, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Coach McGinnis, and let's go up now and get the Denver pick from Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
With the 20th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select George Foster, tackle, University of Georgia.
All right, before we go to, well, okay. So right away, we're going to George Foster. I'm going to say something else about Emmitt in a minute. He had a wrist problem, Mel, which scared some teams off. Obviously did not scare off the Denver Broncos. This is not the George Foster that hit 50 home runs for the Cincinnati Reds. They're not getting Foster and Dave Concepcion, but they're getting a guy who, when healthy, should have gone in this sort of slot.
Chris, when the season began, he was a top 10 pick. Then, as you mentioned, the wrist injury in the automobile accident. Of course, during the season, wasn't able to get back to full strength. Did go to the Senior Bowl, and he's a tough kid. Talking about a kid 6'5", 338 pounds with a mean streak. And I tell you, a guy that lunges a little bit, gets caught out of position, off balance some, so he needs to be coached up a bit. But when you look at Denver with Salam and Lepsis, they felt like they needed to upgrade the tackle spot. You had Quaim Harris from Stanford, who I think is a little overrated. You had Wayne Hunter from Hawaii moving up some. You have Eric Steinbach still on the board. This is only the 2nd offensive lineman taken off the board so far. So I think when you look at Denver, things are changing now. It's not Alex Gibbs trying to manufacture linemen late in the draft. They are going out for the first time in a long time, getting an offensive tackle in round 1.
And, of course, we just saw Coach McGinnis with Arizona. He also has a quarterback change. Jeff Blake is quarterback of Arizona because Jake Plummer is now a Denver Bronco. Brian Griese's fate as a Bronco probably be decided early June. He probably won't be there. Jake Plummer with Broncos is something we're going to get into with Denny Green about as well. One other thing I want to clean up before we go back to the Broncos. Emmitt Smith, yes, the Arizona Cardinals play the Dallas Cowboys this year. It is in Week 5 in Dallas, October 5th. Get your tickets now. Arizona at Dallas. Denver has picked George Foster. We'll be back with some more. Denny Green at the board. I think Cleveland's going to go with Steinbach, their lineman. We'll see.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light, is brought to you by The Neighborhood, built by MCI, and MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
All right, we are back in New York with the Cleveland Browns with the 21st selection on the clock, and they got a good debate going now, perhaps between Boss Bailey and Steinbach, the guard. But you know what? We could take the boy away from the farm, but we can't take the farm out of the guy. And that's Dennis Green up by a board of players. What do you got there, Coach? You're at home.
Let's say I'm taken to the draft room. In the draft room, what you're going to do first, you're going to rank your players and make sure you have it going into the draft. What we have in our draft room, we have Mel Kiper's top picks. Carson Palmer, number 1. Charles Rogers, number 2. But, Byron Leftwich, our number 3 pick by Mel, went to the 7th. What it tells you is this: every team in the National Football League, all 32, have their own way of looking at players and ranking their players, and it's up to them to know exactly what they want to do. One thing we see right now, by looking at this board, the highest rated player is number 11, Rex Grossman, who is number 11, but also a fast riser. Now, it doesn't take much to realize that Mel wasn't quite sure about Kyle Bowler. What this tells you is this: you have to like a lot of players. Who do you want number 1? What we say is this: Cincinnati wanted Carson Palmer more than anybody else in the National Football League. Detroit wanted Charles Rogers more than anyone else in the National Football League. And Houston, even though Mel Kiper had him rated number 7, they had Andrew Johnson rated number 3. It always comes down to every team doing it their own way, a little bit of sampling of going inside the draft room with the coach. Chris?
Look at, he's got, well, I know he had the board stuff down, but look at, how about that, guys, huh? And listen to this crowd. They're going nuts.
Get out of
here. Now that's how it's done. He's got TV down. He's got coaching down. I don't know what's the next hill to climb for Coach Dennis Green. Well, we've had 3 quarterbacks go thus far, partly the board discussion. Let's go back to PTI with Michael Wilbon, Tony Kornheiser. Gentlemen.
Okay, Wilbon, let's get right to it. Your boy Brian Billick took Kyle Bowler out of Cal. Is he going to join a long list of 1-year-and-out quarterbacks under Brian Billick?
If they win a Super Bowl like they did a couple of years ago, will it matter? Who's got more Super Bowls, Brian Billick or Dan Marino?
Here's his one quarterback. Okay, Trent Dilfer won, and then he pushed him out the door. He's had Elvis Grbac, Chris Redmond, Tony Banks, Stoney Case, Scott Mitchell.
That's
what does that say
probably
about
why
Bowler?
in the first round they maneuvered to get a quarterback. Let me ask you something else.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Ozzie Newsome?
Yes, I've heard.
You ever heard of him?
I heard Ozzie
Hall of Fame,
Osbourne,
tight
too.
end.
Yeah.
So see, Brian Billick is not picking these guys by himself. Newsome and Billick, however, have been a good team.
Why can't he get a quarterback he likes?
Maybe he has this time. But if you get Terrell Suggs, or maybe it's Terrell Suggs and Kyle Bowler in the first round, don't you have to be pretty happy on optimistic Saturday?
Everybody's optimistic today. I'm just talking about quarterbacks. This guy, quarterback genius. You know, and legit. But he hasn't found a guy yet. Why do you think that is?
Tony, they'll take this guy, and he said he's not discarding Redmond. They've got Redmond, they've got Bowler. You need 2 quarterbacks in this league. We hear that all the time, right? So you saying that Billick doesn't know what he's doing?
I'm saying he hasn't had a quarterback yet that he developed.
Case for the next 7 years?
No, you keep recycling him.
You keep searching until you find the right quarterback.
You love Dennis Green, right? You love him.
Absolutely.
Star turn for him today. Sounds like he has swallowed a nail file.
Somebody needs to get Dennis some hot tea and honey.
Hot tea and lemon, gotta have it,
They kept him on a little too long, and you trying to rip Billick again after a great first round like this?
That's what I do for a living. That's what I do.
Sadly, enough of this. Back to Mark Malone.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Continuing the quarterback discussion, the Cleveland Browns on the clock right now. Some debate as to whether or not they go Stinchcomb, the offensive guard out of Iowa. The question is, who's going to play quarterback for this football team? Because Kelly Holcomb came on and really caused some problems for Tim Couch a year ago.
You know, I think, listen, you evaluate quarterback in a lot of areas. You know, pressure, you know, toughness, you know, is he a leader? But I think when you look at both the quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns, it's going to come down to who performed best under pressure.
Against the Steelers on 3rd and long, you have to be aware. Regardless of pre-snap alignment, any defender could either rush the passer or drop into coverage. A quarterback has to identify and understand where everybody is, especially after the ball is snapped. Based on Couch's head movement, it's evident that he is confused as to who's rushing and who's dropping. He's lost his downfield focus. To avoid getting hit with no coverage definition, he makes a panic throw. Pre-snap and post-snap, Couch did not identify and recognize the defense. Now, Kelly Holcomb versus the same Steeler defense. He recognizes the pre-snap blitz possibility and alerts his back. Clear pre-snap awareness and command, and it would continue post-snap. Even with the pressure coming from his left, Holcomb will keep his downfield focus, knowing that the safety is his responsibility to beat on the skinny post back to the right. And I love his toughness. To me, Kelly Holcomb plays with a chip on his shoulder. I want that in my quarterback.
Another area that will be evaluated during preseason before they make the start is how do they execute the game plan. As I studied them last year, I thought Holcomb was the better guy as far as executing the game plan. When they implemented a lot of things,
Holcomb was able to perform it. He got the backs in position, the wide receivers in position, the offensive line in position, had a great command of it. I didn't feel like Couch had that command.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I would agree with you, because as you look at the tape, Bruce Arians wants to have a sophisticated, complex offense. Different personnel packages, attack with the pass, attack down the field. It seems when Kelly Holcomb was on the field, you saw more of that mentality.
Well, it's interesting because obviously Kelly Holcomb didn't play the whole time, but when he did play, looking at Tim Couch and the two graphics, well, I'll tell you what, they were fairly close, 61.6 versus 60.4 in the completions. But look at this, 18 touchdowns to 18 interceptions, 11 TDs to 5 interceptions. Butch Davis is looking for a guy that's not going to make some mistakes like that.
You cannot turn the football over. More games are lost than are won by turnovers.
All right, let's get it back to New York City and Chris Berman. Chris?
Fellas, thank you very much. Here in New York, the Cleveland Browns, I think, debating linemen. Eric Steinbach, the top guard on the board. Jeff Fain, Notre Dame, the top center on the board. Boss Bailey, another name, but I think it's got to be line. And we thought Steinbach all week, but it's a good debate, frankly. Very good
football
debate.
players, yep.
With the 21st selection in 2003 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jeff Fain, center, Notre Dame.
Well, there's no question that Steinbach and Fain, solid choices, bottom, third, first round. Now, Fain can play nowhere but center, right, Mel?
He's a center. He's a pivot man. I think you may want to try there. Melvin Fowler, see how he develops. They have problems at guard with O'Hara. They have to see Mitchell, who they like a little bit. I think at center, he's certainly an upgrade over Fowler. And I think a guy that, in my opinion, was one of the top 13 players on the board. They get him at 21, 35 consecutive starts to end his career. A definite finisher. You see him there. He's got that mean streak, that toughness. He's going to be an anchor, I think, for 10 to 12 years. I think he will be a Pro Bowl player. We've seen some great centers going round two. Dermontti Dawson, Dwight Stevenson, Kevin Mawai. Centers in the first round, kind of mixed opinion, but Jeff Fain's a player. And for this team, with Holcomb and with Couch battling it out, this is a great anchor to build in there. You do have Fowler for this year. Can he play guard? We'll see. But I think the debate with Steinbach, Fain, they get a major bargain at this point with Jeff Fain.
And you said Couch and Holcomb battling out. That's exactly what's going to happen. I know in speaking with Butch Davis, the Cleveland Browns coach, earlier this week, he made it clear. Yes, he basically confirmed this is open competition. It is Couch versus Holcomb, and the best man will win. He said just like any competition for any other spot, it will be. So therefore, Couch doesn't go in as a starter, neither does Holcomb, and I think that some people think Holcomb can win that job. I think Tim Couch would take exception to that statement.
Yeah, he would. Cleveland made a leap last year. They got into the playoffs, had the big lead on Pittsburgh, and then blew it in that division rivalry. But they made that step from expansion and struggling, and now in the playoffs, and they want to go further. So at least they got a guy to start the play. You know he's going to snap the ball. Susie Colbert, Mike Golick.
Well, absolutely. Cleveland wanted a center. Dave Wallabaugh went to St. Louis, so a huge gap up front. And Jeff Fain is the throwback type. He is nasty in the trenches.
This is a great pick. This is a guy that's going to be in this spot for a decade now. He's a tough kid, limited athletically a bit. You think of Kevin Mawai, one of the top centers, when he's healthy, how he can pull to the outside. Fain's more of an inside guy. Look at his technique. That's what separates him. Hands inside. There's control. The man with the hands on the inside wins. He has control, stays in front of his man, moves his feet extremely well. Now, I talked about moving. He can move on the inside very well, trying to get off onto the to hook a nose tackle who is in his gap. He comes through with the rip, an excellent technique, and then he'll turn on him and just wall him up. He is a technique offensive lineman who has that nasty edge as well. And again, it's all based on hands. Look again. Here he's going to come off to the backer. Where are his hands? Right inside where they need to go. And where does he go? Look at the leg drive. He's going to get his hands on you. He's going to drive your legs, and he's going to try and bury you into the ground. And then he's going to tell you about it when it's all over with. And he may step on you on the way back to the huddle and say he's going to do it again. I love this pick. It's a safe pick because the guy's going to snap the ball for the next 10 years in this league. Technique guy, technique conscious, but he brings a bit of an attitude as well. Won't be able to pull the outside like some of the better athletic centers, but he'll take care of him between the tackles.
It took a little while for the Browns running game to get on track last year, for William Green to really kind of get into the program. How much does a center help the running game?
Oh, well, the center's the one making the calls, at least in the passing game. And the running game, what you can do is, again, in especially 4-3 defenses, you're going to ask the nose tackle, or the center, I should say, to go to the linebacker. And he blocks pretty well in space in that area. Between the tackles, he can block first level and second level very well. The Browns are not a team that can go all pass or all run. They have to have a mixture. And now with Jeff Fain, they can start that better run blocking think, to open up the passing game a little more.
Now, you have to believe now that the Browns are going to look to defense, some major losses, especially linebacker for the Browns. Chris, back to you.
Thank you, Susie. Mike, the Chicago Bears now on the clock with their second first-round pick, then Buffalo, Indianapolis Giants, and the 49ers. A team certainly quite busy in this first round would be the Baltimore Ravens, and we now go with our Coors Light teleconferencing to a man that joined me on the set of the Super Bowl, Brian Billick. No, he'd rather be on the field for the Super Bowl, but it was the next best thing. Brian, take us through the moments where you're trying to make a trade to get up, maybe to get Leftwich. What happened with Minnesota? What didn't happen with Minnesota?
Well, it got very hectic and very active. They had a couple offers, a couple of people talking to them. It got very late in the process, and as the clock was winding down, it just wasn't able to be consummated. We weren't able to put enough things together and get to the league officials, and the time had lapsed, and Jacksonville moved in very quickly, which allowed then for Carolina, and then we were prepared to move just as quickly then to step up with our pick.
Well, and you got Suggs, and you had to be surprised that he was there as well, right?
Well, that was part of it. When things happen so very quickly, you talk through a million different scenarios. But for Suggs to be there, particularly for what we do, he's going to be an outside linebacker for us. And to have that presence of Suggs and Peter Boulware opposite one another is going to be huge for our defense. And so it was a very clear-cut choice for us. And it happened very quickly, but we were prepared for it.
But yet you still make a move in the first round and get a first-round quarterback in Kyle Boller, a guy I know you're extremely intrigued by. And now Chris Redmond, question, another year, and I don't know where you project Boller to play in this year or not, but another unsettled year at quarterback of change? What do you think?
Well, this league is an unsettled league at quarterback for many teams, just because that's the way the game is played right now. We had all three of the top quarterbacks rated very, very closely, and that's where our anxiety, as things happen to go very, very quickly, as we thought about moving up for that 7th pick, and once it fell very quickly, we knew that the possibility of taking Suggs was something we could not pass up, but then moved very quickly because of how highly we had Kyle Boller rated. We feel like we've gotten 2 top 10 picks in this draft, and it was well worth it for us.
But if either Boller or Redmond impresses this year, is he your guy for a while?
Well, each quarterback's different. You've seen all sorts of ways. You throw a guy in, let him sink or swim. You put him in with a veteran and pick your spots to bring him along. Or you let him ride the pine the whole year and learn what it is to be in the league. We have a lot of faith in Chris Redmond. We really do. Chris, the prognosis for him is very good. Until Chris gets into training camp, get twist, turn, can get through a game, we're going to be concerned, but there's going to be an open competition for it. Chris Redmond, if I know Chris, he's not going to be daunted by this. He's going to feel like that's his job. He played very well for us, and we'll give Kyle Boller every opportunity to see what his learning curve is going to be and have a chance to step in and live up to the fruition of the potential that we think he has.
Oh, you certainly picked 2 players that people had their eyes on. Nice work in the first round. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, my partner's there during the Super Bowl, and they gave up a 1 next year for the right to take Kyle Boller, but Kyle Boller is on the roster this year. We'll be back.
Say that one more time. The University of California. It's like the California. Okay, I do want my little, like, who am I? I'm Kyle Boller, and you're watching NFL Draft on ESPN.
And we are back at the draft, and in Miami, Willis McGahee wondering if now that we go to the bottom of the first round, or the last 10 or 11 picks, will this be a shot for him? The Chicago Bears are on the clock, about 4.5 minutes to go, but at this point, let's go out to the Rockies and join Mike Shanahan on our Coors Light video conferencing. And Michael, we bring you in here, I guess, well, it is afternoon out there. Good afternoon to you. George Foster, I know you're a baseball fan, but some teams were a little scared about his injury. Only played 10 games, has started in college. Obviously, you weren't one of those teams that concerned. Why not?
Well, Chris, we looked at his junior tape. We felt very good about him as a junior player. And for a guy to play with the type of wrist injury he had, having a car accident in August and playing through that, obviously the guy can play with a lot of pain. We like his athletic ability. We think he's a guy that can play either left tackle or right tackle. Anytime you get a guy, 6'6", about 340 pounds, that can run a 5.1 40, that's pretty tough mentally, a sharp guy. We felt he was too good to pass up.
Michael, all right, the pick is in. Do we want to do that now? Can we hold you on for a minute? I want to ask you about your quarterback for a second. Just hold on. We got a pick. I know you're a patient man. Thanks, Mike. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 22nd selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rex Grossman, quarterback, University of Florida.
Well, I segued nicely to quarterback, didn't I? And we were talking to Mike Shanahan, and we'll talk about Grossman in a moment. Let's go back now to Denver and rejoin Mike Shanahan, the coach of the Denver Broncos. You mentioned that Foster was a good athlete. So is the quarterback that you've acquired, Jake Plummer. Why will he be a perfect fit for you in the Denver Broncos this year?
Well, number one, I just like what type of athlete he is. He can make plays when there's nothing there. I like the way he played at Arizona. Even when they were behind, he was a guy that would compete. He's coming here in the offseason and really has taken a leadership role and done a great job for us. And I just think he's got a big upside.
Is Brian Greasy, are his days probably done in Denver, Mike?
Well, right now, Brian's working out at the facility, trying to repair that shoulder. You know, the chances are that we will make a move after June 1st. You know, I've had some good conversations with Brian. He understands where we're at as an organization. I understand where he's coming from. So the chances are after June 1st, he'll move on.
All right, Mike. Thank you very much, and we'll join you a little bit later. Thanks for spending some time.
Okay, Chris.
Mike Shanahan, coach of the Broncos. Now we're going to go out to Cleveland and join the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and that would be Butch Davis, playoff team a year ago. Butch, a little debate between guard and center in there. What, Fain over Steinbach? Give us your thinking the final minutes.
Yeah, well, Chris, we just felt like that Jeff Fain was clearly the highest-rated player on our value board. He's a guy that we watched, you know, throughout the last couple of weeks and the months. He's an unbelievable competitor. He's strong, he's physical, he dominates the middle of that offensive line. He's a very, very smart, competitive guy, and we just felt like he was a guy that we couldn't pass on.
All right, speaking of pass, let me go on. You opened training camp, Tim Couch, Kelly Holcomb, who looked like Dan Marino in the playoff game, frankly, against Pittsburgh. Where do you start the year at the quarterback position, Butch?
Yeah, Chris, probably it's probably the best situation that you could possibly have. We got two quarterbacks that we really believe can win with. We're going to go into training camp with a great opportunity for both of those guys to compete. And as we've been saying for the last 2.5 to 3 months, the best quarterback is going to lead this football team. And whoever that happens to be, the guy that can move us closer to the Super Bowl is going to be our quarterback.
Well, I know that if we know Tim Couch, he's not going to take it sitting down. You know, you're probably going to see the best of him this summer. You know that.
Absolutely. He's already here, both of them. As a matter of fact, they've been working out for the better part of the last month and a half, and Tim's in great condition. He came back off of the broken leg, and he's really working hard, and I think it's a great situation to be in.
All right, Butch, onward and upward for the Browns. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, Butch Davis with the Browns. The quarterback situation up in the air. Denver changing Plummer. Chicago has Cordell Stewart this year. But they've drafted Rex Grossman, who has certainly been productive in earlier years at Florida with Steve Spurrier.
Cordell, probably the bridge to the next quarterback, which will be Rex Grossman. You look at Rex and what he did under Steve Spurrier, some huge numbers in 20 years. You have to go back to, this is in 2001 season when he led the nation in total offense and passing efficiency. The last quarterback to do that was Steve Young way back in '83, 34 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. This year, he did struggle with 17 picks, but he didn't have an offensive line. Taylor Jacobs was nicked up some, and you look at the wide receiving core, losing Caldwell and losing Gaffney early to the NFL, yet he still had overall a solid year. This kid has the arm strength to be able to play in the Windy City, something Cade McNown didn't have a few years ago. You look at Rex Grossman, has that swagger that a Jim McMahon had, and I think that's what he brings to this football team as the heir apparent to Cordell Stewart.
And it's interesting because a year ago, after he finished his last season with Steve Spurrier, he might have been a top 5 or top 10 pick, but there is something that bothers some of the teams that kind of got off Grossman, and that is his best year was under Spurrier. Are we back to that Florida quarterback syndrome where you have success in that system? But what's different about this guy is he does have the arm strength.
Well, he does, and I think you're going to need that in Chicago. Mel mentioned it. Chicago has a windy shore that you got to play in. They're going to the new stadium. The big thing, I think, though, when they only gave Cordell Stewart a 2-year contract, I mean, that tells you that wasn't a long-range plan. So they clearly were going to take a quarterback. They traded, dropped back, felt they could get either Kai Bowl or Rex Grossman. Probably didn't care which one they got.
Well, we got 4 quarterbacks now gone in the first round. On the clock, the Buffalo Bills will circle the wagons when we return to the draft in New York.
Welcome back to the coverage of the NFL Draft. Mark Malone along with Beryl Hodge and Ron Jaworski here in Bristol as the Buffalo Bills are on the clock right now. Drew Bledsoe really turned that organization around. We just saw the Chicago Bears taking their second selection in the first round. They take Rex Grossman, a guy, well, I said earlier, Mel had him rated number 11th in the draft. Some people think he has the playmaking ability of a guy like a Brett Favre.
Yeah, he really does. And, Mark, you and I both know, and Haji hasn't bought into this yet, the heartbeat of a football team.
And I won't buy into it.
Well, eventually, someday you will.
It's an overrated position.
But I think when
that's an over-glamour position. And we waste a lot of time on this position. So go ahead.
Good time. Well, can I go now?
Continue.
You know, when I watched Rex Grossman in his junior year, I saw the guy that was somewhat frenetic, didn't manage the game well, you know, really didn't do a good job of letting the game come to him. I went back and looked at his sophomore year and saw a quarterback much more control of his game. I think he projects better as a pro from that sophomore season. But as I watched the tape, the one thing I loved about Rex Grossman was that gunslinger kind of mentality, a lot like the Packers' Brett Favre. Here's the setup. Brett, reading a too-deep safety shell, does not anticipate a blitz from the slot defender. He checks to a protection that only accounts for everybody in the box. But Favre made a mistake. The slot defender will blitz, and there's no one to pick him up. Now it's on Brett, and he knows it. He baits the blitzer into attacking full speed, out of control. He then escapes, never losing his downfield focus. That's Brett's swagger, his bravado, his unyielding belief that he can do anything to make a play. The throw speaks for itself. Packers offensive coordinator Tom Rossley called it Favre's best play in 3 years. I saw that same boldness, that same daring, watching Rex Grossman on tape. This play is a great example. Sure, Grossman feels the pressure from the outside, but there's no need to break down and run out of the pocket. But Rex, like Brett, feels like he controls the game, that no matter what he does, it will turn out positive. He sees the safety reacting up to the intermediate cross. That creates the throwing lane for the backside post behind the safety. The throw is Favre-like. Moving left, Rex throws the ball 37 yards in the air, on a rope, and accurately. Rex Grossman must be coached. He must be managed. If you get him focused and zeroing in on what he has to do, he'll be a fine pro. If you let him just kind of do what he wants to do, he's going to make mistakes.
Steve DeBerg spent some time with him, worked on his mechanics. Those have gotten better. Chris Sims, will he go in the first round?
Oh, yeah, I think he's going to go in the first round. I do.
We'll see. Let's send it back to New York and Chris Berman.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock with about 4.5 minutes to go. And I think there's a couple of cab drivers still circling around. You know, cabbies on a weekend rainy day, they're very much in demand. Now, Mort, you and I had this discussion. I'll give it to you. But this is the scene moments ago in Miami. Or is it live now? Willis McGahee on the phone. Boy, do the Bills have the gumption to take a chance with only one first-round pick?
The Buffalo doctors have medically cleared him. They say this was a great surgery and that he is going to be okay, and certainly okay by 2004, and he was so highly rated by Tom Donahoe and Paul Modric in that group. In other words, he might have been the highest-rated player in this draft for them before his injury. So at this spot, do they have the courage? That's
well,
what this
they found a running game last year.
Are they going to do it?
I mean, I'm not saying that they don't take him anyway, because they have Travis Henry, who emerged last year as a good runner. Of course, they threw all the time, and they would like to run a little more. We can get into that a little bit. They've kind of traded their passing tight ends, traded Reamersma out to Cleveland, Campbell in from Cleveland, more blocker for receiver. I think it could be a tight end spot if they don't gamble here. This is a team. They finished last in their division, but they're 8-8. I mean, it's a team on the move.
Well, they have nothing at tight end, Boomer. That's the thing. They have nothing at tight end. Drew Bledsoe utilizes the tight end heavily in this offense, so you would think that's going to be addressed within the first couple rounds.
Witten. I mean, I think Witten would make sense for them.
Well, listen, there's no question that a guy like Witten from Tennessee certainly would be a consideration because they have some tight end needs. But they filled a lot of needs this offseason, and even though they have Travis Henry, when you got a running back like McGahee, who was the top-rated player before injury, and your doctors are saying he's okay, it's tempting. And right now, I'm sure it's whether or not Tom Donahoe can muster up the courage, or he may have the courage, can everybody else, including the owner,
well, look,
have the courage.
They know that they need pass rushing from the outside, defensive. That's draft picks, Schobel and stuff, they're okay. But let's see if the Bills gamble. You know what? Why not? Why not? Just why not?
With the 23rd selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Willis McGahee, running back, University of Miami.
Hey there!
Yeah!
You can hear it from Orchard Park. Let's go Buffalo! Wow!
Hey, Chris.
Wow!
Chris, I can tell you from talking to Tom Donahoe, who is the president and general manager of the Buffalo Bills, as I said, in Donahoe's mind, he may have been the top-rated player in this draft before the injury, and their doctors have said that it's a great surgery that the doctors did on this knee, that it's sound. They expect him to make a full recovery, and they will redshirt him this year. I'm almost certain it's basically they have Travis Henry for the next 2 years.
And they got Olandis Gary to back up
at least for another year. So
I tell you, it's a courageous move. And what they did, they got a great football player who they know right now is not going to play with them next year. Look at these cuts. I mean, inside moves, outside. I mean, obviously, number 1, 2, 3, depending on you look at it, as a number 1 player, number 2, and number 3 in an entire country. Balance, speed, power. He has it all, and now he's a Bill.
And that was when he was healthy, Denny. What's he going to be coming back off that serious knee injury? And you look at, we said, what organization would have the guts to take Willis McGahee? A team with 2 picks or a team with a general manager that's so strong in Tom Donahoe, thinking for the future, knowing he has Travis Henry and Olandis Gary, yet thinking I can do better. This guy reverts back to the form he showed as a 2nd or 3rd overall pick. Put him on the shelf for the year. This is a team will do that this season. Let him develop, let him get back to 100%, not see any action on the field, and be possibly their running back for 2004.
On artificial turf. Difference? Good, bad, otherwise?
I don't think it'll make a difference. I mean, the way people rehab now, absolutely, Robert Smith's a great example. Rehabilitation is so fantastic now. The most difficult thing is making sure that Willis doesn't rush it. He doesn't rush it. That's what it comes down to.
Tom Donahoe won't allow that.
Well, and I tell you, that's important because, like I said, you know, with Bill Walsh and Kevin Fagan, they flat said, hey, 2 years before you come back. In this case, somebody's got to say, Willis, I know you're doing a great job, but we're not looking for you to play until 2004. Let's get on a schedule and stay on that schedule.
And Ray, this was a gift pick. Remember, they didn't have a number 1 because they got Bledsoe. I mean, New England got their pick and they got Bledsoe last year. Then they got this one, which was Atlanta's, because of Peerless Price trade. And I don't think there was a player that really excited them at this spot, but this guy does, and he obviously has the courage and the patience.
So you figure if they had it all along, they don't. It's a gift pick. Why not spend a little money under the tree? Is that it?
Now it'll be interesting to see what tight end is there on round 2.
Well, there'll be some.
You're right. That's a deep position.
Even though on paper with Buffalo, you would think there's some spots, and it's a big draft, that they need defensive spots. But they went far enough down, especially at the defensive end position. Remember, they signed Big Sam Adams to go and tackle the keg, to go along with Pat Williams to clog the hole, a la what the Bears did with Washington and Traylor the year before, and what the Ravens did the year before that with Sam. So
and Takeo Spikes.
They get Takeo Spikes
and Jeff
Fletcher in the middle and Posey at linebacker. They got 2 number 1 picks at corner with Winfield and Clements. Very interesting. This is really. I don't think that many people in the league thought that this could go here.
No.
Right? This was not a hole for that, right? Willis McGahee, a Buffalo Bill. That cab driver, that's a high fare for that. Susie and Michael.
It's not as if Travis Henry didn't have a big year last year for Buffalo. They bring in Olandis Gary. What is he thinking at this point? Why do you think this is a bad decision?
First off, let me say with Willis McGahee, I think he's going to be a terrific back. He works hard, he's rehabbing, and whenever he can play, I think he's going to do an excellent job. But the Bills had other needs. I know this was a gift pick, as Mort said, but they have needs. Defensive end, tight end, maybe we'll see what's there down in the draft. But Travis Henry has the fumbling problem. I understand that. But over 1,400 yards rushing, 43 receptions out of the backfield. I don't think this was a need for Buffalo at all. I think fumbling might have been the reason of Travis Henry that they did this. But I don't like this pick. It's not that I don't like Willis McGahee. I think he's going to be a fine back, and I think he would have gone somewhere in the first round. I just don't think it's a need pick for Buffalo. They had other needs they could have taken care of.
Well, they had decided going into the draft, going into this season, that they wanted to make a commitment to the run, but it had seemed like they had already addressed that, although you could figure that McGahee is probably more of an impact player for next year. But the bigger problem there is 29th against the run. You would have to think that they really wanted to go defense first.
Yeah, I thought they did. They needed another defensive end, and maybe Dwayne White. I know they were thinking there, but maybe they don't like some people, Kelsey or Peterson, who can, from Ohio State, who can play D tackle or DN. They could maybe use some help at cornerback. And again, I go back to the offense and the tight end position. I just think there were some holes, there were some areas they could have gone. Maybe they feel they could drop down, still get value at those positions and help. But I think they could have got a player that could have stepped in and helped them right now. I mean, they're not a team that's poised to hit the Super Bowl just yet. They need some help.
Well, and hopefully they will be patient with McGahee, but you have to give the kid a lot of credit for how hard he has worked. But let's see what Andreas Kramer's guys think about Willis McGahee to Buffalo.
Thanks a lot, Susie. Well, Deuce McAllister from the New Orleans Saints, your senior year at Mississippi, you had 3 injuries, you were nicked up. Not to the extent that a Willis McGahee was, but certainly it dropped you in the draft. What are your thoughts on where Willis is finally drafted, and does the guy even play this year?
Well, I don't know if he'll play. I mean, Willis is a guy that he's worked hard to get himself, to put himself in this position. But at the same time, what message does it send to Travis Henry? A guy that's coming off a Pro Bowl type of year, and here they draft another running back in the first round, and they just signed Orlando Scary. And the odd thing about it is they just gave Travis an extension. So, what kind of message do you send to him as a player? But, hey, Willis, I know he's proud to get off the board, and now he has something to prove, and now he can go out and try to do it.
You ask me, there's not one team in the first round that can afford a pick like this. Are there not more pressing needs for the Buffalo Bills?
Well, what about the Raiders? Because they were a team that there was some speculation with 2 picks at the bottom of the round that they could go for him. Was that ever a reality for your Raiders?
Similar situation. Tyrone Wheatley, Charlie Garner, 2 big-time backs. They could wait for this guy to develop.
But would the
Raiders
have pulled that trigger?
They wouldn't have pulled it.
No?
But why in the first round? Why do you take the risk of spending the money on a first rounder that may never see the field? He's going to be out there, and you got to take a look at the whole circumstance in Buffalo too. It's going to be cold late in the year. He's going to be playing on turf. Everybody knows that your joints, everything doesn't feel the same when the weather's cold, and that's all going to take a toll on this kid. And hopefully, we all hope that he can come back from this injury and be productive. And maybe the Bills come away with a steal.
All right, Boomer, we got to head back to Chris Berman. Corey, we'll come back to you real soon. Chris, back to you.
All right, Andrea, gentlemen, thank you very much. So the Bills have certainly gotten the excitement going. The Indianapolis Colts, I think, trying to trade down. I don't know who would be there for someone to come up to get, but we can discuss that when we come back. But Dick Duran is on the Coors Light video conferencing with us now, the coach of the Chicago Bears. Dick, let me start with what you just did, and Rex Grossman, quarterback. I mean, you moved down yesterday, so did you feel that a quarterback in one of those 2 spots was a plan all along?
We were hoping that one of those 4 was there. We felt strongly that they would be, and so it was kind of the plan as we went and moved down from that 4th. It worked out really well for us. We're really happy with the 2 players that we got.
Well, Dick, I mean, I'll just stick with the quarterback for a minute. This is then a no pressure for Grossman because you just got Cordell. I mean, he could sit for quite a while, right? If Cordell impresses, that's actually what you're hoping for, isn't it?
I really like Cordell Stewart. You and I had talked through this thing, and I said going into free agency that Cordell was a guy I thought a great deal of, both playing against him when I was in Jacksonville and, of course, watching him develop over his career. And I think Cordell could be our quarterback for a very long time. But the value in Rex Grossman was there. We couldn't pass it up. And everybody needs, everybody knows that you need more than one to play in this league. And so it worked out really well for us, both in free agency with Cordell and now with Rex.
Kind of made a quick swap. A last question here, but you got the guy you wanted in Michael Haynes. You knew it wasn't the defensive back that played back when you and I remember, but tell us about him, the defensive end.
Yeah, well, we'd take both of those Hayneses. If we could get Michael Haynes to play defensive back and get Michael Haynes now to play defensive end the way we know he can play, we'd be a very happy crew. But a guy that we really watched, obviously a lot of tape on, and he grew on us. He's a fine player. We think he's got a lot of upside to him also. He's got good size, good speed, plays both the run and the pass, can play both left and right. So he'll play a lot of football for us.
Well, Dick, after last year's Soldier Field, when you get back in there, can never look so good. Welcome back home.
Thanks a lot, Chris. We're excited.
All right, Dick Duran, the coach of the Bears, thank you. And now let's go up to Buffalo. Beginning his third year as head coach would be Greg Williams of the Buffalo Bills. Greg, wow with that selection. Give me that last 15 minutes.
Well, it was an exciting, really, the last several weeks as we prepared for the draft, but these last 15 minutes, it really was, as Chris kind of called out Tom Donahoe on having enough guts to make that decision. The Buffalo Bills are excited about that decision. We thought he was one of the top 1 or 2 players in the whole draft before he got hurt. His rehab is going very well. He's ahead of progress. We think we got a great young football player with a chance to hit a real home run with him.
But not to play this year, right, Greg?
You know what? We never, ever discount anything about injuries around here. You never know how a guy will heal, how fast he'll heal and everything. But we're in a position here that if it doesn't work out this year, we're in a position here because we're excited about Travis Henry. We're excited about Orlandis Gary. So he doesn't have to play.
And defensively, now you look back, you turn that way as well. I mean, you know, you can't play a shootout every week. Can you, Greg, like you did last year?
No, but we've addressed a lot of those things here this offseason. We've gotten better defensively. We've gotten faster defensively. And it's been an exciting offseason to date.
Well, I would say that today made it an awfully exciting offseason. That was a different trip for the cab driver. Thank you, Greg.
You bet. Thank you, too, Chris.
All right, Greg Williams, coach of the Bills, and now the Indianapolis Colts. And if they are going to pick, maybe they go to the tight end. They like a 2 tight end system. Remember, they only had Pollard last year. Right? If they pick.
Peyton does not pick them.
No, Peyton does not pick. The commissioner will tell us who they did pick.
With the 24th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Dallas Clark, tight end, University of Iowa.
But what I didn't complete my sentence because everything was running around, it was a different tight end than we were talking about Witten. Dallas Clark, tight end, which going into maybe a few months ago, Mel, you might have had number 1. Right now, everybody had a different opinion on tight end 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I right?
I had Dallas Clark at the top, Witten second, and of course you had guys like L.J. Smith, Benny Joppru, George Reister, deep tight end group. When you look at Dallas Clark, he only played tight end for 2 years. You're talking about a guy as a multi-dimensional athlete with excellent speed. I mean, this guy will run you in the 4.6 range at 255 pounds. Got Brad Banks, a new quarterback this year. The first couple of games didn't get him the ball that much. Then from the third game on, he averaged over 18 yards per catch. So this guy was a major factor in the passing game, allowed Brad Banks to catapult into the Heisman race this year in that 1 season as a starter in Iowa City. Dallas Clark, a key component with those great hands and the ability after the catch, the ability to send the field. Question is going to be blocking because you have Pollard, he's the pass-catching tight end. Dilger used to be the blocker. Will Dallas Clark be able to handle those responsibilities?
But as much as Peyton Manning likes Marcus Pollard and is a 2 tight end scheme primarily, he did miss Ken Dilger not just as a blocker, but also as a receiver. I know from talking to him.
Not as a deep receiver.
Yeah,
that's a
good first down guy.
Well, what they like to do, he likes to call audibles at the line of scrimmage, which means he likes a balanced offense. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. If they stack to the right, he can run to the left. If they stack up on the run, he can automatically go to the pass. He likes to use a tight end as an outlet receiver. So it's crucial for them with the style of play that they have 2 tight ends that can pass first as receivers, and then they can block second.
Well, the Indianapolis Colts, I mean, they had some really impressive wins last year, like that Sunday night game at Denver. But before we go waxing about the Colts, I mean, the crowd is just coming up because it's the New York Giants, and Ernie Accorsi is obviously in a rush.
2003 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select William Joseph, defensive tackle, University of Miami.
Well, the first indication of the Giant fans is that they like it.
Well, you know what? I think the reason the pick came in so quickly is because they couldn't believe that he was the last of the big-time defensive linemen.
Right.
Obviously, they probably had him ranked right in the middle of about 8 or 9 guys. And when you get that, you know that this guy can play. He's got real big size. He cuts the kind of defensive lineman they like.
And, Denny, I think you look at Ernie Accorsi, the general manager, hit the jackpot with Jeremy Shockey. You go back to that Miami program with all those top prospects. This kid was considered a potential top 5 inside the 10 pick. Going into the year, he drops all the way down to 25 because he didn't have that great dominating senior season. Dropped from 10 sacks in 2001 to 5 sacks this past season. But a guy that is a big run-stopping defensive tackle potentially. Does have some quickness, and they need somebody on that interior with Keith Hamilton coming off the injury list.
Keith Hamilton had the torn Achilles tendon, really his career in jeopardy, and there was no doubt for Ernie Accorsi, the general manager, that he was going to go up and fix that defensive line.
And so the Giants in a hurry. Shades of earlier in this first round with a picture of Fast and Furious. Niners, Chiefs, Tennessee. When we return, the Giants crowd already chanting defense. We'll be back, and this is a look at Willis McGahee when he found out that he was the guy. We'll have reaction and more.
Here are the things I'm certain of. He's going to be a first-round pick. He's going to be the first running back drafted. He's going to be ready the first day of training camp to put on the pads. He's going to be all rookie, and he's going to make the Pro Bowl this year.
Show me the money! Show me the money!
Agents are paid, of course, to represent their clients, but Drew Rosenhaus, the agent for Willis McGahee, at least he's been right on the first 2 parts of that prediction made this past week. Willis McGahee is, in fact, the first running back taken in this draft. It's the second latest that our first running back has ever been drafted in the first round, and he is a first-round pick. In fact, he joins us now from Miami. Willis, congratulations. The last time a national TV audience saw you, you were in tears, justifiably so. That horrendous injury in the national championship game as you're carted off the field. Now they see you, tears again, but for a very different reason. Can you express how you feel right now?
Hello?
Willis, can you hear me?
Yeah, I feel real good. You know, I'm very excited. Y'all, they caught me off guard with the pick, but, you know, I'm real happy.
Now, people have, I'm sure, been saying, too, ever since January 3rd, the injury cost you millions of dollars. Maybe it cost you the experience of being here in New York and all the excitement about being one of the top 5 picks. How have you managed to get past that fact and stay positive?
It wasn't never guaranteed. It wasn't never guaranteed to me in the first place to be the top 5 pick. So, you know, I didn't try to take it and run with it. So, you know, things happen for a reason, and I was brought all the way down to the 22nd pick, and I'm just happy to be where I'm at right now.
We showed our viewers a videotape of your workout, which is absolutely astounding. That soon after surgery, to have that kind of progress. You heard what Greg Williams said to the Buffalo Bills. He's not closing the door on you playing this season. Where do you stand with the team? Where do you think? Will you be in pads ready to go at the beginning of training camp? Do you expect and do you want to play this season?
I expect to play this season, but, you know, it's up to the team and the physician and the team doctor what they want to do with me, you know. I'm prepared to play.
You've heard all the people say, why would you want to play now? Don't rush the recovery. I'm sure you're weighing different things, but why are you so eager to get right back on the field in training camp and play this season?
Because that's what I want to do. I want to play. I ain't no person that sit around and sit on the bench and just watch other people run the ball, you know. That's my job, and that's what I want to do, and that's what I'm going to do.
All right, well, congratulations on the recovery so far. Wish you continued success. Willis McGahee of Miami is the 13th Miami Hurricane to be drafted in the first round the last 3 years. That is absolutely incredible. 4 this year, 5 last year, 4 the year before. We don't know if there's ever been a 3-year span like that from one school, Boom.
Well, we do know this, 9 years in a row, Chris, that Miami's had a first-round pick, and that ties the record with Florida, okay? The 49ers are on the clock. Oh, remember them? Wolfhook, Kelsey.
Sixth selection in the 2003 NFL Draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Quam Harris.
Neither.
Tackle, Stanford University.
There you go. That's 1 year ago. Well,
doesn't have to move very far.
So they took tackle, huh? They took a Stanford tackle from down the road.
Well, you know what? I think he was rated a lot higher. So if you're sitting there and you're picking at 26, you look at this big guy here. He can play right tackle. He can play left tackle. He has excellent feet. He's a very smart, intelligent player. Obviously, he's right down the road. Like with Detroit and Rodgers, they should know more about him than anybody else and any offensive lineman, and they had it rated very high.
Well, they've got an aging line, right, especially at the tackle position. Derek Deese has really been a good player, our favorite Derek Deese. And Greg, I mean, they thought this was one of the areas.
He's a physically gifted player. You got a guy 6'7", 310 pounds, who in certain games dominate. In other games looks like a very mediocre player who struggled against guys that he should consistently dominate. He's got to get a little stronger. He's got to be more consistent game to game and take his play to the next level, which he's certainly capable. That's a roll of the dice pick. I mean, you could hit the jackpot. You could have a Pro Bowler. You could have a major bust. At this stage of the first round, you could argue it's worth the gamble. You're talking about a guy here that has so much talent. Had he gone back, may have been a top 10 pick had he played to that level. But this year, Mort, I viewed him as a major underachiever who is still going to be one of those guys. You never know what you're getting. If he decides that the light goes on and he gets motivated and he's consistent, got yourself a player.
Well, right now they have starters there. I mean, right now. I mean, they're okay there. And by the way, it's spelled, you thought it was a relative of the Swam, but it's Quaim Harris. And apparently very funny and humorous, intelligent, obviously, right?
As they say.
We'll call him Kwame.
So Quaim Harris now selected by the 49ers, which means we have Kansas City, Tennessee, and Green Bay next. We now just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left in the first round. Joining us now from about 8 miles across the river, Ernie Accorsi, general manager of the Giants, with, of course, like the video conferencing. And Ernie, you showed some amazing speed that Kuiper did not have you clock for. The way that card came up for William Joseph, could you believe he was there?
Well, everybody says that, Boomer, but we were happy with that. You know, there were 10 defensive linemen picked. I think we were the 10th selection, 9 before us in the first 18 picks. So with 7 to go, we were really concerned at that point that our top choices would be gone.
The Giants made moves last year, certainly in the first round, the guy that you got, the tight end, Shockey. Everybody knows what he did. But I thought one of the most intriguing moves that you made off season, you changed everything on special teams, didn't you? Kicker, punter, long snapper, Brian Mitchell. You didn't stop, did you?
I think we covered every base, and we certainly want to improve our coverage team also. So, you know, obviously we needed help there. And we also thought we needed depth in the defensive line. So we've addressed some issues.
Well, Ernie, we're going to join you a little bit later. We appreciate you joining us. You got your guy, Joseph. And again, you fooled Kuiper with your clock. When we return, the Chiefs, Tennessee, Green Bay. Stay with us. The clock is winding down on the Vikings. What's going on here?
You gotta like 7 players. There's 7 players in all of America that you can pick.
There goes
Minnesota Vikings have had, they've turned one in. Here it is. You can't pass. Jacksonville's on the clock. Who do they take, Mel?
With the 8th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Byron Leftwich.
Minnesota can run up at any time with their pick, but Carolina's going to beat them to the clock.
The Carolina Panthers select Jordan Gross, offensive tackle from Utah.
Well, here comes Baltimore with speed, Carl Lewis light.
Maybe Minnesota beat Baltimore, though.
Let's see. Or is it Minnesota? What are they doing?
With the 9th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kevin Williams, defensive tackle from Oklahoma State.
We had 3 phones working at the right time. We couldn't get what we felt was worth trading back. We did agree to a deal with Baltimore, and then we went to pull the trigger, and we still did get our guy, and that's the key thing.
I never say anything like this. This is great.
Chris,
I don't know. Danny.
Revisit it.
Danny, these were your Vikings.
There's a lot of reasons why you have to pick where you are. If you're picking 7, you pick 7. If you don't pick at 7, you drop back to 9 and get something in return. Picking at 7, and if you pick 9th, you're only getting a certain amount of money, as Mort just mentioned to us.
Right, but the money part is complicated. Let's clarify it a little bit, because Mike Tice might get a little bit more benefit of the doubt after you talk to all the parties, which is Baltimore did have a deal on the table to go up there and get Leftwich. In fact, they had Leftwich's name on a card ready to go up there. But James Harris, remember, James Harris is the new personnel director now with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he worked under Ozzie Newsome. He had Mike Tice and the Vikings on the phone, too, and kept them on the phone as long as he could so that the Baltimore deal card couldn't get up there. So give James Harris some credit for holding things up so he could get his guy Leftwich and not let him go to Baltimore.
So let me say, wait a minute now,
it was Ravens against Ravens in the Leftwich
James Harris and Jack Del Rio, formerly of Baltimore Ravens, versus Ozzie Newsome and Brian Billick of the Baltimore Ravens?
That's about what it came down to.
Are they mad at each other? If they're not mad at each other, it might have not went that way.
Now that the Ravens got Bowler, I think they can still hold hands.
Let me just say this about Bowler as well before we go back to that. Baltimore got Bowler by giving away a first-round pick next year. Who's the quarterback that's going to be the #1 guy at that position? Eli Manning. He could go #1 overall like Carson Palmer. After that, there's very little at the quarterback position. A lot of question marks. So Baltimore's thinking quarterback next year, probably not going to get one. So giving up that first to get Bowler at that point where you're talking about a guy that I thought was overrated had he gone top 10 to 15, still slightly overrated. But Chris, you're not going to get a great young quarterback next year after Manning.
There's a kid at Arizona
tell
State,
me
Andrew Walter, pretty
that
good.
Minnesota doesn't have call forwarding? Busy, we can't get through? I mean, what? I mean, they can't, they don't have one phone line there?
Listen, I'm already looking forward to their pick next year. I just know they don't want to be picking 7th again.
Hello, in the end, right, they get a guy they say they want.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they do, but no matter how you look at it, Baltimore did not get the quarterback who was rated #1. All right. Whether the Vikings got the defensive end who they had rated #1, I don't know, because they could have gotten Suggs. You know what I mean? So the question keeps coming down to, is when you're supposed to pick, say it loud, say it proud, spell it out if you have to, and turn it in.
Well, the one thing about this, we mentioned this earlier, Kevin Williams, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma State that the Vikings ended up with, his agent Tom Condon is going to want to negotiate like he was the 7th player taken. But guess what? But the way the NFL allocates its money, I'm telling you, that's going to be a nasty negotiation.
Yeah, but today, that's the least of their worries. That's the least of their worries. The Kansas City Chiefs, who traded down to this spot with the Pittsburgh Steelers, going up to get Polamalu in the Chiefs slot at 16. The Chiefs are now on the clock. Got about 3 minutes left. We started the discussion of Priest Holmes, who has become such a marvelous player. 2,000 yards, running, receiving, etc., except that in the 14th game last season, he had a hip injury. Is it the same as Bo Jackson's hip injury in the playoff game 1990 against the Bengals for Oakland? Maybe not exactly the same. Is the result similar? No one really knows right now. It would be a shame if we'll never see. Priest Holmes waited for his chance to be this type of player, but maybe the Chiefs know something. They got to know more than everyone else, right?
Obviously, there's some uncertainty. It isn't Bo Jackson's injury. It did look similar to Bo Jackson's injury when it happened, but Dick Vermeil and Marsh said their doctors say he's okay, but they're really not so sure. That's why they've been talking to Arizona about Thomas Jones. They talked about Alandis Gary. They certainly have talked about possibly taking Larry Johnson at some point today.
That's the thing, Mort. You look at the Kansas City Chiefs, they couldn't stop anybody. Now, their offense was outstanding, of course, from Trent Green in that passing game and Priest Holmes. Now you bring in Larry Johnson off a great season, no question about it. He was also a heck of a receiver out of the backfield. You still haven't upgraded your defensive unit. That has to be addressed down the road. But if, in fact, they draft Larry Johnson, that tells you right there, knowing how bad their defense was, there's problems on the horizon for Priest Holmes.
Well, when you see that injury, the way it took place right there on the monitor, and what you know is that it's bad. One thing we know, Priest Holmes will not be at minicamp, which means it's worse than they originally said. Priest Holmes probably will not be there for the very first day of training camp. It might be a little bit longer. They probably have to take a running back. Because the rest of the offense is
they've got to get a running back today.
Stupendous.
All right, this is Kansas. The pick is in. Let's go up to the commissioner. The Chiefs have made the chefs have cooked.
With the 27th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Larry Johnson, running back, Penn State.
2,000 yards for Joe Paterno last year. 4 Penn State, 4 Miami, and there it is. I mean, there it is.
Well, Chris, he averaged 8 yards a carry. I mean, the kid had a heck of a year. Only 375 yards rushing as a junior, and then over 2,000 yards this past season. And when you say he was contained against Ohio State, Michigan, and the like in those 3 games, well, he still caught the ball effectively out of the backfield. The offensive line at Penn State didn't have a dominant player, and he still put up over 2,000 yards. That's a credit to his hard-charging running style. He's a multi-dimensional player as well, can catch, can block. And I'll tell you what, for Kansas State's defense, like we said, to be as bad as it was, it's a shame, but Priest Holmes, you have to be concerned now to bring a running back into the fold at this point and not go defense more.
Well, it does obviously scream out that we are concerned about Priest Holmes.
Well, meanwhile, Larry Johnson is a guy that I know only 1 year did that, but, how do we project him? I mean, running backs are easier to make a big splash in year one than most other positions.
Well,
right,
they really are. And what I'm surprised is that there are so many running backs. I mean, what this guy can do is what a lot of the other guys can do, too. A lot of these guys can run. You're getting great value. And so you're going to see teams who got what they want in the first round are going to get the next backs in the late first and second round, and they're going to love the players that they get at running back.
I just want to throw this in. Larry Johnson won the Maxwell Award in Philadelphia for the top college player, and in his acceptance speech, he talked about the pictures and the paintings around the room of the old-time football players and showed that he had respect. I went around, he said, everybody in the room, look at these pictures, look at these guys, learn about them, because that's what built some pro football. I say that because, Ron Jaworski's, we go up to you, and Merrill Hodge, who studied Larry Johnson, we go up to you and Mark Malone at the EA Sports Desk. I know we all were impressed with well, his thoughts that night.
Well, I'll tell you what, Boomer, obviously, when you look at his background, his father, the defensive line coach at Penn State, he grows up in a football coach's house. He understands the game, has an appreciation for the history of the game. As a running back, give me a sense of how this guy's going to fit in. By the way, Kansas City did a great job. They moved down 11 picks, still get a guy like Larry Johnson.
You know, and going to the Kansas City Chiefs, you got to be a dual threat. And I think Larry Johnson can be a dual threat. He's a terrific runner out of the backfield as long as he's going downfield and he's downhill. The one negative I did see with Larry Johnson, which is going to have to be addressed, he always carries the ball in the right hand. Doesn't matter if he goes to the left or the right, it is constantly in the right hand. He did put the ball on the ground a lot at Penn State. In the National Football League, you cannot have turnovers. What they will have to do is they'll have to establish confidence in him when he's a directional left run, put it in the left hand. Doesn't mean he has to dominate the left hand carry all the time, but when you're going to run to the left, put it in the left hand. When you go to the right, in the right hand.
But is he a Priest Holmes type of a player, Josh?
Well, I think he can be because he can catch the football. He can pluck the ball out of the air, has good soft hands. It wasn't a very sophisticated passing game at Penn State. He's going to have to learn how to read on the move, learn how to find the voids in his own coverage, learn how to beat man-to-man coverage. But, you know, you mentioned it, Mark. You look at the Chiefs. I was on the phone with Dick Vermeil. They were ready to take Larry Johnson at 16. Right. He said the phone started ringing. They got the guy they wanted at 27, plus they get the 92nd player and the 200th player. So Carl Peterson makes a great move.
I did a couple of games and watched Larry Johnson, especially against Indiana. 327 yards that day. This kid really gets it done. However, there had been some question marks about Penn State running backs, particularly Kajana Carter, Blair Thomas, DJ Dozers, guys that were really highly thought of that ultimately didn't do really anything at all in the National Football League. A guy like Franco Harris, who was in Pittsburgh, however, did a great job. We'll be back with more from the NFL draft in New York City as the Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Cold down easy. And in part by McDonald's.
Welcome back to our draft coverage. Second cornerback, in fact, second defensive back taken in this draft, Marcus Trufant, Washington State. He has to cross the state of Washington from the Palouse to Seattle, but he gets to play pretty near close to home in the Seattle Seahawks, and he joins us now via video conference. What's your reaction? Some guys in this draft have been able to stay pretty close to home, and you're one of them now.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm right here in my backyard, not far from my home in Tacoma, so that's a good deal. And hopefully things go well, and I'm just excited to be here. And then parents, mom and dad, very excited, and things are just looking good.
You don't really fit the stereotype of a really elite cornerback as far as personality on the field and jawing and talking and always giving the receivers the business. You kind of prefer to operate a little differently.
Yeah, I kind of take things in stride. I play the game. I'm very aggressive, but that don't mean I have to say a whole lot to me and the guy's ear the whole time. And but I'm having fun on the field. I'm running around acting crazy with my teammates, and that's just how I've been as a person. I'm not a real high-strung person, but on the field, I change a little bit, and I just like to get it done.
You go out there and you have to face some very, very good college wide receivers in the Pac-10. But now as you move on to the next level, and as a corner, you're expected to kind of jump right in there and make an impact immediately. Is it daunting at all when you watch the NFL receivers and those guys that you're right on an island with, expected to smother?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when I think about it because it's been a lifelong dream to get out there and play with some of the guys that I've been watching forever. But, yeah, so it's going to be crazy. I'm going to get out there and I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna shut down corner, and I'm gonna try to shut down the field.
All right, Marcus. playing close to home with the Seahawks. We wish you well.
All right, thanks.
Let's go to Mark Malone.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. When you look at guys like Terrence Newman, Marcus Trufant, in today's game with the salary cap the way it is, you've got to play immediately when you're drafted that high. We saw it with Quentin Jammer. Young corners will play, but they will struggle a little bit.
You know, you're exactly right, Mark. You know, in college, you got away with being a great athlete. You know, you can make a lot of mistakes, but in the National Football League, it is not that way. I mean, yes, you have to have great athletic ability, but you also have to be fundamentally sound. As we take a look at Quentin Jammer, he has great athletic ability, but if he broke down fundamentally, oftentimes he got beat. To understand the mistake Quentin Jammer made, let's look at the entire coverage concept. Including Jammer, these three must know where their help is based on the call. That help is to everybody's inside, to the middle of the field. With this in mind, you want to invite the receiver to release to that help. On this side of the screen, the theory behind this coverage works to perfection. In fact, the slot receiver gets physically disrupted. This is not the case when you find focus on Jammer on the top of the screen. By overextending his inside foot, his base becomes too wide, and he loses the ability to recover quickly against an outside move. Jammer ends up in a trail position against a vertical route that is running away from his free help to the inside. And the great athletic ability that saved you in college doesn't always get it done in the NFL. You know, one of the things I think help corners in the National Football League if they're return guys, and both Trufant and Newman are return guys. Offensive skills. We always come back to offense. If you have offensive skills, it seems to help you defensively play in the National Football League.
And the one thing we now know about the NFL, you better have 2, 3, 4, and even 5 third-level players that could play the pass. Your boys out in Pittsburgh, Lee Flowers, outstanding safety.
He's not there anymore.
Well, I'm just
He's
saying.
not there anymore.
He was not.
Why are you ripping on him?
They got him in coverage. He couldn't cover people.
They moved him
there
to
you
strong
go.
safety.
We got
Let's go back.
Defending the
Tennessee's
Steelers.
on
Right
the
back
clock.
to that.
We send it back to Boomer. Do they continue the wide receiver? We'll check with Boom.
All right, Mark, company, thank you very much. We have, what, a minute and a half for Tennessee, a team that, boy, after a tough start, won almost every game in the last 2.5 months. What was it, 10 of 11? And got all the way to the championship game at Oakland before they lost. The Tennessee Titans will be our opening Sunday night game at home against, you guessed it, the Oakland Raiders. So that will be the first Sunday of the season. What do they do? Now, they're losing. Now, they've lost some skill. Do we think they should go a receiver who, in the theme of keeping it close, Calico from down the street?
Steve McNair can win a lot of games by himself,
Absolutely.
but he does need help. And right now, you've got to look at a receiver. To me, for Tennessee, doesn't. There's 2 guys right there in the state of Tennessee, which is Kelly Washington from the University of Tennessee, has a neck problem, a medical issue, and then you have Tyrone Calico from Middle Tennessee State. And even though this may be a little bit high, if you try to drop into the second round and take him, you might lose him.
You know what you're getting value with now is the corners. That second-tier corners after Newman and Trufant are guys that we've talked about. Sammy Davis, Rasheem Mathis, Eugene Wilson, Andre Woolfolk. That group makes sense in the late first, early to mid-second round. This is the point in the draft we're at right now.
Well, Tennessee is, they've used just about all their time. It's Tennessee, Green Bay, San Diego, and Oakland twice. And we will have completed a first round, the likes of which, well, we've had excitement, but not at this speed. Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 28th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Andre Woolfolk, defensive back, Oklahoma.
It's your corners. We talked about coming off the board now, and this is the kid who was a former wide receiver turned corner, still a little raw technically, but you look at a kid, as I said, was playing at a pretty high level as a wide receiver. He knows he has the hands, he knows he can handle that kind of thing at the pro level where you talk about getting the opportunity to make a big play. He comes down with the football, he can do some damage in the open field as well. So this is a guy with potential to be a pretty good football player. They lost Donald Mitchell in free agency to the Dallas Cowboys. You see his ability here, a former wide receiver, the ability to scoop it up and go, and I think that's where you're talking about a guy who can block some punts. He did that throughout his career, help you on coverage, on special teams, and a guy that is still a little raw. His first year, maybe his second year is when you expect him to maybe push for significant playing time, maybe in a starting role. This year, nickel-dime situations, losing Donald Mitchell like they did more. He's going to make some sense this season in that particular role.
It makes sense. It's a value pick, a little bit too high for the receiver Calico, so but here's Tennessee just continuing to get better on defense.
You saw in that last highlight, Denny, the ability to make that catch. I like corners who can make the catch. You get a chance it's for a big play, don't drop the football. Get the turnover, get the ball moving in the other direction.
Don't cornerbacks used to play receiver, play defense because they can't catch the ball?
Not Wolf.
Not necessarily. And I tell you the other thing, too. They were either going to go running back, receiver, cornerback. They had to get speed. I mean, they wanted a skilled guy at a skilled position, running back, cornerback, receiver, who could really run, and that's what they got.
And so, Woolfolk, the corner to Tennessee. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock with 4 picks to go in this, the first round.
Welcome back to the draft. Bet you're surprised to see us, but don't adjust your sets. Okay, Wilbon, every coach gets on TV, says how thrilled he is with the pick he's just made. How long is that going to last?
Until the first day of minicamp when Bill Parcells calls somebody she. That's how long it's going to last.
Did you see Parcells with that new white hair? It looks like Billy Idol.
No, it's more distinguished, and that's sort of like Ernst Blofeld. But the point, Tony, is about all this optimism, it's graduation day. It's cap and gown time, even though we're going to hear a lot different assessments when we get to the mini camp, not the real camp in July. The first mini camp, when these guys report, if they report, it's going to be a little different.
Here's what I see today. Okay, the coaches go on there and they talk about some guy like he's going straight to Canton. He doesn't even have to play his rookie season. They're voting him into Canton. And the only people out here who say anything critical are those players sitting around with Andrew
Romo, John Jansen, Corey Chivas, and Deuce McAllister.
They say, whoa, hold on. What are you drafting him for? You're killing your other running back.
They're actually down there playing, and they have other assessments of these guys which are less optimistic. They also got to compete against them. And some of these guys are going to be trying to take their jobs, and I understand where they're coming from.
The other part of this is you hear people screaming. The crowd is always screaming, trade down, trade down. In the NBA, who has ever traded down? This is the only league in the world where you
trade up
down.
In the first 6 picks, or you have somebody who's going to be going to the CBA.
Half these guys in the NFL are afraid to make a high pick. A third of them make the wrong high pick time after time. But this is the day that everybody says we're set for life with this position.
You know what? And sometimes you get set for a position in the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th rounds. Okay, enough of this. Back to you, Chris.
All right, Mike, Tony, thank you very much. We are Green Bay, San Diego, Oakland, and Oakland. But now we welcome in from Kansas City the general manager, the Kansas City Chiefs, and our Coors Light video conferencing, and that would be Carl Peterson. And Carl, Larry Johnson, Penn State, you and I were together at that Maxwell Award. I don't know if you talked to him at that time and had an inkling that he might be a guy that you were looking at. What opens up your eyes about him, and what makes you think he could be a big star in the league?
Well, Boomer, first of all, we didn't think he would last that long, obviously, on the first-round board. But he's got great size and speed and hands. He does all the things you want from a great running back and set all the marks in the Big Ten, average 7.7 carry. He's a very special player, but he's also a great person off the field.
Well, as we saw that evening, so now we got to turn the corner on the next one. So is there a lot of question on your star running back, Priest Holmes, at this moment, Carl?
Well, certainly Priest is our starting running back with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's making very good progress with his rehab on his hip arthroscopic surgery. But obviously, Larry gives us a great security and a great insurance policy. We anticipate that Priest is going to be 100% for training camp. Our doctors and trainers tell us that. But once again, the guy with this value, even though he is a running back, is something very special that we think we just could not pass up.
We know that Dick likes to tinker. Dick Vermeil, of course. Two guys like that, could they play at the same time? I don't mean all the plays, but enough? Could you envision that at this minute?
Well, no, I think, again, Priest is going to be the main guy. But certainly Larry could come in and give him some spot relief, and so that perhaps Priest doesn't have to touch the ball 380, 400 times a game, or a year, I should say. And I think that will really prolong both guys' career.
Now, you really gambled to come all the way back down to make the trade and still get a guy at this nature. Who really did you think you would? I mean, what kind of position did you think you would get down there? Defense? I mean, you got to improve there.
Absolutely, and we're looking at defense, and the best thing is that we were able to acquire a couple draft choices that now we can focus back on the defense. We were without a third for Willie Rofe and without a sixth in the trade last year for Ryan Sims. We've filled those 2 spots, so we feel very good about the remainder of the draft.
All right, Carl. Nice talking with you as always.
Boomer, my pleasure.
All right, Carl Peterson, the Chiefs, very interesting. Larry Johnson, their running back. Green Bay, when we return.
I am Willis McGahee.
That's what I'm talking about, Willis.
The 68th NFL Draft continues from New York. Well, the top of the draft went off without a hitch. 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Kyle Bowler. He heads off to Baltimore, where there's a question of will he be able to start this year. Rex Grossman in Chicago, no question there. Cordell Stewart is the starter. Then it was D-line fever, 10 out of the top 25, a D record. Dwayne Robertson, now a Jet, joining Joe Namath. And perhaps the most emotional moment, University of Miami running back Willis McGahee rehabbing a major knee injury suffered in January, taken by Buffalo in the first round. He is the 4th University of Miami player to go in the first round, so the trend continues. 5 University of Miami's players taken in the first round last year. And through our Coors Light video conferencing, we welcome in Tennessee head coach Jeff Fisher. Tennessee just taken Andre Woolfolk of Oklahoma. Jeff, you're the DB guy, the defensive guy, but you have had problems at cornerback. What was the thought process of going first with Andre Woolfolk?
Well, you know, look what happened in the first couple picks of the round there, 2 and 3 with the big receivers. And basically what's happened is the tall corners are hard to find. And we watched Andre most of the year. He improved significantly the second half of the season, and we're very excited that he was there. There's a lot of other good corners still on the board, but we feel like from the value where we picked him, he's got a chance to be a very, very good player.
9 quarterbacks in the last 6 years, and you say they are hard to find. Why is that?
Well, there's 32 teams, and everybody needs to be 4 deep, and there's not 130 corners to go around to play in the league. That's the problem. And so, you know, we're always going to draft corners, and we're trying to draft them a little larger than we have in the past. And so this one's going to be a good fit for us. We've got 2 starters right now, and Andre Dyson, Samari Rolle. We've drafted a couple last year that we feel like will be able to contribute. And so we lost Donald Mitchell to Dallas in free agency, so we feel like Andre will be a good fit for us.
Jeff, just a couple of injury issues. Steve McNair and Eddie George. Start with Steve.
You know, Steve's doing great. He really, when we finished the postseason physical, Steve left in better shape than he'd been the last 3 or 4 years. Had injuries throughout the season that were well documented, but when the season was over, he felt good. Eddie has no problems whatsoever. Both are doing well this offseason, and both should be healthier than they've been the last couple of years.
Oh, it'll be great to have Javon Curse back. He had ankle surgery. Bring us up to date on his progress.
Well, you know, we had surgery immediately after the injury in the opener last year. We weren't pleased with the way things were coming, so we went back in and we moved a screw, did a bone graft. He's doing very well. He's way ahead of where he was last year as far as the surgery is concerned. We expect him to be back on the field, perhaps as early as the end of the mini camps in June.
Jeff, good to see you. We'll see you throughout the weekend.
Okay,
Chris?
thank you.
All right, Susie and Coach Fisher, thank you very much. The Green Bay Packers selecting here at the 29th overall pick, the Pack, the commissioner.
With the 29th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Nick Barnett, linebacker, Oregon State.
Wow. Here's a guy, Mel, Denny, and Chris, that we heard his name more the last few days as we called around. However, most people thought Boss Bailey, E.J. Henderson, linebackers before him. First linebacker to go in the draft is Nick Barnett.
Chris, that was really up until this past week. When you go back and you look at the combination of workouts, which were outstanding for Nick Barnett, and the fact that he very quietly led the Pac-10, the entire conference, in tackles, averaged 9.3 stops per game in the Pac-10 this past season. Guy with the physical skills. He's 6'2", 235. He's been running 4.59 to 4.63, 34.5 vertical, and did 32 reps. So he has the measurables. He had the productivity in the Pac-10. Remember here, Boss Bailey was still on the board. I thought he was overrated. I have in the 30s. Now we're getting down into that point, but the 2 knee injuries, the fact he doesn't tackle that well, Barnett does. You saw it here. That was separating Mike Williams, fine wide receiver from USC, from the football. So Boss Bailey's still there. Nick Barnett off the board a little earlier, but if you went to ESPN.com, saw the last mock first round I put up yesterday, I had Barnett going 17 in the first round, so he was a fast-rising player. Didn't shock me of the late word we had that he would go somewhere in this particular area.
And obviously they did with the production over Boss Bailey. But, you know, Boss Bailey at Georgia, he did have the 2 knees. I know I'm speaking with Brian Van Gorder, the defensive coordinator there at Georgia. He really feels Boss Bailey's going to be a better pro than he is a collegiate guy, because he says once he gets in the weight room and work, he'll be a different guy. But he did lead Georgia in tackles. He He played over the tight end. He's a 4'4" guy, what have you, a 46-inch vertical. I think that he would have been a good fit here as well, but Barnett obviously very productive.
And I think the key thing is he played a stacked linebacker. Nick Barnett was a stacked backer. That's exactly what Green Bay was looking for. He made a lot of tackles from the stacked linebacker position. They don't have to guesswork on E.J. Henderson. They don't have to guesswork on Boss Belly, whether he can stack and run and make tackles. So they took the one of the three who they could see doing what he needs to do on college film.
The Green Bay Packers had a wonderful first 3 months, and the way they ended in the regular season against the Jets and then losing the first playoff game ever at Lambeau Field to Michael Vick and the Atlanta Falcons, so they go defense to try to shore things up. Well, this was Philadelphia's spot, the 30 hole, but now that, due to an earlier trade, belongs to the San Diego Chargers. Everybody in football lost a giant of a man, and I mean that literally and figuratively, when John Butler, the general manager of the San Diego Chargers, passed away a couple of weeks ago from cancer at the too young, by far, age of 56 years old. He was buried in Sydney, Illinois. John Butler was clean and simple. He was the most loyal person I knew, and many of us have known in football. He was a football man. That's what he liked. He liked nothing better than just to get out there with the stopwatch, get out there and scout and watch football players play games. There was no French pastry on the side with John Butler. Now, his longtime assistant from his days with the Buffalo Bills when John was first in scouting and player personnel under Bill Polian, then was the GM from 93 to 2000, moved to San Diego in 2000. His longtime assistant, A.J. Smith, just this week moved up from personnel director to the general manager. And A.J., and we're going to show you this is the scene in San Diego's draft room where John Butler is the first player put on their board. They were kind in his time in the 40. And John would have liked that, but there he is, a big guy that just liked players. He liked football, and that's what John Butler was. Everybody will miss him. He was with Buffalo during the glory years, a loyalty and a connection that I don't know that we'll ever see again in this day and age. And his first draft with San Diego a couple of years ago, which netted Tomlinson and Breeze, they'll be reaping the benefits of that for a long, long time. Our heartfelt sorrow to his daughter Andrea, and of course his wife Alice. John Butler dead way too soon this month at the age of 56. We'll be back with the Chargers pick in a moment. And this is the San Diego Chargers draft room. We showed you the picture of John Butler, rated #1 on the board, as he should be. And there's A.J. Smith, the new GM, the Spanos family, etc. Alex and Dean in there, and the San Diego Chargers now on the clock. They have made some major changes. Other than that, Junior Seau is a Miami Dolphin. David Boston is a wide receiver from Arizona. I mean, that's one, Junior Seau, we'll talk about that in a moment, a Civic treasure, now a member of the Dolphins. Junior Seau, Emmitt Smith, both guys drafted in 1990, leaving their original teams this coming season to go somewhere else. But San Diego is onward and upward with a young quarterback in Drew Brees, with certainly a young stud running back in LaDainian Tomlinson, and a new spirit. I'm going to guess. I'm just going to take a guess. John would want us to sing, so I'm going to go with Sammy Davis, okay? Good cornerback. John would want us to have a good time with this pick, so he's still making the pick. That's my guess. I know it's only a guess. Let's go to the commissioner, right? Is it in?
It's in.
A fast
you know
driving
what?
corner.
It could be. It'll be way too much pressure to bring a linebacker in to replace Junior Seau. I would go to cornerback.
Well, you got my guess. John would want it.
With the 30th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Sammy Davis, defensive back, Texas A&M.
Now, do we know the words? Who can make the sun rise? Sprinkle it with dew. Come on, help me out. The Candyman. The Candyman can. Sammy Davis. He's now a member of the San Diego Chargers. That's Sammy Davis senior, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Sammy Davis, a fast-rising corner.
It is. They really needed a cornerback. They needed all defensive players. Like I mentioned, I think it'd be way too much pressure to bring in a linebacker to take the place of Junior Seau. Look somewhere else, and he did.
And you had Quentin Jammer, their first-round pick last year. Denny, you had Ryan McNeil moving inside to join Rogers Beckett. And Sammy Davis is a guy who's a veteran. 36 consecutive starts to end his career. 38 starts overall. Finished his career with 11 interceptions, 29 pass breakups, and a guy that I thought at times gave a little too much cushion, take more advantage and maximize that physical ability, be a little more aggressive. He did so this past season, both in coverage and in run support, became a better tackler, a run support corner this year, more so than going into this season when that was a question mark. So he rounded it off. He's got good size. 5'11 and a half, about 186 pounds, so he has the kind of height you're looking for. Ran a 4.47 at the combine, did 19 reps, and had a 40-inch vertical. So you got a cornerback nearly 6 feet tall, Denny, who vertical's 40 inches. Big wide receivers in the NFL to match up. Now you have Jammer, and now you have Sammy Davis at San Diego.
Let's just bigger picture San Diego for a minute, all right? I mentioned Junior Seau, no longer there. Rodney Harrison, another longtime Pro Bowler, now a member of the New England Patriots. Seau, Miami Dolphins. The time's changing in San Diego. That's a big move. He's a civic treasure, like Tony Gwynn.
Well, it really is. I mean, he's always going to live there, but it really came down to them having to make a decision. It was not an easy one. Obviously, it was decided a long time ago. Unrestricted free agency, salary cap, money due on April 1st. All these things.
The lower leg injuries, too.
Well, that's right. They came into play.
Seau was enduring. The lower leg injuries, and I know that Marty Schottenheimer thinks that Zeke Marino, and of course he drafted Ben Lieber last year, and Donnie Edwards are very good linebackers for them. But let's face it, if San Diego struggles this year, and Seau has a big year with the Dolphins, that could be a big if, then it's going to come back and bite them, I think.
Well, they got a running back, they got a quarterback, and they got David Boston, a receiver. So that's another division, like the AFC's, where Buffalo was last at 8-8, that AFC West, which is competitive from top to bottom. A guy that won his division going away last year was Mike Sherman, the GM coach of the Green Bay Packers, joining us now on the video conferencing from Green Bay. And Mike, you waited a long time, and have you ever seen no linebackers go? I mean, were you surprised that you had your pick of linebackers picking that low at 29?
Well, this was a player, Chris, that we identified a long time ago as someone who could come in and impact our defense. Feel like he has great pass coverage skills. He's an every down linebacker. Had him rated as the top linebacker in the draft, so we're excited to be able to get him at this pick.
There are many things at the end of the year that you look back, and you had such a marvelous year, Mike, but it didn't end well. Have you put your fingers on a few of the things that maybe, only time you went back and looked at what happened down the stretch, especially in the playoff game, that you're going to jump on these next 2 days to fix?
Well, I'm excited about our football team that's coming back. We got a great group of men here. But last season, our injuries did accumulate throughout the course of the season, and certainly had its toll at the end of the season. And, we were beaten by two pretty good football teams. But it's time to regroup, and we're looking forward to next season. Nick Barnett's going to be a part of that, and we're excited about that.
Very quickly, Brett Favre. Threat, he didn't say, question, geez, is this his last year? Now has he come back and says he wants to play 7 more? Where do we stand with Brett?
Well, Brett Favre loves to play football, and I envision him to be back. He's excited. I visited with him about 6 weeks ago, and he talked about the upcoming season with enthusiasm. And as long as he keeps playing at the level he plays, I think Brett will continue to play. He's having too much fun.
His level is as good as we've ever seen in the league. You were 12-4 last year. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, Mike Sherman with Green Bay. The Raiders are now on the clock with the last 2 picks of the first round. They, one of them, of course, for John Gruden, one of the many picks they acquired for John Gruden. So they are 31 and 32, and the rules are that they can take the whole half hour to make both picks. Meanwhile, we have Bill Romanowski, one of the big additions, Andrea Kramer for the Raiders last year, sitting by with you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. And Bill Romanowski, for about the past 6 weeks, since he's known that he's going to be working on this draft for us, has been doing his normal workouts, finishing at about 4 o'clock. Then he's been creeping upstairs, spending some time with John Kingdon, with Bruce Allen, with Mike Lombardi, to get an idea as to what the Raiders have in mind. It's an old team, with all due respect. I mean, come on, 15 players on the roster, over 30. What do they have in mind?
Well, number one, we are an old team, but the only thing our team cares about is production, and the older guys produce. That's what I like about the Raiders. What are we looking for? Any place we pick, anybody we pick, is a luxury pick. We have veterans in all key positions. This is a guy who can step in, spend a year learning the position, getting comfortable, and then maybe a year from now being a superstar.
And certainly the Raiders are looking for speed, probably both at wide receiver and corner. But the fascinating thing about the Raiders always comes down to Al Davis. Put us in the draft room for the Raiders. What's going on? How does the decision actually get made who's going to become a Raider?
Well, I think Al is going to utilize his coaching staff, his scouts, and he's going to ask them questions and see where they want to go, if they like a certain guy. But bottom line, when it comes down to it, he's going to make the pick.
You spent some time with Al Davis recently. What exactly happened? You went, what was it? You went to him, you wanted to have a meeting with him, you made your appointment, you go upstairs. What were you talking about?
I made an appointment, we went upstairs. There's two things that Al cares about. He cares about his players, past and present, and he cares about winning. And that's what we talked about for about an hour. We talked about past players, you know, when they were drafted, how well they played for him. We talked about this year, things we could have done better, what we need to do. It was fascinating.
Did the conversation go some different directions that you might not have expected?
It did. You know, it definitely went some different directions. Things that, you know, I won't bring up here. What's that?
The basketball you were telling me.
Oh, women's basketball. Al Davis is fascinated with women's basketball. UConn asked me if I knew anything about them. I don't know much about them.
Oh, come on. From Vernon, Connecticut, you don't know about the UConn Huskies? When Al Davis brings a player to his team, I mean, I've been to training camp, and I see he'll do his share of coaching out there. Does he meet with the young guys? Does he give them an idea of what it's going to be like to be a Raider?
I think what he does is he'll bring up past players that maybe played in your position, and they'll say, hey, when this guy played, you know, he used to, you know, play the position like this. You know, and he's out there coaching on a daily basis during the season. He's out there in training camp. He loves the game, and he notices things that are pretty amazing.
All right, we're going to be back with Bill, certainly to analyze the Raiders' picks, but right now let's head up to Bristol, Connecticut. Speaking of Connecticut, and Mark Malone.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. The Raiders on the clock now to finish out the first round with picks at number 31 and number 32. Question is, what do they do with those picks? Some people have speculated whether or not they make an exotic pick. So far, we've got 4 quarterbacks of the top 5 rated gone already. That's Carson Palmer, Leftwich, Kyle Bowler, and, of course, Rex Grossman. That leaves Chris Sims, who Chris Mortensen told us earlier in the week was out visiting Al Davis earlier this week.
Yeah, Mark, I believe this is a spot where someone takes a good, hard look at Chris Sims. I had him rated as my number 5 quarterback, late first round, early second round. Sims would be a good fit for the Raiders' style of offense. And again, everyone talking McGahee here. I'm going to throw Sims in that situation now that McGahee is gone. But as I broke down Chris Sims, the one thing he does have a tendency to do is lock on his receivers. But when he gets a good pre-snap look and knows what the coverage can be, he gets the ball to the right receiver. Chris gets a clear pre-snap read. Straight man across the board with no safety help in the deep middle. So he knows he has a big play opportunity with Roy Williams on the post. In these situations, it is not uncommon to see fundamentals lapse, mechanics break down, and the opportunity missed. As you see, this wasn't the case for Chris. There are 2 things I want to point out from the end zone. Ball position first. The ball stays chest high, between the shoulders. This allows Sims' drop to be fluid and his body to remain flexible. Now watch the subtle move to his right at the top of his drop. That gives Chris a clear throwing window. That shows me poise, pocket awareness, patience, and vision. Williams takes advantage of a perfectly thrown ball by Sims. This kid can play in the NFL. One area I believe that Chris Sims must improve is his ability to forget a bad play. He must develop amnesia. In the NFL, you're going to make bad plays. You have to move on. Looking at his history at Texas, he would make a bad play. He couldn't shake it off. It bothered him too long. He's got to forget about it and move on.
One thing I think you have to remember, though, the Raiders, did they ask Rich Gannon to do more than any quarterback in football? I say yes. Now, if you're going to bring a guy like Chris Sims, you got to expect him to be able to take the level of Rich Gannon once he steps in.
Yeah, but Rich Gannon was around an awful long time. He's not going to get there immediately.
I think you're right, but if you're going to go get Chris Sims with already a good backup, it's a wasted pick.
Tuiasosopo, the backup to Rich Gannon, somebody I think the Raiders like. Certainly John Gruden liked him a lot. What will the Raiders do? They're on the clock with picks 31 and 32. Chris Sims could be one of their choices. We're back with more coverage after this.
I'm Chris Sims.
Sims sings one, man open, touchdown.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
We are back in New York. The final 2 picks in the first round owned by the Oakland Rays. And their fans are here dressed, as you might expect, like Raider fans. I mean, I don't know. It is New York. It was spring break this week, so anything's possible. But there they are. They're dressed, and they're ready to go. Of course, the Raiders, the Jet fans hooting them because the Raiders have knocked the Jets out of the playoffs last couple of years. The clock is winding down on their first pick, but they get the pass to themselves and therefore take another 15 minutes, which they will probably do. Let's update from the Super Bowl. The Raiders had a wonderful season, but the Super Bowl, it all went awry against former coach John Gruden and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And it went awry that weekend when the center, Barrett Robbins, went AWOL. What's the latest on his situation where he still is a Raider?
Well, yes, he is a Raider, and Bill Callahan, the Raiders coach, updated everybody at the owners' meetings in March and said, hey, he's been in treatment for his alcohol, other problems that he has. Feels like he's making a lot of progress. Will he be with the team in 2003? Callahan could not say definitely. And as they are picking here, 31 and 32, there's no question that they are looking at an offensive lineman, an Eric Steinbach, but there's no center you can take right here. They're also fielding some calls, probably from some teams that are looking to go up and take an offensive lineman, but I don't see them taking a center here, and we don't know if Barrett Robbins will be part of this team.
There will be 2 centers, Mort. A couple of kids that you're going to be looking at in the second round. Al Johnson from Wisconsin and Bruce Nelson from Iowa. You mentioned Chris Sims. I think Chris Sims needs to sit for 2 years, maybe 3. He has the arm. He just gets a little stronger in terms of his upper body, but he has the arm, he has the size, and he's a tough kid. He just needs some seasoning and to sit for 2 years, and maybe by that 3rd year, maybe then he'll have a chance to be a starting quarterback.
We are now 40 years plus with Al Davis in the National Football League, though, which is amazing, okay? I mean, Al Davis began as a coach, then went right away to be commissioner of the AFL, and well, you have the rest of the story. Here he got back to the Super Bowl for the first time in 19 years. Denny, you've seen him, you've known him up close for a long time. What is it about Al that intrigues you the most?
Well, I think, number one, he's the best in the business. He's the best in the business at evaluating talent. Let me tell you something. Al Davis gets on the starting line at the Combine and looks at every single player that runs a 40. He doesn't care how the guy finishes. He makes a note on what the guy looks like, what his body type is, and then he also looks at video. Al Davis knows football players. He is the type of guy that the first question I ask, that I've been in the Combine in 2 years, is Al Davis still on the starting line? People say absolutely. Everybody there looks down to see what Al Davis is thinking. And even when the big tuna came back, he went back to his customary seat, sitting beside Al Davis as they evaluate players.
Interesting, you said the starting line and not the finish line.
He doesn't care about the finish line.
That's right.
You know what? Anybody can tell you what the guy's time was. Al Davis looks at the way he walks, he looks at the way he handles himself, then he looks at the film and he makes an evaluation. That's why he gets so many bounce back guys that people took in the first round that flopped, second round that flopped, and Al grabs them, they can still play. He thinks they handled them the wrong way. He knows how to handle them. He's done it time and time again. 3 consecutive AFC championships. Who can do that?
Well, for pure football, we don't have enough of those guys around.
No, well, especially with Bill Walsh not being around, it's all on Al now.
Well, we're 5 hours into the draft. We're just waiting for the Raiders, and actually, it was quite an entertaining early part of this first round of the draft. Now let's get a SportsCenter in-game update from Dave Rebson back in the studios. Dave?
From Pop Warner to high school, college to combine, they've worked toward this day when the NFL will call their name.
Carson Palmer.
With the first choice in the 2003 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Carson Palmer. Detroit Lions select Charles Rogers, Dwayne Robertson, Terrence Newman, Byron Leftwich, Jimmy Kennedy. The Buffalo Bills select Willis McGahee, running back, University of Miami.
Are there any left? There are a couple left.
Chris Sims.
Chris Sims knows expectation. The son of a Super Bowl MVP now has his eyes upon his own NFL starter. Football's most pressure-packed roll call resumes. The 2003 NFL Draft.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer at the ESPN Magazine with our roundtable, and I'm with Bill Romanowski, who I think he's on the phone with the Raiders right now. But
okay.
Ron Jaworski said a short time ago that he thought that Chris Sims would actually potentially be a good pick, a good fit for the Raiders. Bill, well, what did you hear, first of all? But and what about Chris Sims? Is he someone that they could mold for later?
I think he's definitely someone they were interested in, but I think there's more glaring needs. I think we're real strong in the quarterback position, so I think they're going to go defense. Myself, this would be a
what did they say on the phone,
would
Bill?
be a luxury pick, and I don't think they're going to go there.
Okay. Chris Mortensen talked a little bit before about Barrett Robbins,
yes.
What turned out to be really one of the hugest stories of the Super Bowl. Now, Barrett had some offseason knee surgery, but even before that, and certainly since then, he's been participating in your offseason conditioning program. How's his reception been back to the team?
He's been in every day. He's been in from the beginning of the program. I talked to him right before I came to New York. I said, Barrett, what would you like me to say? He said, Bill, I look at this situation as a blessing. Okay, I'm looking to regain the trust of my teammates, and I'm getting ready for next year. That's what I'm doing.
But how has he been received by maybe not just a Bill Romanowski who always sees the world as half full, but a guy like Frank Middleton, your offensive guard, who was very critical of Barrett right after his disappearance?
Well, I'm not as close to Barrett. I don't play side by side with Barrett. All I can do is speak for myself.
How do you sense he's being received by the other players? And has he even talked to the team? Has Barrett addressed his teammates, even an apology?
Here's how I look at it. If a family member has a problem, do you kick him out of the family? And my answer is no, you don't. Give him a chance. Let him regain the trust. We need him. Let's go on and win a Super Bowl.
Has he apologized to anybody on the team?
Absolutely.
What has he said?
He said, you know, he told me, he said, Romo, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I let you down.
Well, certainly no question that Barrett Robbins had an impact on what happened to the Raiders in the Super Bowl. We'll be back to more of that later. Right now, let's head back to New York.
Well, certainly Romo, gave his opinions, and I'm sure he's not alone. I'm sure that there's two completely different feelings among the bulk of the Raider players. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Well, they really will, but I think Romanowski's the type of guy that understands it. He's played on a lot of really good football teams. San Francisco, Philadelphia, Denver, Oakland. He's been around. He spoke like a pro speaks. Things happen to guys. When he said, we don't kick a guy out of penalty with a problem, the young man admitted he had a problem. I think he's probably going to be at the Raiders next year.
Let me quickly fast forward here. As the Raiders' two picks are going to come up in the next 4 minutes, we assume. Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, Rich Gannon, as good as they got last year. But how long can they go, Danny? How long, as a group, can this team be such an offensive force?
Well, I think that's why they're probably going to take a receiver here. There are some tremendous players. You know, Mel was talking about it. Jacobs, you got him there. You've got Calico there. Two guys that can really run good size. They look like the type of guys that Al Davis really likes to have. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these two picks, he takes them. Probably the second one.
32nd, not 31st, because it's a skill player, and you can pay the lineman a little bit, but you move the skill guy down to 32.
But I heard Romo say something about a defensive player, and he was on the phone with him, so...
Well, they need a defensive end. There's no question they need a pass rusher. Could use help in the secondary. Wide receiver is going to be interesting to follow as we get into a late first, early second. Is Kelly Washington from Tennessee. Would have been a top 10 pick had it not been for that neck injury. The question there. Chris Kelsey's dropped a little bit. He had the high ankle sprain late in the year, missed 4 games. Henderson the back, so you can see the medical situation, how it affects players. Eric Steinbach, with all that versatility still on the board, that's a surprise. And Taylor Jacobs, one of the top 2 or 3 players now at the Senior Bowl. Excellent career at Florida. He'll be a good second-round pick. Peterson's versatile enough to play end or tackle. Wasn't able to run a 40, though, in this whole process. That hurt a bit. Jason Witten, will he still be there for Buffalo early in round 2? We'll have to watch that. Boss Bailey, the knee question, in addition to the tackling question, he's still on the board. Wayne Hunter, a former defensive lineman, turned offensive tackle, inexperienced but talented. And there's Rasheem Mathis, cornerback/safety. He figures to be an early second-round choice.
The one thing that they've been talking about Sims, and the Raider fans here have been chanting for Sims. The Raiders, the word I get, they are not going to take Chris Sims, and Romo hinted to that. But they have thought that some teams that might want Chris Sims would come up to this spot. The question is, how far do they want to drop back? They do have needs on that team, even if they did go to the Super Bowl.
However, look at Cincinnati. I'm looking at early in the second round. Cincinnati got their quarterback. Detroit has theirs. Chicago just drafted one. Houston has theirs. Arizona's not in that spot. It's New Orleans.
New Orleans might take one in this draft.
But it's Dallas. But they can't. They can't take Chris Sims. Right, in Texas, son of Phil, coached by Bill. Right. They can't do it, can they?
I think it would be a tough thing. I don't think that Bill Parcells wants to do that. Take the son of Phil Sims and put him back in the state of Texas. I don't see him wanting to do that right now.
It's too much pressure on a young guy anyway. To take him and put under that kind of pressure, I don't think that's a wise move. So, again, I hear Romo say defense, but they need both sides. Probably one pick on offense, one pick on defense.
Well, let's see. Jacksonville, Carolina, Baltimore and Seattle took a combined 4 minutes, right? 4 minutes to make 4 picks. And as we thought, milking, right? Milking all 30 minutes for both end of round picks in the first round. We go to 10 minutes per pick in the second round, but here we go.
There's some explaining going on, which means probably a trade.
Yeah, listen, New England was calling up to try and get up there. Steinbach sitting there is great value for someone to jump up there. So I'm sure that Boss Bailey even being up there would have.
Well, Mel, now you can use your line. In the linebacker position, what? A surprise, right? Because who went before who?
Oh, we had Barnett and Bailey. So we had Nick Barnett, we had Boss Bailey, but Bailey, the knee concerns and medical concerns at this stage pushes players down a bit.
With a complete circus.
31st selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select Asmoga Namdi, cornerback, California.
It was a pronouncer that the commissioner was going over, right?
A big corner for those big receivers.
Namdi Asamoah.
Brayton. Defensive end, Colorado.
So you get the corner and the defensive end, Chris, and that was the defense or wide receiver. They get a corner/safety in Namdi Asamoah. They get a defensive end with a great motor in Tyler Brayton.
Don't tell me he's going to make big plays on prime time. I'm going to have to say his name over and over and over.
Heard Jeff Fisher talk about taking a big corner and wolf them because you're seeing these big receivers, the Rodgers, the Andre Johnsons, and we know that Tyrone Calico, big receiver, is going to get drafted. So there is a benefit more in a big corner.
He played corner and safety. I think when you look at a kid 6'2 1/4", 210 pounds, with the ability to be a press corner as well as a safety, and a guy that is very smart, very well-spoken young man. He'll come in, he'll work hard, and he gives you that dual versatility. Tyler Brayton has a motor. This kid works as hard as anybody. He played defensive tackle this year, has to move outside the defensive end, needs technique work, high out of his stance, comes out high, can get handled by those skilled offensive tackles. He's a hard worker, dedicated kid with the motor, but he needs some work, needs to be coached up.
Namdi Asamoah.
Asamoah.
Asamoah? Sounds French.
Hey,
I know it's not. Tyler Brayton.
Don't call me that.
Now, Brayton is a guy with a motor, right, Mel? That he's.
Oh, yeah.
I heard his name rising up the last few days.
Regulated tackle this year. He's not going to play that position in the NFL more than likely. He'll move outside the defensive end. He's a guy with tremendous wingspan, great height. I mean, this guy's going to be a factor in terms of batting down passes. What he needs to do is become a little more technically sound, utilize leverage a little better, not be so high out of his stance, and allow those offensive tackles to get the best of him. At the Senior Bowl, he was making tackles on the kick coverage unit, hustling downfield to be the first guy down there, 20, 24-yard line to make the play. So you get a kid who wants to be an excellent player, but definitely needs some work.
He's got the Raider look.
Are you surprised defense and defense, though, guy? I mean, you know, are we surprised both defense?
Well, Romo talked to him. He was on the phone. He said defense and defense. He was absolutely right. I think they look at it and say maybe we can trade up and get a receiver somewhere. I think they want one, but picking two players back to back, and I don't think there's any doubt that they entertained some discussions probably. I think people were calling because right now at the top of the second round, people see a player they love. That player is still on the board, and they want to try to get to that player. And so there becomes a rush. They probably like the two players they got and probably turn down offers.
Hey, listen, and don't forget, Tampa Bay put some points on these guys in the Super Bowl, and even Tennessee in one of the playoff
Although
games.
a lot of them were returns for touchdowns.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
but the offense, Tampa Bay
that.
offense was effective, more effective than people thought it was.
The first round is over. 11 defensive linemen. That's a record by far. It used to be 9 was the old record. 6 DBs, all right? Only 1 linebacker. Only 1 year at 73 did we have no linebackers picked. And the second latest the running back has ever gone. 1984, Buffalo drafted Greg Bell later than this at 26. But when Buffalo took McGahee, that was the second latest the running back has gone. So some of the facts and figures from round 1. We now have the Bengals on the clock. We'll visit with the commissioner when we come back. And we are steamrolling into round 2.
I am Byron Leftwich.
Snap to Leftwich. He's got his man. Touchdown.
Well, are you ready for round 2? Byron Leftwich, a significant leg injury at the end of last season. There were question marks leading up to the draft regarding Byron Leftwich, yet he still manages to go in the first round of this draft.
Susie, I'll tell you, you look at what Jacksonville was able to do, getting that card up there. There was a lot of talk about who was going to move up to get him. They didn't have to. They stayed where they were. They got the quarterback they wanted. And I think when you look at Mark Brunell, the heir apparent, interesting, Ravens against Ravens. Jack Del Rio, James Harris, formerly at Baltimore. You had Ozzie Newsome, Phil Savage, and Brian Billick wanted to look at quarterback. They had taken Leftwich if he was there. Then they had to move into the first round, give up number 1 next year to get Kyle Bowler. So a lot of maneuvering. It was a wild and crazy first round, Susie.
Well, here we go with round 2. Gene Washington ready with the first pick of round 2.
With the first selection in the second round of the 2003 NFL Draft, Cincinnati selects in position number 33 overall, offensive guard from Iowa, Eric Steinbach.
Susie, we throw around the word value and bargain, and we say it all the time, but when you get into the second round, you get these kinds of players that drop because of the fact they don't have a defined position. He was a guard. People say, can he play right tackle, left tackle? Could really play anywhere, but what was he really best at? What was he going to be a Pro Bowler at? That's what people are looking for in round 1. Look at Eric Steinbach, well coached. Kirk Ferentz is a brilliant offensive line coach. The head coach at Iowa, that was the best offensive line in all of college football this past season, allowed Brad Banks to have such a great year, get in that Heisman race. They had a good running game as well. Dallas Clark had the big year catching the football. A lot of that had to do with the ability that Eric Steinbach brings to the table. You can play him at guard, you can try him at tackle, so he gives you, in the era of free agency, the versatility you really need. If you lose a player, you can plug Steinbach in. And I think in terms of the early second round, I'm a little surprised. I thought Cleveland, and we all knew it was going to be probably Steinbach, and then Jeff Fain got into the mix. He could be a quality anchor. So you can see where Cincinnati picked up Steinbach, he could have very easily gone to the Cleveland Browns. They were between Fain and Steinbach, so you are definitely getting value at this point.
And Steinbach was on your list of best available, and we were wondering when he would go. There's a number of other big names that were all question marks because of medical. Do you believe that those are the main reasons why guys like a Boss Bailey, Kelly Washington are still on the board?
Well, I think they were all outside of Bailey, Susie. They were projected to be late first. So we're still now early second round. We're not into the late second round. So I think when you have to see about where, in fact, E.J. Henderson goes, when Philadelphia made that move up to get McDougal, that was where he was projected to go, to the Philadelphia Eagles. You look at Kelly Washington, had that neck concern. He was projected late first, early second. Bailey, though, was the one that was projected mid first. He's the one that's dropped the most of those guys.
And Dennis Weatherby, of course, with that unfortunate shooting that he hopefully will recover fully from. Well, it doesn't take long in the second round, 10 minutes, but Detroit didn't need that. Let's go to Gene Washington.
The Detroit Lions have selected linebacker from University of Georgia, Boss Bailey. Chicago's on the clock.
Susie, Boss Bailey, we just mentioned, he was the one that dropped the most. He was projected to go maybe to St. Louis at 12. They opted instead for Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle out of Penn State. Boss Bailey has tremendous speed. I don't know many linebackers coming out of the college ranks ran a 4.38 legitimately at a 47-inch vertical jump. That's unheard of at the linebacker position. That's why a lot of teams were looking at Bailey as a safety. Some even thought about working him out as a cornerback. He's that skilled. Problem with Bailey, why is he still here if he's so good? A knee injury, ACL to both knees, as well as the fact he just didn't tackle that well. He wasn't a consistent tackler, reliable tackler, didn't always gather himself in the open field in space to make the play. So even though he had all those tackles, remember in college, let's say they've had the tackles, but you know, sometimes when you go back and look at it, it wasn't the 10 or 12 they're credit for. Maybe it was 6 or 7. So I think in Boss Bailey's case, he has to find a position, he needs to be coached up and become a better tackler, be it at linebacker or safety. We see him be able to block extra points, block field goals because of that leaping ability, but he's going to have to make his mark as a linebacker with his speed and I think maybe settle in maybe his second or third year in the NFL for that spot.
NFL personnel would like to believe that the college game is mirroring the pro game. The NFL right now, more teams playing the 3-4. You need more quality linebackers. Hard-pressed to find those guys coming out of the college game now.
So it really is. I talked to some coaches in the NFL. They said he can develop. He can improve as a tackler.
A speedy guy, Boss Bailey. When we come back, Chris Berman with Paul Tagliabue, the commission of the NFL. Stay with us.
Well, welcome back to New York. We are now into the second round, which means the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, gets to take a break and come down from the podium. He's the one with the clean desk over here. We do the fastest 3 minutes in television at halftime of our ESPN Sunday night games, Commissioner. That was the fastest 4 minutes in about 4 picks. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Not in my experience.
Well, you had to be quick on your feet and with your hands. Playoffs. There has been some talk of expanding from 12 to 14 teams, and I guess that's not a solved or resolved issue, right? There's an owners meeting coming up. Where does that stand, expanding the playoffs?
Well, we're looking at the whole idea very carefully, doing a lot of analysis. I think most clubs feel there's some serious competitive issues because as part of this concept, you'd have to have one team with a bye, but the second seed in each conference would not have a bye. It would be the first time in the history of the league we haven't had those two teams with byes, so you have a differential path to the championship game. That's one of the issues. There are many issues. We're going to have a full report in May and make some decisions.
I was surprised that changing the overtime perhaps to possession each team because of so many overtimes this year kind of went quieter than I thought it would at the owners meeting. Were you? Is that not that close in changing?
Well, a majority were in favor of changing, but we need more than that. It was the first time it was really discussed in depth in recent years. And let's face it, the current overtime system has got a lot of drama to it. It gives coaches an incentive to take risks, go for the win, because if you get the score, it's over. There was concern that might be eliminated if there was a two-possession rule. So we'll be back at it next year.
Well, and one thing that is true is that it's nice you hate to see a game end on an incomplete pass. Let's say you end with something good that happened, whether it be offense or defense. Los Angeles, it's sitting out there. You got your 32 teams. It's nice, neat, etc. But I know, Commissioner, that the Rose Bowl has been refurbished finally. It's a beautiful venue anyway. Does that open up a door one way or the other, perhaps? How does that change the way the league looks at it?
Well, the Rose Bowl has been moving on a path as people in Pasadena, the city council, to deal with the Rose Bowl game itself, and UCLA plays there, of course. So they really need to take some more steps on their own. Certainly, we know we have a lot of NFL fans in the LA area. We want to get a team back there, but whether we can do it in the short term, whether we can do it at the Rose Bowl, there's still a lot of ifs, ands, or buts on those kinds of questions. Eventually, we'll be back there, hopefully in the right way, with an exciting team.
I'm sure in a perfect world, you don't want to move anybody there. What other things excite you about what the league is doing that maybe the fans don't know, Paul?
Well, some of the most exciting things, I think, are in the area of youth football. We've got our youth football fund with the Players Association. We just appointed a former player, Patriots player, Cedric Jones, to head it up. That's exciting. Player development, working with our own players so they can look beyond football and have a career outside of sports. We brought in Hall of Famer Mike Haynes to work with us on that. those are some of the things that occupy us now during the offseason.
Your first draft, 1990, as commissioner, Emmitt Smith, drafted by the Cowboys, now the all-time leading rusher. Junior Seau, drafted by the San Diego Chargers, a civic treasure. Emmitt Smith is in Arizona. Junior Seau is in Miami. I know it's partly the system, but this can't be great. It can't be great.
Well, you know, I think we have the best system when it comes to that because we do have the franchise player concept, and you saw players like Elway and Marino and others finish with the team where they started. In Emmitt's case and Junior Seau's case, I guess it's a little bit like Johnny Unitas and Joe Namath and Franco Harris finishing with another team before we had a salary cap and free agency. So it's one of the things you don't like to see, but when a great athlete wants to keep competing, it's hard to say no.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You had Namath as a Ram, Unitas with the black high tops as a Charger didn't look right. We'll see how these guys enjoyed seeing you up there. You worked a little overtime a little bit.
Well, it's getting to be that way every year.
Thank you, Paul.
Good to see you.
Nice
Thanks.
to see you.
Okay.
Commissioner Tagliabue, as we go into the second round, we'll catch up on all the picks with Detroit, Chicago, Houston. We'll get you set.
Welcome back to ESPN's continuing coverage of the 68th NFL College Entry Draft. Mark Malone, Merrill Hodge, and Ron Jaworski. While we were away, Chicago Bears were on the clock, and they have made their choice. That's right. It's Charles Tillman, the senior cornerback from Louisiana Lafayette, 6'1" and an eighth, 207 pounds. So they now have chosen 3 players, 35 picks through the draft so far. 6 have been cornerbacks. Tells you how important it is to cover some of these big wide receivers. They had, the Chicago Bears, 2 picks in that first round, and of course they took Rex Grossman. Why did they take Rex Grossman? They have Cordell Stewart.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. Hey,
Cordell Stewart went ahead and went on up to Chicago from Pittsburgh after losing his job to Tommy Maddox. And tell you what, looks a little funny in that Chicago Bears uniform, but he is a playmaker, and that's really what they're looking for up in Chicago, Merrill.
But EA's got it right. See how they have him moving around? Dimensions. Everybody talks about dimensions. Cordell Stewart brings dimensions to the Chicago Bear offense. The second he signed, the Chicago Bear offense got better. Immediately, Mr. Jaworski.
You must have missed the second animation where he stood nicely in the pocket and delivered the football.
But this is the key to Cordell Stewart. What he does is he makes defenses play longer than they want to. The mobile quarterback, you gotta love it. It puts a tremendous burden on the defense. Look what you have. It's man coverage with a single deep safety. There's no spy. The only defenders accounting for Cordell are the pass rushers. Look from the end zone. You'll see that Cordell is presented with 2 defined options. The short pass to Amos Zaraway versus the linebacker, or running the football through this gaping hole for a potential big gainer. The statue quarterbacks, Jaws' kind of guys, they throw the ball to Zaraway for 7 yards. The mobile quarterbacks, they run for the game-altering, momentum-changing, big plays, and touchdowns. Dick Geron is a defensive coach. He understands that a guy like Cordell is almost impossible to defend because defensively, listen, you always game plan, try to play 2 or 3 seconds, and the play's got to be over. With a guy like Cordell, the play stays alive. The one thing the Chicago Bears must do better, though, they have got to be better at running the football, because if they add that to Cordell's ability, run action becomes a factor. The perimeter now, you have to worry about Cordell getting outside in the pocket.
So many weapons. How many games you break down to find that one guy?
Marty Booker, is he going to have to get out of the pocket and run quite a bit?
No, absolutely not. I believe mobility is a wonderful thing to have, another dimension, as you say. But if you want to have consistent offense, move the chains, put points on the football on the scoreboard, you must move the football around, play quarterback. What was wrong with giving the ball to Amos Zaraway on that little check down and let him in, run it in the end zone? What was tackle, no first down. You showed the one play he didn't take a hit. Last time I saw Michael Vick being hit by Brian Dawkins, great run, he was coming to the sidelines like this. He didn't have nothing to do with running. Not Cordell Stewart. Okay, well, I'll tell you, those guys get beat up.
Of Jim Miller, who was there certainly a year ago. Now, they were 29th in total offense. What's going to have to happen for him to be successful in Chicago versus his unsuccessfulness in Pittsburgh?
Okay, establish a running game, which you had 2 years ago when they go 13-3. I agree with that. They've got to take the pressure off Cordell and off Rex Grossman to have to make those plays. Stay out of those known third and long passing situations. Stay in the manageable situations.
And cater to his strengths. I mentioned the perimeter. Defensively, when you go play against Cordell Stewart, you've got to worry about the outside perimeter, Those defenders always have to be alert. Cordell could boot there, throw from there, or run from there.
He is not an accurate passer on the move.
No, he hasn't. He is, however, the 21st quarterback to start for that football team since the Chicago Bears were in the Super Bowl. More draft coverage coming your way on ESPN. The Saints are on the clock. Back after this.
Welcome back to New York, Madison Square Garden. Well, round one is in the books. We'll bring you up to date 4.5 hours into the first day of the NFL draft. 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round. Carson Palmer goes number 1. Byron Leftwich goes to Jacksonville. Kyle Bowler to Baltimore and Rex Grossman to Chicago. And then the big men took over. 10 D linemen taken in the top 25. Terrell Suggs goes to Baltimore. Baltimore gave up a lot in this first round to get the 2 guys they want. Maybe the most emotional moment as Willis McGahee questions, would he be drafted in the first round? The answer, yes, indeed, as he goes to Buffalo. And now we go back to our Coors Light video conferencing, and we bring in the president of the Detroit Lions, Matt Millen. You talk about intrigue. The Lions were at the center of quite a lot of it beginning last night. Matt, all the talk of all the moves for that number 2 pick, you wind up sticking with your guy from Michigan State. Give us the synopsis of how this went down.
Well, it's actually pretty simple, you know, because we did have a lot of suitors calling. We had a bunch of people who were interested. And so really what you have to weigh is who's going to make the biggest difference on your team. And is it a matter of picks and filling spots, or is it a matter of getting a guy who we believe is a difference maker? And for us, it was the difference maker. You'd like to sit there, Suze, and say, you know what, we're going to wait until we get a deal that we can't refuse, and we didn't get it.
Now, with your second pick, you go with Boss Bailey, a guy that a lot of people liked. In your mind, why is he even dropping to the second round?
Oh, there's probably, everybody has their different reasons from, you know, from maybe something the way he played this past season in terms of maybe missing some things, know what kind of position you're going to put him in. Is he a little beat up physically, all those type of things. But we were thrilled that Boss Bailey is sitting there, because here's a guy who is going to automatically come in here and raise the level of the speed of your defense, and it's something we wanted to address, and we have.
Matt, we appreciate your time. Hey, if nothing else, it was a lot of fun. You know?
It's always a lot of fun. It's football.
You're absolutely right on that, Matt. Thanks. The draft continues from New York and beyond. We'll be right back.
I am Charles Rogers.
Touchdown, Charles Rogers.
All right, we are back at the draft, and how about them Cowboys? Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? You knew we had to get to it eventually.
You had to.
The second pick of the Cowboys is coming up, but first let's clean up a couple of picks. Now we see some names of pretty good value here, top of the second. Eugene Wilson, corner, a name I heard moving up, maybe bottom 1. Mel and Morton Denny, corner from Illinois, goes to Houston.
I'll tell you what, Chris, when you look at him as a sophomore, when he played outstanding football, 4 interceptions, 16 pass breakups. The next year, 70 tackles, 6 interceptions, 30 pass breakups. Unfortunately, this past season, he didn't get a lot of help. Illinois, their front 7 didn't get after the quarterback. His production dropped dramatically. Had just 1 pick and only 14 pass breakups. That's less than half of what he had the previous year. But I'll tell you, when I talked to Ron Turner early in this kid's college career, he raved about where he would be as a senior. He didn't take it to that level, mainly because if you don't have the front 7 doing their job, makes life tough for a guy out on that island playing the cornerback spot. So Eugene Wilson is a guy, a lot of people were looking back at junior film, and I think once they got that as part of the process, they started to elevate him from the mid to late second up into maybe the early first or even into the early second or late first. So this is about where he was projected once the junior film and sophomore film overrode what happened this past year.
Let me get something clean. That was New England spot. I said Houston. That was our sheet printed out, but Eugene Wilson, New England Patriots, and they have been quite busy, and we'll go to that a little bit later. But that's a good, you know, again, they wanted to get younger on defense, and they continue to do that. Now, New Orleans, Stinchcomb, and as Morton, obviously we pointed out earlier, they lost Kyle Turley, so here's a tackle.
Yeah, here's a left tackle who can pass protect. I thought Houston may look at him. They traded away to New England, so now all of a sudden here's Stinchcomb available for the Saints, a guy that did an excellent job against the finesse athletic defensive ends. And here's a guy that I think when you look at the power guys, gave him trouble. He's got a narrow frame for a 6'5", 305-pounder who's up from 285 this past season. Needs to be a little stronger in terms of the way he performs. His weight room strength is excellent. The way he applies it on the field, questionable with that lower body, not being as strong as like a lot of teams in the NFL were looking for.
We call that functional strength.
Well, this is the second pick of the Jerry Jones, Bill Parcells era. There's certainly guys dialed in on that. Our PTI duo, Michael Wilbon, Tony Kornheiser, the Tuna and Jerry. Should be entertaining, fellas.
Let's talk about the Cowboys now. We have seen Jerry Jones and Bill Parcells sitting side by side in their draft room. Do you think they will stay on the same page?
I think so. I mean, Jerry Jones rode into Dallas in, I think, 1989, and he was hated, then taken over. He hooked up with another very strong-willed guy in Jimmy Johnson. That lasted 5 years. They presided over building the team through the draft and won 3 championships. I don't see why not.
Okay, they go defense in the first round. They need a quarterback, don't they? When Bill Parcells goes to New York, he has Phil Simms. He goes to New England, he gets Drew Bledsoe. He goes to the Jets, he has Vinny Testaverde. He doesn't have anything like that now in Dallas.
We don't know what he thinks of Quincy Carter and Chad Hutchinson, but we would think at some point he might like to look maybe for a veteran quarterback.
Well, he doesn't think they're going to Canton,
Well, let's mention a name, Chris Simms. Do we really think that that's even a possibility, given the pressure that Chris Simms had in Texas, that he would go and hook up with his father's old demanding coach and stay in that state and play for him?
That's a movie. Okay, if that happens, that's a movie, but it doesn't necessarily have a happy ending because it was tough for him in Texas. He didn't live up to all the expectations that were there. Now you're asking him to stay in the same state to be with the Dallas Cowboys?
I'm not asking for it. I'm just wondering, you love Bill Parcells.
I do.
What do you think he's going to do?
Look, I got no idea how he's going to draft, but I think that everywhere he has been, he has improved the team dramatically and quickly. He's in this for the short term, not the long term. And if Jerry Jones says, I don't want to make the mistake I made with Jimmy Johnson, then he stays clear and it works.
But they didn't make those mistakes early. They did it long enough to win some championships. Okay, enough of this. Back to New York.
All right, guys, thank you. So, Dallas, I mean, what kind of team do we think he has? What kind of team do we think the Dallas Cowboys are right now? We know a quarterback with Hutchinson's a question. No Emmett. What kind of team do they got?
Well, one thing you got to teach reality. I think what Bill Parcells said, look, guys, 3 straight 5-11s. Let's don't sugarcoat it. We've got to get better quickly. We have not been that good a team in 3 years. He's got to be the main guy that tells the truth.
Come get back to me after the break.
You know what, Mort? I'm going to see if I can work in my schedule. Mort, after the break. I don't know. I got things to do, pal. The movie. We'll be back with Dallas's pick in a moment.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Cold, down, easy. And in part by Microsoft. Your potential, our passion.
With pick number 38, Dallas has selected from Wisconsin offensive center Al Johnson. Jacksonville's on the clock.
A center. Although he can play center. You're surprised, Denny? A center for Bill Parcells.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised this early. I mean, I think he's a good player. Mel definitely had him ranked this highly. But, you know, I think Bill has just got to get to what he wants to be, a little impact player. I mean, who's the highest guy on the board on defense? Who's the guy on the board on defense who I can help make our defense better? I mean, Bill's thinking defense to rebuild this team.
Well, you asked that question before the break, Chris, about what do we think of Dallas. Well, I think the important issue is what does Bill Parcells think of the Cowboys? What does Jerry Jones think of it? And are they in agreement? Because the way this draft is going down, it looks like Jerry Jones and that group think they're just a player or two away from being a playoff contender. I think Parcells is more prone to multiply his picks. They didn't trade out of that first spot there. This is a team that still hasn't addressed running back. The quarterback is still an issue. The defense is the type of defense, Coach Green, as you mentioned, that Bill Parcells wants. I mean, I think this thing still has to settle down. I don't think this team is just one player away from being a playoff.
But we're not saying Al Johnson not good. He's a good player.
They need a center.
You look at that depth chart. You got Tyson Wall, you got Matt Lair. They're hurting at that position. That the anchor up front. If you're going to have Hutchinson and you're going to go after a veteran quarterback, all starts up front. This kid started a lot of games during his career at Wisconsin. 10 straight 100,000-yard rushers in Wisconsin. That's a Big Ten record. So this kid was a veteran for an offensive line at Wisconsin. And granted, some of those guys have struggled in the NFL more, but a guy that I think can come in to an offensive line that needed help at that anchor position.
This is Rasheed Mathis, and you saw Division I AA Defensive Player of the Year out of Bethune-Cookman. That's gone. He's gone at corner to Jacksonville.
I project him to corner, but when you look at a guy who's a free safety at Bethune-Cookman, has cornerback skills, had a lot of interceptions as a free safety. Does he tackle well enough, though? That was the question. At corner, can he get the experience? Can he ease his way into the mix with that versatility? Can he define a position and adjust to this level of competition? What helped this kid was the Senior Bowl practices, did a good job down in Mobile. That gave teams hope that he could have the ability to transition in to the NFL as a rookie, second-year guy, as either a free safety or a corner.
And Mathis, a guy the personnel people and coaches said has great ball skills. You're right. They don't see him as a safety because he's not a great tackler. But, hey, Bethune-Cookman down in Daytona Beach, he didn't have to travel very far here.
Well, again, one of these don't pay him just to rent the van for a day. But how about this? Good ball skills, 14 interceptions last year. 31 interceptions for his career. I don't care who you're playing against. You got to catch the ball and not drop it, right? And you got to be around the ball when it's thrown. So that's the Division I AA record holder. So Jacksonville just got that, a local kid. Minnesota
got in early.
Oh my God, Minnesota with 9 minutes and 40 seconds to spare on the 10-minute second-round pick, and the pick is in already. So you know what? At least their lessons have been learned.
They've learned a lesson, and that's the key thing. You know, I think this is, they're going to get a guy they want
With
here.
pick number 40, Minnesota has selected from Maryland linebacker E.J. Henderson.
Okay. Interesting.
Now, he's a guy that we thought might be first round, certainly in the previous months.
But that was Philadelphia. And Philadelphia moved up to get Jerome McDougal. And when Philadelphia's out of the first round, how many teams are looking for a middle linebacker, especially a middle linebacker like E.J. coming off April back surgery. Slow starting this past season, did come on strong late. There he's tackling Greg Jones, a highly rated running back who will be coming off a knee injury this season for the Seminoles. And you look at what he did against Tennessee in the Peach Bowl. Here we go. Maryland dominated Tennessee. He was the key focal point again, key ingredient on that defense. He was back to his junior form when he had 175 tackles. So I think when you look at 150 tackles, 175 tackles over the last 2 years, the way he performed late in the season, back at full strength, I think gave teams the feeling that, hey, maybe that back injury is a thing of the past.
Yeah, but I heard some teams say they're not so certain about him because of the back injury. But remember, George O'Leary is now the Minnesota Vikings defensive coordinator. He and Ralph Friedgen are the closest of friends. Ralph Friedgen is the head coach at Maryland, and there's no question that Ralph Friedgen had to tell him, go with this guy, don't worry about his back, he's going to be a productive pro.
Remember that game on ESPN Thursday night a few years ago when Joe Burns fumbled in overtime? Remember who the key player for Maryland was that game against George O'Leary's rambling record Georgia Tech? It was E.J. Henderson.
Well, resume includes the Butkus Award, the Bednarik Award, which two pretty impressive awards.
Well, it is. He's got the big reputation. He's got the name and the reputation. A lot of people early, and let's put it like this, if you draft after the junior year, he goes very, very high. And so, again, it's one of these guys where maybe it's overanalyzed. He's big and strong. He can blitz off the corner like Brian Cox of the old days. He can play middle backer. He can take on a guard. He can take on a lead backer. What else do you want a middle linebacker to do?
Well, that's what they want him to do in Minnesota. We have Houston and Seattle next. But for the word on what Dallas is doing, we head to Big D now and our Ed Werder. Ed?
Well, Boomer, the Cowboys really liked Terrence Newman. They had him very high on their board. I know that around the league, he was the #1 player on at least 10 boards. Jerry Jones, describing him earlier, says he has a Deion-like initial burst. And I was just talking to Roy Williams, the Cowboys rookie safety, their #1 pick from last year. He said this pick, having a covered corner, a guy they can trust to man up, will allow Darren Woodson and Roy Williams a lot of opportunities to play closer to the line of scrimmage, more blitz opportunities, better chance to offer better run support. And then I think what you've seen Bill Parcells do in the second round with Al Johnson, a little bit of a surprise, because last year the Cowboys had Andre Gerard, a second-round pick who started a lot of games there. And they also had Tyson Walter, a sixth-round pick who started at the end of the season there. And then, but what this does, they finished last year, they had 10 different offensive line combinations, Chris, and one coach told me it's perhaps the worst offensive line situation in the history of pro football that Dallas faced a year ago.
Well, that would be a pretty big statement, Ed. But you haven't heard any chairs or any loud voices, sounds emanating from the draft room, have you, over there?
No, and we've been carefully monitoring our draft room cam to make sure that Bill Parcells keeps his hands off Jerry Jones's windpipe. And now we're not even through 2 rounds yet, but so far it's been a success.
Well, Bill claims that he's Sergeant Schultz in all this when you go and look at this draft, that he knows nothing. But Bill, we know better than that. Ed, thanks. We'll get back to you a little bit better.
Okay, Boomer.
But we're General Borkharder, right? Then
That's right.
Or Jerry's General Borkharder. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Well, we continue here in New York as we steamroll toward the middle part of the second round, and you can get a 20th anniversary retrospective of the 1983 draft with all those great quarterbacks with John Elway and Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, etc. And you can go into the draft rooms with in-depth team-by-team analysis. Where? Only on NFL.com. We'll be back. And welcome back to the draft now as we move on to St. Louis, Washington, and Carolina, then San Diego here in the second round. And joining us now by video, the Coors Light video conference in Houston is Coach Dom Capers. And Dom, we talked before to Charlie Casserly, but I'm going to move back to your selection of Andre Johnson, wide receiver. Doesn't it just add up real simply? David Carr, Andre Johnson.
Well, I don't think there's any question when you have a young quarterback like David Carr, you'd like to give him a big-time playmaker, and we think that Andre Johnson gives us a big-time playmaker at the receiver position.
Well, and you've added Joppru, so there's another one, right? He didn't have to go as far down the field to find him, a tight end.
Well, we had the good fortune of coaching Benny Joppru in the Senior Bowl. We really liked what we saw, his work ethic, his attitude, and we think he's going to bring a real good all-around tight end to our offense.
Dom, with all the sacks last year for Carr, at the end of the season, I know he was tough and hung in, and nobody's questioning that at all. It was kind of at the end of the season almost a little shell-shocked, and that's in no way a cut, but you know, as the season goes on, that's very tough on a young kid. What did you say to him after it was all over?
Well, I think the most impressive thing about David Carr last year is the way he handled the ups and downs of the season. For a young rookie quarterback to have him come in and take every snap. He took all of our snaps last year, and he didn't waver. This guy is such a competitor, and it certainly didn't affect his confidence, and I think it'll pay great dividends this year.
Dom, you have been through this before, an expansion team, and of course, I'm not going to put this on you, that, you know, second-year Carolina championship game, but forget the wins and losses for a minute. What's the most important thing from year one to year two that you want to see with your football team? I mean, you'd like to play for a title, I know, but is there a couple things you put your finger on looking back at what you did in Carolina and what you're trying to do now?
Well, I think, number one, we know a lot more about our football team this time than we did at this time last year. And I think improvement is the key. We have a step-by-step plan, and you've got to have the courage and conviction to stick with that plan. And we like the direction we're heading. We have, I think, an outstanding group of players that hung in there and battled the whole year last year. We improved and played with great effort, and I think that'll pay dividends for us as we move forward.
Well, it's an exciting year for football in Houston. You guys hosting the Super Bowl and your new digs. Best of luck in year number 2. Nice talking with you.
Thank you, Boomer.
All right, Dom Capers, who has gone through it, and remember Carolina's second year in the title game. That's pretty amazing when you look back at that. Them and Jacksonville. Andrea Kramer, what do you have that's that amazing?
Well, what's amazing, Chris, is that I'm sitting here with Corey Chavis, the Vikings cornerback turned safety. what are your thoughts on the newest defensive teammate that you have, E.J. Henderson, the inside backer out of Maryland?
Well, he was the most productive linebacker in college football the last couple of years. He was able to make it back from a back injury last year that kind of sidelined him and hurt him a little bit at the beginning of the year. But I think when you look at his potential in terms of a tackle-to-tackle linebacker, he also has done a good improvement in terms of his zone drops as a linebacker. He offers a lot. I mean, 19.5 tackles for loss. I mean, there's a lot to like about E.J.
What does it say about Greg Biekert?
Well, he's a good guy to learn from. Greg Biekert led us last year, was our team leader, 4 interceptions, leading tackler. He's a thumper. He takes on isolation situations real well, kind of like E.J. Henderson. And Coach Tice, I know you have to be pretty excited about getting a Maryland guy who's a heck of a linebacker and getting your interior pass rush guy early on in the first round.
Well, you and I spoke a lot last week, and I'm real excited about both these football players, as you well are. E.J. turned out to be the highest-rated player we had left on our board in the second round. Plus, he's a guy that can learn, as you said, behind Greg Biekert, who we think is a great pro, a real smart guy that can help bring E.J. Henderson along to one day replace him. So we're real excited about the pick, and certainly we'll be hearing that Maryland Fight song pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, we're going to definitely hear that. And, Coach, being one of the better offensive line coaches in the league during your tenure there, did you feel like looking at Kevin Williams on tape that he was a guy that could instantly provide some pressure off of Chris Hovan in terms of the double teams that he takes on a week-to-week basis, as we both know?
Well, we felt he was big, tall, rangy, 305. We thought he was the best pass rusher, actually the second best pass rusher in the inside in the draft, behind Robertson, who went very early. We're real excited to have him. He is a player that we earmarked, as you well know, and we're just excited to have him.
Well, I know earlier they had a situation when the clock and everybody was probably sweating bullets around that time, but...
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Well, they keep up. The one thing about that, we're a team that likes to gamble. We beat New Orleans with a gamble last year with the 2-point conversion, so it worked out for us again.
Well, we're excited. This time it worked out better for us. We were able to get the player that we wanted. Last year we had a situation we didn't get the player we had ranked ahead, but we're excited. As you well know, we've got 2 players that we think really will bring improvement to our defense, an area of our football team that we need to improve.
Well, thanks a lot, Coach, for coming on and joining us, and we don't care anything about the clock because we got our guys.
You know what, Corey? I think I have the solution. You are such a draft expert. 2 years in a row, the Vikings have let the clock run down. They should bring you in their draft room next year. They'll be able to make a lot of decisions there. What do you think about that, Susie Colbert?
Well, what I think is interesting is an active player interviewing his head coach on draft day. I don't think that's ever been done before. Well, as it continues for Minnesota, the Achilles heel has been their defense. George O'Leary takes over. Undisciplined last year, questions about the system. So this is what George O'Leary has to at least start with. 30th in the NFL in points allowed. Only the Bengals and the Lions were worth 10th against the rush, but the pass defense is the most difficult area, 29th. So they pick up their linebacker, E.J. Henderson. How will he help this Minnesota defense?
Oh, I think he's going to help a lot on the inside. I like what Coach said about he'll learn a little bit from Biekert, but this kid's going to get in there and play because he is a between the tackles middle linebacker. He's the type of guy that's going to fill inside, go sideline to sideline pretty well, but the bottom line with him is he is going to come up the gut. He's going to take on the ISOs, and he sheds blocking pretty well to make the play. He also shows a little bit of versatility. He can go to the outside, does a nice job here making his body small, just a little turn. Going to get double team, slits through both, and makes the play. And also, this is what Minnesota's going to like, coming up the gut and rushing the passer. He can put some pressure on the quarterback. There is absolutely no question about his toughness. You heard me talk about Jeff Fain a little earlier from Notre Dame. Well, here he is going against Jeff Fain. He and E.J. Henderson are going at it, and these two can go at it in the NFL for a few years now. The Minnesota defense, athletic D tackles, Chris Hovan, and then they pick up Kevin Williams. 1-gappers and 3-gappers. They're going to hit gaps. They're going to fly up the field. They love bringing the linebackers on blitzes as well. This is where E.J. Henderson can really help this defense. He's a big guy. He steamrolls downhill, Susie. He knocks people over between the tackles. He is fantastic.
I think we can expect a little more excitement out of the Minnesota defense this year. You talked about the guys up front. Same thing, the corners. George O'Leary's defense likes a little more of that press coverage.
Yep.
So Minnesota could be getting after it with defense this year. The draft continues after this.
right, welcome back to New York as we move on into about 6 hours in. E.J. Henderson we gave you, Benny Jopper we gave you to Houston. Ken Hamlin, a very intriguing player from Seattle, a big hitting safety, so they've gone corner safety to try to move up, push the envelope with Ray Rose as defensive coordinator now. And then Pisa Tinoe Samoa from
good job
Hawaii. Linebacker goes to St. Louis, and then the Washington Redskins, right? Here's Gene Washington making the pick for Washington.
With pick number 44, Washington has selected from the University of Florida wide receiver Taylor Jacobs.
Whoa. Well, now there's a guy that... Wait a minute. Let me get this up. First of all, first time we've heard from the Redskins. They're one of 4 teams that didn't have a first-round pick. Washington, from Florida, Coach Steve Spurrier.
What's interesting about this pick, besides that, Chris, is that the Redskins had receivers a priority going into this offseason. And then before they signed Lavernius Coles to that offer sheet, the wide receiver from the Jets, they actually evaluated the receivers, and Taylor Jacobs is one of the guys they would have considered taking with their first-round pick, the 13th pick that the Jets got in that deal. So here they do get him on the second round, and it is good value.
I'll tell you, people say, well, he's not a number 1, but they don't need that. They hope Lavernius Coles is that player. They have Rod Gardner. He can be a 3 with Washington, and that's where he's going to be tremendously productive. The Senior Bowl, he was one of the top 2 or 3 players there. You see his polish, the route running skills. He knows when to body catch. He knows when to extend those hands to catch the football. This kid, the only thing is he gets nicked some. He was at the Senior Bowl. Nick didn't play in the game, so people had question his toughness there. But when you look at the hands and the concentration and the skill level of this kid, I said all along, he can come in as a rookie and contribute. At Washington, he's not going to be expected to be the 1 or the 2. All he has to do is be the 3 behind Coles and Gardner, and Steve Spurrier will be ecstatic.
Well, I think it will be. I think what people are concerned about, though, is will this guy be exactly what you want him to be? I don't think there's any doubt from Steve Spurrier. He knows the guy well. He knows him better than anybody else. He wanted the guy. He got the guy. Particularly, this is their first pick of the day. And so it's one they got to really believe in.
Well, they only have, what, a 2, a 3, a 7, right? There are only 3 or 4 picks, right, for the Redskins?
Well, they had Lavernius Coles, now Taylor Jacobs. They got Trung candidate Chad Morton and Matt Bowen. They have a 3 coming up. They have a 7. Maybe the 7th-round pick's a punter. 3rd-round pick. They could go safety. So I think this is a team that if you factor in the players they picked up, Morton, I know they overpaid in some cases to get those guys, but you factor those guys in, you got to be happy with what you got.
Well, Daniel Snyder, the owner of the Redskins, paid $5 million a year to get Steve Spurrier, who's supposed to be a great offensive coach. Only they didn't have a lot of those offensive players. Hey, they've upgraded their offense tremendously, and with the guys they did acquire this offseason, the Coles and the Randy Thomas, they are young guys in the prime of their career.
Texas A&M wide receiver Bethel Johnson.
Well, we will finish with Washington in a minute, but as Gene Washington told us, this is Carolina's spot. New England, who has become deal them left, deal them right, put them in, take them out. The New England Patriots got on the clock here where Carolina was, moving up 5 spots as they did earlier in this round. It cost them a 4, and they took a wide receiver. So now a big wide, right? A big,
a little bigger than what they have, Boomer.
Right. And Detroit Brown is great, 100-catch guy, but Deion Branch is speedster. They need something else. They've run a lot of guys last year.
He's not Kelly Washington.
Donald Hayes, that didn't pan out.
He's not Kelly Washington at 6'2½", 220 pounds. He's got 5'11", 197, but it's bigger than what they have. And I think you'll get speed. One of the fastest players in the draft is Bethel Johnson. He's a guy that can really do a job after the catch. You see him there, turned upfield, getting it into the end zone. He also has some kickoff return experience at Texas A&M, so he did it on special teams, did a good job this past season. An offense where you look at the freshman quarterback had to move in and do some things late in the year. Reggie McNeil, they never had that kind of passing game to allow this kid to really accentuate his skills. So I think when you look at the speed factor, that's why he's a 2nd-round pick. Kelly Washington, the concern still is the neck. That's why some other receivers have slid ahead of him in this draft process.
Brett Branch was picked in the 2nd round last year. So just let me, and don't try to follow all of this, but New England basically began this draft with 13 draft picks, and you can't really afford to pay all those, all right? The end total is they're down to 10 draft picks total in this draft. They gave up a 1, 2 3s, a 4, and a 6. They picked up a 2 and a 4. They wiggled around up a couple times in a 2, and they wiggled in the 1, but they picked up a 1 and a 2 next year. A 1st-round pick and a 2nd-round pick next year, and you've seen what they've drafted thus far. I don't expect you to take notes on it, but by the way, they're not done doing this. Just a guess. When we return, San Diego on the clock, and we'll talk with Steve Spurrier in a moment. There's no way you can follow all of it, but why not get it in? Welcome back to New York. The Washington Redskins. Have they been busy in this offseason or what? They had to kind of sit it out for a couple of years after loading up once, then watching the salary cap take its course. Lavernius Coles in a much ballyhooed offer that cost them a 1 with the Jets and shrunk candidate. They got the Rams in the 4 and Chad Morton, and that one had to go back to the special master, and they get the kick returner from the Jets for a 5, and Matt Bowen for a 6, and Jermaine Haley for a 7, not to mention Randy Thomas, who was a Jet, and Dave Fiore, who was a lineman. These are all new Washington Redskins, so we say hello to the new Redskins and hail to the Redskins and bring in on our Coors Light video conferencing Coach Steve Spurrier. And Coach, you couldn't help it, huh? You had to draft a kid that you've known since he was probably 17 years old, Taylor Jacobs.
Boomer, we had no idea that Taylor would be available. In fact, we didn't think Taylor Jacobs would be available the 13th pick of the first round, and that was one reason we decided to make a move for a wide receiver, and certainly we think Lavernius Coles is one of the tops in the league. But all of a sudden, Taylor was there in the middle of the second round, the 44th pick, and Dan Snyder, our owner, said, hey, this kid is too good to pass up. Let's go get him, and we feel very fortunate that we were able to get Taylor Jacobs.
Well, why, Steve, do you think he was there midway through the second round? What's your theory?
Boomer, I can't answer that. You know, I've watched the young man play, coached him for 3 years at Florida. I think we know all of his records and statistics. He can do it all. He can run routes, he catches, he's fast, he's a tough kid. And I don't have the answer for that, but we knew that we liked him all along. We had him rated right there behind Charlie Rogers and Andre Johnson and Taylor Jacobs. So we thought it was a good move for us and feel fortunate again to have him.
The guy you picked first last year, Patrick Ramsey. Do we begin we do begin the Patrick Ramsey era. What can we expect from him and your offense now with these tools?
Boomer, we're excited that Patrick's going to have an opportunity to go through the mini camps, the coaching sessions all through the summer as our #1 quarterback. Last year, being a rookie, he really just came to camp a little late and didn't have all the training that's really necessary. But he did finish the season as our starter. We won our last 2, and so we feel like we got a little bit of momentum going into this season. As you know, we got a new team, at least 1/3 new players, but we still got to play. We got to coach them, but we think we got a team that certainly should be competitive.
What did you learn, Steve, as we wrap it up here? What did you going into year 2 as an NFL head coach versus this time last year? What do you know now that you didn't know then?
Well, Boomer, it's hard to say. Obviously, maybe made some mistakes bringing some of my old players in because at the end of the season, we were playing with the players who were with the Redskins. Rod Gardner, Darnarian McCants were 2 of our receivers, Darius Thompson, and then, of course, Patrick Ramsey was our quarterback. So we just gave a lot of guys a chance, and it worked out that the players that were playing at the end of the year were not some of the guys that I brought in. But anyway, that's the way it happened, and we're excited about the players we got now, and we think we should be very competitive.
Well, you got the first game of the year against the Jets with half their players in the opening game on Thursday night. You'll be off first. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Boomer.
All right, Coach Steve Spurrier, the old ball coach, right? So it was overcast. They had a FedEx Field deal today. Couldn't get in a quick 9. They have a 2, a 3, and 2 7s, and that's it. Unless they make some
They
deals.
have no 7s now.
Well, that's right. They had
Jermaine
no.
Haley, they have just the 3rd, and that's it right now.
My cousin Vinny going to get on the case here, Serrato?
Move down.
Let's go to Andrea Kramer down the street here at the magazine. Andrea?
Thanks a lot, Chris. Along with Redskins right tackle John Jensen, who has played every single game for the Redskins all 4 of your seasons. So you've seen a lot with this team, but this year, 13 new players before the draft, 7 potential starters. That doesn't even include Chad Morton and kicker John Hall. But chemistry issues come up. How do you think everybody's going to fit in to this new team?
Well, change is something that we've become accustomed to with the Redskins, and I think that this year we got a lot of young guys. We got a lot of guys earlier in their contracts. I think we're going to be able to start something here that's going to carry on for a couple of years, and I really believe that we're going to have the time between now and when we open up against the Jets to create some chemistry, to create some things, and we have some key players back. Chris and I are back on the line. Larry, our center. Patrick is back, and he's going to have a lot of weapons to use. So we're really excited about this season coming up.
How are these new offensive players, whether it's a Lavernius Coles or, as we see here, Tyler Jacobs, going to fit in in terms of how complicated Steve Spurrier's system is?
Well, you know, I think it's going to be great having Jacobs coming in because he's going to be familiar with the system. So he's going to be able to have an advantage over some of the other rookies on other teams because he's going to know what's expected of him. He's going to have a relationship with the coaches and the coaching staff. And, you know, I think a lot of the other guys in terms of Lavernius and Chad Morton and some of the other guys, they're going to be able to come through and learn because they're pros. They've done this before. They've run their routes. They know what to do. It's just going to be called something different for our program. So they're going to be successful at it.
In addition to one of the Jets that was new to the Redskins is going to be lined up right next to you all season, Randy Thomas, the guard. What will your interior line look like? Because it's pretty much remade, led by Randy Thomas.
Yeah, and, you know, and Dave Fiore there on the left side, and you know, Chris and I have talked. We're extremely excited about having a couple of guys in there that are really going to be solid guys for us, guys that we know are going to be with us for a couple of years, and we're so excited to have both those guys because they're high caliber players, they're tough guys, you know, they're guys that get excited about playing football.
But you want chemistry on an offensive line, and now you got all these new players.
Well, we've had new players for the last 4 years, so there's nothing different there. And now we have, you know, they gave Randy some money and a long contract, and Dave's going to be here for a couple of years. Chris is going to be here for a while. I just signed a new deal, so we've got the beginnings of a line that can stay together for a long time, and I'm really excited about that.
And before you know it, Jets game will be here. Payback time. Thanks very much, John. The NFL Draft will continue from New York and points beyond right after this. Please stay with us.
The 2003 NFL Draft continues almost halfway through the second round. Top stories of the day so far. 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round, beginning with Carson Palmer, a Bengal, where John Kitna is the starter. Byron Leftwich goes to Jacksonville, where he will back up Mark Brunell. Kyle Bowler could possibly be the starter in Baltimore. Rex Grossman will sit behind Cordell Stewart in Chicago. Now, Penn State doesn't have the greatest history of NFL running backs. Larry Johnson will hope to change all that when 4 Nittany Lions taken in the first round, but not the first back. That honor goes to Willis McGahee, working hard to rehabilitate that knee. But when will he see action in Buffalo? So the Hurricanes, one of 4 first-round picks. Penn State and Miami account for 8 of the first 32 picks. The draft continues. Buffalo on the clock.
Out here,
Is there a Jim Rome is back on ESPN?
Welcome back to New York. The Buffalo Bills have just selected in the second round. We'll have that in a moment. But here is what Tom Donahoe has done for Greg Williams and their defense of a team that was 8-8 and played shootout after shootout. The Keg, Sam Adams, and let's go back to that for a minute. You saw Keith McKenzie, who was a pretty good pass rusher before he hurt his knee, right, with Green Bay. I assume Takeo Spikes was on the first page, right? And Jeff Posey, linebacker of Houston, not a lot of people saw. Spikes, of course, a very good player from Cincinnati. Some DBs and Sidney from the Titans and Iso Reese and the Broncos. This will be an adventure. Ryan Lindell, the kicker from the Seahawks. And, oh, by the way, the head coach of the Bengals last year, Dick LeBeau, added to the defensive staff. And now they've picked, they went Willis McGahee in the first round. Say, you know what, we can use a guy who some had late first round, Chris Kelsey, the defensive end Nebraska, Mel.
No question, Chris, he could have been a late first rounder, and I don't think anybody in the country could have argued. Look at Kelsey late in the year. He had that hamstring. He missed 4 games. We were down there with College Game Day on ESPN Radio for the Texas-Nebraska game. He had to sit out that contest, and, of course, then he got ready for the Senior Bowl, and he participated in the practices and did a pretty good job. He's about 6'4 and a half, 273 pounds. He's got the motor. He's in the Grant Wistrom mold. Wistrom was a top 10 pick. Now he's a mid-second. So I think when you look at that, you say, okay, nice pick for the Bills. He goes into that mix at defensive end with Schobel and with Denny, a position they needed some help. They did pass on the tight end, so maybe they can come back in round 3. Look at adding a tight end.
Well, they've only been 2 tight ends gone thus far, right, midway through the second round. So you have about 4 or 5 about the same.
You know, we talk about the additions that the Bills made, and Takeo Spikes, to me, the Cincinnati Bengals linebacker, who now is in Buffalo, to me, he might have been the best free agent pickup of this offseason. There's a lot of them, but I thought he might have been as good as any because he's not only going to make their team better, he's going to make London Fletcher better in the middle as well.
And Posey's an underrated guy. Look, we're not trying to sing the praise of everything that the Bills did, but they went after it in the offseason, which allowed them to gamble a little bit with McGahee. I'm still kind of not shocked, but it's a very interesting cab ride that the Bills, of all people, took Willis McGahee.
Well, I think that they're confident. What you've got is a head coach and a general manager, you know, in sync. The guys are really working together. That becomes important because they did so much to help themselves defensively in unrestricted free agency. Remember, you build a team, unrestricted free agency, and the draft. You know what I mean? Those are two good ways, a couple other ways too, but they help themselves, and so now they can want to say, hey, Chris Kelsey can run, he can make plays, he's got a great motor.
Well, motor, Buffalo, again, that's a division in which everybody was 500, as the Bills were, or better last year. Another division that's as tough as they come, the AFC West, and on the Coors Light video conference now with us is the new general manager of the San Diego Chargers, A.J. Smith, and I know, A.J., an emotional and an exciting day for you guys. You made a trade right out of the gates, and you picked Sammy Davis. You have to tell me if there was a smile or two in that room on that one.
Oh, there sure was. No question about that. And you know that we had John Butler's card up there, which we did before the draft, to symbolize having his spirit in the room, and it was well received by everyone.
Well, we had a chance to show that to our viewers. How has it been doing business here in San Diego? You and Marty and John had worked so close together and really are building up very quickly. Business these last 10 days. I guess maybe one of the best things was that you had something as important as the draft to do. Am I right?
You're right. It's been a tough deal. You and I talked about it. It's been real difficult for us, the Charger family here. But John had a theme, business as usual. He said that when he was ill. He said it all the way through the process and even right up to the end before he passed away. So it's a theme that we have in our minds. And the draft obviously is business as usual, but he's in our thoughts.
Well, let's talk about the Chargers, the ball club. You picked two defensive backs here. You know, no Junior Seau, no Rodney Harrison, but in comes David Boston and a nice young quarterback and a great young running back. Where do the Chargers have to really move this weekend in the draft to make you guys a division contender?
Well, I think we said before, Boomer, that we're going to have a defensive emphasis. We're not happy with the defense. We're looking to shore that up. And we took a couple of defensive backs, you know, right out of the gate, and we're going to continue that mindset. No offense if there's a heck of a football player up there, but we need to address the defense, and we're underway doing that.
You know, we heard Mort say that Takeo Spikes might have been one of the biggest defensive pickups in the offseason. How about David Boston at wide receiver? I know there was some question about him in Arizona, but obviously he passed all the questions for you guys. Is there any in your mind? And I would think the sky's the limit for this guy.
Absolutely. We think he's one of the top players in the National Football League, and all of the questions were addressed by us. We had David in, and we're very happy with the results of everything, and we got a heck of a football player.
Well, you've been in this game a long time. Congratulations on your new post. I know it's an emotional time, but we appreciate you being so forthcoming with us, and onward and upward for the Chargers. Thank you, A.J.
Thanks, Boomer, and I'll see you on May 8th.
Yes, we will, and we should elaborate on that because there are many former players of maybe the Bills or the Chargers or those that just know John Butler. There will be a memorial service in the San Diego area in Oceanside, which is North County, on Thursday, May 8th. And many that have known him from football and other wakes of life will be coming to that. We'll be back.
Stay on.
I am Willis McGahee.
That's what I'm talking about,
Willis. Welcome back to the NFL Draft. That was a look at Willis McGahee, a star-studded running back. The national championship game, the serious knee injury. Would he go at all in the first round, even though he was, before he got hurt, could have gone the first, second, third, or fourth pick overall? Would anybody gamble? Well, it's got to be a team with 2 picks. Wrong. It was the Buffalo Bills who had just 1 first-round pick, and the man that engineered that pick joins us now, the Vice President, General Manager of the Bills, Tom Donahoe. And Tom, I would say that this was a cab ride that was a little bit different now. When did you know that this? When did you know that you guys as an organization had the guts, et cetera, to make a pick on McGahee?
Chris, we talked about it the last couple of days, and he was a player that we tried to zero in on. And we really liked him. We thought he was one of the best players in this draft, and we understand the injury. We feel that we can be patient with it and give him a chance to get healthy and get back on the field.
I mean, I guess you'll have to wait and see, but I would imagine right now, playing at all this year, is that, I mean, McGahee thinks he might. What do you think at this point?
At this point, we don't want to rule anything out. He probably would start the year on PUP, and we'll see how he develops, and there may be a chance that at some point in the season he can come back. The one thing we've tried to do here in Buffalo with injuries, we've never put a timetable on anybody's injury because all players react differently.
And now you pick up Chris Kelsey in the second round, addressing a defensive need. I mean, the goal is not to be in a shootout every week, I would imagine.
Well, we did that last year, and it didn't work. So we want to try to change the way we're going to play this year. And we ended up with a first-round grade, a late first-round grade on Chris Kelsey, and we feel fortunate to be able to get him. He's a physical guy, a guy with a great motor, and we think he can add to our pass rush.
Tom, Chris Mortensen here. Listen, your owner, Ralph Wilson Jr., did he have to sign off? Yeah, I
There
got
you go, Tom.
Did he have to sign off on this deal because this is a guy, does he have to pay him first-round money? How do you negotiate with a player like this, and how did Mr. Wilson feel about it?
Mr. Wilson was very supportive of it, Chris. Matter of fact, he encouraged us to do it. We talked to him yesterday about it, and he thought it was the right thing to do, that McGahee should be one of the players in the mix. And when we decided to pull the trigger today, he was the first one to support it.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. You had us guessing down here, but it's certainly excitement, and program sales with all the changes you made up there should be skyrocketing in Buffalo. Thank you.
Could you guys sing Moon River?
You know, he has to get one in, doesn't he? He works with us a couple of years. Doesn't he know we have the pulpit? A year ago, tomorrow, Tom Donahoe and this man, Bill Belichick, were making the deal that sent Drew Bledsoe from the New England Patriots to the Buffalo Bills, and the Patriots did their own thing, and now Bill Belichick is with us from the Patriots headquarters in Foxborough. Bill, have you made enough trades yet today, or what?
Well, it was a busy day on the trading front, but, you know, in the end, we really ended up moving up for each of the players we selected and guys that we obviously felt good about.
Well, tell me about Ty Warren up front. Obviously, your goal was to push the envelope on defense a little bit and certainly get younger on defense, and it looks like that's what you've gone after.
Well, that was certainly a goal for us, and, you know, Ty Warren plays left defensive end in a 3-4 at Texas A&M. And played nose his junior year, so we know he's got a little bit of position flexibility, but he's played in a defense very similar to ours for, you know, during his career at A&M. And, you know, we felt like that was a good fit for us, and he's, you know, a hard-working guy and a tough guy that, you know, if he'll come in and do that, I think he'll have an opportunity to help us.
You're going to change your scheme a little bit, a 3-4, maybe not like some of the teams like an attack blitz. The Steelers play a 3-4, but part of the reason, I guess, was because of the acquisition of Roosevelt Colvin. Describe what's in your mind on making this change, and then I guess Seymour goes to end, right?
Yeah, I think Seymour and Warren, you know, have a chance to play ends. Again, Warren has a little bit of background at nose, so we'll just see how that works out. And, you know, Colvin, Vrabel, McGinnis, guys that have all been productive for us as outside linebackers, as well as Roman Pfeiffer. I think we have good depth there, and we'll be able to get some productive play out of those players.
Might we see you investigate a running back? Of course, you got a lot of picks to come yet. I'm sure you're not going to keep them all. But, I mean, you have Antoine Smith, who's a 1,200-yard player, but is that an area where you want a little change of pace back, perhaps, in the draft?
Well, we've got some picks tomorrow, Chris, and I think we probably have enough picks from next year that we could still be active in the third round this year if we want to be. So, you know, if we see players that can help us at any position, we're not afraid to make a move and try to get them. You know, in the end today, we started out with 4 picks after making the trade yesterday with Miami with a 3 to a 2, and started off with 4 picks, ended up with 3 players in the first and second round and first-round pick next year. So, you know, if we can make those picks come through, whether it be this year or next year, I think we can improve our football team, and that's really our goal.
Well, when I hear you start dealing for a pick in 2009, then I know you've gone too far. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Boomer.
Bill Belichick, coach a year ago, the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots, and they are not done. I mean, you heard that. We'll be back.
Rise up now. The NBA playoffs on ESPN.
An artist. My car is my drive, and I know.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, here we are in the second round. We talked to Tom Donahoe about Chris Kelsey, the defensive end of Nebraska. We will get back to Miami. It's the first time we've heard from them. Remember the Ricky Williams, so they didn't have a first-round pick, and they picked Eddie Moore, linebacker, Tennessee. Bruce Nelson, center, Iowa, goes to Carolina. Terry Pierce, a moment ago, linebacker, Kansas State, went to Denver, who drafted off, and then Sean Thompson from West Texas A&M, linebacker, goes to the Cleveland Browns. So Denver went tackle, they went center. So interesting that they did that. The Jets now with their second pick of the day. Let's go up to Gene Washington and get. Well, the Jet fans are interested. Let's hear it. They're waiting.
With pick number 53, the Jets have selected from Michigan linebacker Victor Hobson.
Well, they're not going to know many of these guys, right? Right, Mel?
The linebacker position, you're looking at a guy like Victor Hobson, doesn't have a lot of speed. I think that's the big question. How can he get sideline to sideline? Well, he's real instinctive. I think that's the key with Victor Hobson, a guy that made a big interception in their bowl game against the Florida Gators. Guy can play middle or on the outside, special teams, but I think it's a little high for a player that was an excellent college player, but projecting into the NFL, does he have the overall skill level to be able to get the job done as a starter? Because in round two, that's what you're looking for. So I think you're getting some reaches now. You're seeing Eddie Moore from Tennessee go higher than expected. Sean Thompson maybe a round earlier than expected, which is pushing some very good players down this board and allowing some teams in the late second or third round to get some players that they certainly could have never expected to still be available at this point.
Well, I think it also comes down to the variables. If you find a guy and you need a middle linebacker and you find a 6 foot 250 pounds, likely not to play outside, likely to play middle linebacker, that's a position that the New York Jets need. This is definitely a need pick, and they need to pick on defense.
Well, you know, linebackers will come eventually. I mean, we had one in the first round, so that was the Jets. We'll go back to Miami in a minute, and Atlanta is in the on-deck circle. We haven't heard from Atlanta as well, but the Arizona is on the clock, and this could be a spot for perhaps a quarterback to be chosen, but we're not going to lead to that right now. Arizona's pick is in, so we'll go to Gene Washington and then debate it.
They had their guy.
And there you go.
There you go. They very well might be, Chris.
Arizona took 45 minutes the first, with their three various spots in the first round, if you will. And now, you know what, Dennis? We're looking up there at Gene Washington. People don't know how good a receiver he was.
Well, he was a great player. Another Stanford guy. That's why I got a little ruffled a little bit when Mel said that the Harris.
With pick number 54, Arizona has selected from Florida State wide receiver Anquan Bolden.
There's a name we know. Right,
there's the second receiver that David McGinnis said they had to get out of this draft. 2 receivers and a pass rusher. That's what they've done with his first 3 picks.
What this kid is a guy that was the MVP of a talent-laden football team, played quarterback, was a wide receiver with excellent hands, big, checks into about 6'1", 215 pounds. Only question with Anquan Bolden, of course, they had Talman Gardner on the other side. You look at Anquan Bolden with speed. He only runs consistently in the 4.7 range. He's possession receiver, big, physical talent that came back off the injury list a couple years ago, and I think in the right situation, you're talking about an Arizona team had to add some receivers. I think if you look at this position as a major weak link, they got it's basically a bunch of journeymen right now. They added Brian Johnson. They like his punt return skills as well. Anquan Bolden comes to play every week, and I tell you what, here's a guy opposite a speed guy, and Brian Johnson can run. You have a decent tandem. Unfortunately, they're both rookies. You expect 2 rookie receivers to be have the major impact in the National Football League right away is usually asking too much.
The receivers are one of those positions that we've seen. Like, remember last year, Gordon Robinson, number 1, David Terrell, number 1 of the Bears. That takes, I mean, not everybody's Randy Moss. Or Jerry Rice.
And that's the key thing. I mean, I think he was a second receiver for them. He'll be probably a third receiver for Arizona right now. They went with the position they need. They lost people. I mean, in other words, they were concerned. They had to answer a lot of questions, very defensive about who's going to play receiver for him. So they answered one of those questions.
And one of the guys that they're going to be counting on is a second-year pro, Jason McCadley out of Alabama, who Dave McGinnis was very high on, had him at the Senior Bowl. He'll factor in heavily along with Bolden and certainly Brian Johnson.
Yeah, Bolden, certainly, though, a guy that made a name. You played at Florida State, his skill position, you're going to hear of him. Mike Golick certainly has. Susie Colbert certainly has.
Well, and Chris, Mike and I have been watching throughout. There are a number of teams that have selected 2 players of the same position. Obviously, a major need for Arizona's wide receiver. Where would you play Anquan Bolden?
Well, Anquan Bolden, I put him in the slot. He is a tough receiver, as Mel was talking about. This is a kid that could run middle routes. This is a kid that does a great job pushing off receivers, is very aggressive on the inside, and a pretty good route runner, but you know that he's going to be able to get free. Doesn't have great speed, but he'll get free. He's tough. He can take a hit over the middle, push it in the end zone. He does a good job of going up the field north and south after the catch. He'll do some hand play. He'll fight with you as DBs try and get hands on him. He'll fight and he'll try and get open. He's a great athlete in that respect. He's an excellent blocker as well. He is not afraid to throw his body into the fray. Here he's knocking out a defensive lineman. You got to love that when you throw your body in there. He's a guy that knows when the receiver catches the ball, he turns into a blocker. Here, not great blocks, but he gets in the way enough to free up his receiver after blocking 2 defensive backs. So while not one of the elite receivers in the league, he shows toughness here. Again, you're going to see the helmet pop off. I love showing these at the end. I love seeing these tough kids. Helmet popped off from the kid on Miami. But this is exactly what I dig about this guy. Tough slot receiver, good help for Arizona.
Yeah, offensive coordinator Jerry Sullivan, this was the guy that he really had earmarked, that he wanted a bigger version, he said, of Hines Ward. And you know, Hines Ward loves to block, tough, physical guy. Well, we know that the New York Jets have had a busy day. Let's join Sal Palantonio, who has been with them all day long. Sal?
Susie, I'm with Jets general manager Terry Bradway, who's had a very interesting offseason and a very active and aggressive last 24 hours here with the draft. Take us through your first 2 picks, Dwayne Robertson and Victor Hobson, defensive tackle and linebacker. What was your thinking there?
Well, Sal, we thought coming into the draft that there were a handful of top #1 players, and with 2 first-round draft picks, we had an opportunity to get up and do that, and we did in drafting Dwayne Robertson, and we feel real good about that. He'll come in as a 3 technique and be able to do what Herm and Teddy want him to do in this defense. And our focus on this defense, this draft, has been defense. We said that all along. We haven't drafted a linebacker since we've been here, and we feel very fortunate to have taken Victor Hobson here in the 2nd round. There's been a run on linebackers in the 2nd round like we thought there would be. I think there's not that many linebackers on the board. It was important for us to get a young linebacker that we could throw into the mix. And Victor can also play Sam, which is important for us.
And you wanted to upgrade your speed overall on the defensive side of the ball. You only have 22 defensive players on your roster. Now, you lost Chad Morton and Lavernius Coles in free agency. How important is it for you to get a wide receiver later on in this draft?
Well, we think we addressed that. When we signed Curtis Conway, we felt very good about what we did. I don't think it's a strong need. If we could get a big wide receiver that can help us on special teams, that might be something that we're going to look at. But right now, we feel really good about our receiver core and feel like we can win with that group. And again, our focus, at least so far, has been on defense.
Terry, I know you've talked a lot about the defections of the 4 players to the Washington Redskins, Randy Thomas, John Hall, Lavernius Coles, Chad Morton. Is there anything that you would have done differently, or what would you have done differently this offseason to try to change the situation?
No, I don't think so, Sal. I think we had some decisions we had to make, and Washington did a good job in the offseason. They attacked the restricted free agent market, and I think they did a good job, and they did their offseason that way, and we're trying to do ours through the draft here. But there's several ways to win, and I think they did a good job. It was our job to replace the guys we lost, and I think we've done that.
2 years ago, you lost 8 players in free agency. You wound up winning the division. I think people forget that. What do you have to do now to get to the position where it's a very competitive division? The Dolphins are getting better. The Bills are getting better. Obviously, the Patriots want to get back to Super Bowl caliber. What do you have to do to rebuild what you have with this team?
Well, I think offensively we're going to develop because of the young quarterback, Chad Pennington, and we've got good runners in Curtis and Lamont Jordan, and we've got a good offensive line. So defensively, it was important for us to add some young players to the mix. I think we've done that. We've got some good guys coming back, and you know, in this league, in this division especially, you got to be able to stop the run. We've got some tough runners in this league, and that's one thing you have to do is stop the run.
All right, Terry, thank you very much for your time. I know you're a very busy man today. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Sal, Terry, thank you very much. When we return, two teams who did not have first-round picks will visit with their respective ball clubs. Dave Wanstadt, Miami, Dan Reeves, Atlanta. Coming up, we'll talk with both when we continue. We're about 7 hours into this, the 68th NFL Draft. We are late in the second round. We go all the way through round 3 today, then rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow, beginning at 11 a.m. here on ESPN. Chris Berman, Mel Kiper, Chris Mortensen, and the longtime Viking coach, Stanford, Northwestern, etc., Denny Green, working with us here in New York. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've had a couple of teams. There were 4 teams that did not have first-round picks. We heard from Steve Spurrier of Washington a little while ago as they went with one of his wide receivers, one of his, meaning Florida's, Taylor Jacobs. And now we have had Miami and Atlanta make their first picks. Miami took the linebacker Eddie Moore from Tennessee. So let's start with Miami, the team 9-7 a year ago. And joining us now in our Coors Light video conference is Dave Wanstadt from Miami. David, linebacker, a position of strength for you. You draft one, and then you got some guy named Junior Seau the last few weeks. What do you expect out of Junior to bring to this team and this defense?
You know, we lost Scott Gallion and Twan Russell, so we lost 2 of our 3 backup linebackers last year, and so from a depth standpoint, we hadn't drafted a linebacker in 3 years. Also to help us on special teams, so we feel like Eddie Moore is going to be a real good addition. I don't think he'll be taking anybody's starting job, though, to refer to Junior. Right. You know, about real fast, we did not anticipate it happening when free agency started, as everybody knows the timing of the thing. But I think we feel like we've added a player that's very talented, a player that has the passion to be the very best and to take a football team to another level. And I think the more of those type of players that we can add to our team. Everybody coming back. We actually got, I think, 20 or 21 starters coming back. So we were just looking to add some depth. And then if we could add 1 or 2 certain individuals, a Junior Seau to the mix, and it would really, I think, create a little bit more of sense of urgency.
Well, look, you didn't have a first-round pick because of Ricky Williams, and you couldn't ask for more out of Ricky last year. The team looked great at times, as you know. Jay Fiedler hurt some, but it looked good a lot. But yet you missed the playoffs. A season, I got to say, probably for you, a big disappointment. So what's got to be the change this year for the Dolphins? And is Jay entrenched at the starting role at quarterback?
Jay's our starter. He missed 8 football games with the broken thumb, as you made reference to. The most frustrating thing last year was when you have a leading rusher, you run the football and you play good defense. It's supposed to equate winning championships. And I remember, talking to Bill Cowher a couple of years ago. Pittsburgh kind of went through the same thing. We're not going to get away from our running game. We're going to play great defense, and we have to do a better job, obviously, in the passing game and special teams, and that's where we're going to make an emphasis.
Real quickly, does the name Brian Greasy mean anything to you guys at this point, or that's down the road, or what even conjecture? Because, name's kind of famous in Miami.
Right, Bob Greasy. Did you say yes. Bob Greasy, Chris?
Well,
Bob Greasy?
Yes, Bob Greasy, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. We can talk about Bob Greasy.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
Brian, who knows what's gonna happen? We'll just kind of wait and see.
All right, David. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you a little bit more tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Dave. Dave wants that. There now, Dan Reeves in Atlanta. You talk about excitement with the Atlanta Falcons and where they came last year with a quarterback named Michael Vick. And I guess, Dan, you spent your first-round pick on Peerless Price, so I would say you're pretty happy with that, the way that turned out.
Well, it really was a great pick for us, Boomer. There's no question. We're excited about Peerless. He's been in here every day in the offseason. We've already had some sessions where, he's been catching the football, and just watching him work out and see the excitement that he's shown, makes us even more excited about having him.
Hey, look, the way Michael Vick just kept going up the charts last year, I know you knew what you had, but Did you know you had all that in his first year as a starter?
Well, I tell you, I don't think any of us were disappointed in anything that Mike Vick did last year. He's such a great competitor, such a great player. He's fun to be around. He's going to be a tremendous leader on our football team. He's in here now working out, and he's excited about the off-season acquisitions that we've been able to make, and, you know, looking forward to this coming year.
How about the excitement in the city? I mean, it's been a while since the city's been like this for football.
Well, it really has. It was unbelievable last year. You know, Chris, just to see the stadium full every game. I mean, we played preseason games and it was sold out. The excitement is so great for our team. I mean, it's so much more fun to go in there when you're playing and, you know, have an enthusiastic crowd behind you, you know, rather than having the team that you're playing having more fans than you did, which we had happen quite often. So last year was really fun. We started off 1-3, and yet our crowd was really behind us, and you know, got excited when we started winning some football games, and you know, I think ended up on a high note by making the playoffs, and looking forward to this coming year.
Well, I know the place will be packed. Continued success, Dan. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, Chris, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Dan Reeves with us, and the team he used to coach, the New York Giants, now coached very well by Jim Fossil. He comes in from about 8 miles across the river at the Meadowlands. And Jim, welcome. And we talked to Ernie before, but William Joseph, big guy up front, kind of the last of the Mohegans there when you were drafting the last of kind of the first round picks up front. And that's a position of need, wasn't it?
Well, it was, Boomer, and we were aggressive. We were trying to get up a little further than that, but we were glad William was there when we picked. And, you know, we do need some help up front defensively. I thought that hurt us coming down the stretch, and I really want to get where we can be more physical with a run and put more pressure on the quarterback.
Well, of course, you picked a guy from Lambuth College a couple of years ago who played, obviously, at Lambuth Field. Now you got. Now I want you to pronounce your second-round pick, all right? I'm going to put you on the spot, Jim. A young man from Troy State. Tell us about him.
Osi Umayuri. Okay, how's that, Boomer?
I got you.
I've practiced it for a while. Osi Umayuri. He's a young man who was born in London, and his parents are from Nicaragua. But we think this guy has a tremendous upside. I mean, he's a big guy, has tremendous skill, he's quick. And I think, you know, he's just going to be 21 years old. And I think that all the scouts, all the coaches felt like, of all the guys on the board, we thought this guy has a real potential to be a great player.
Jim, you have worked out. We just heard Dave once, and we mentioned the name Greasy, and he said, "You mean Bob Greasy, not Brian Greasy?" Well, there's a guy named Sims that played pretty good quarterback in your stadium. You took a good look at Chris Sims, who, by the way, is still on the board. You were impressed with him, huh?
I very much was. You know, I coached his dad, Phil, and Phil asked me to conduct the workout, and I think the young man has all what you're looking for in a quarterback. And I think one of the things with any of the quarterbacks, you got to protect the downside. And this guy, I don't think, has a downside. I think all the football's ahead of him. He's got the size, he's got the intelligence, the competitiveness. He showed tremendous arm strength when he worked out. I think there's little things he can adjust to on the underneath throws with his accuracy, and I think this guy, he'll be a starter and win a lot of football games in this league. He probably is the best value on the board without a doubt.
Ron Dane, will we see him as a Giant next year, Jim? What do you think?
Well, I can't tell you that for sure right now, Boomer, but he's with us, and I'm not happy with him because he's not in the off-season program. He and I have spoken, but he's got competition next year as far as that spot, as far as play time and everything else. And we've had some inquiries about him, but we haven't done anything with him. And until that point in time, he's a New York Giant.
Well, Jim, congratulations. I know that the off-season was a long one for you after the way it ended, but you beat the Eagles at the end, and onward and upward. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, Boomer, good to be with you.
Jim Fossil, coach of the Giants. Well, that was quite an interesting whip around Miami, Atlanta, New York. Hey, we do this here at ESPN. All right, let's back in New York now. We're going to go from top to bottom, but we're going to start highlights at the bottom. Brian Scott, we talked about corner Penn State to Atlanta to Dan Reeves. You heard Jim pronounce the name of Troy State defensive end. Anthony Adams, defensive tackle, Penn State. God, they got a lot of guys going in this draft, first, second rounds. That goes to Dennis Erickson. We haven't discussed that issue. Dennis Erickson, the new coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Mike Doss, talk about him in a moment. The first guy from the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes to go. What a great pick for Indiana. for Indianapolis Colts. And then Alonzo Jackson, defensive end, Florida State, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we'll start with the bottom of the list, Mel. Alonzo Jackson going to the Steelers.
6'3.5", 265 pounds, experienced edge pass rusher. When you look at Jackson, he has that very quick first step, and that allowed him to get some sacks and some hurries. The number of games for Florida State over the years, I think when you look at him, has to do a better job of fighting through a block, using that secondary move, using better technique at times, because what he was doing at the college level won't necessarily work against these skilled bookends he'll face at the college level, going from college to the National Football League. So I think a guy who's a heck of a player at Florida State, a guy who may transition as a situational pass rusher once he can identify secondary moves, get coached up a bit. 6'3.5", 265. Great athleticism. Needs to be a little stronger in the weight room. I think that's the question. How well will he do at the pro level compared to Florida State when he was a feared sack artist at times?
And, of course, Pittsburgh picked the safety Polamalu. They went up in the middle of the first round. Now, here's a safety. You talk about value at the bottom of the second round. Isn't Mike Doss, who's a great guy in the clubhouse, in the locker room, and an excellent, but very much like Mike Brown, a second-round pick that's Mr. Everything safety for the Chicago Bears?
That's right. And you know, Indianapolis coach needed that. You talk about Tony Dungy, knowing that he needs a need. He's got a guy that can fire the middle on blitz. He also can diagnose everything that's going on the football field. And I think everybody was wondering, why has Mike Doss not been drafted yet?
Why hasn't?
Particularly early in the second round.
Why?
5'10" and not a great cover safety. I think that's what you're looking for now in the National Football League with so many 4 wide receiver sets. But instinctive in the box, a team leader, a guy that had 38 consecutive starts, very durable football player. Could have been a late first, early second round pick. Wasn't that much separating Polamalu from Doss. Talking about Polamalu moving up into the mid-first. Doss considered a late first at one point, then an early to mid-second. So I think where Indianapolis was able to select Mike Doss after losing out on Polamalu, coming back to get the second highest rated safety made a lot of sense.
And he was a guy that they were considering if a couple other guys were gone, they couldn't trade out. Well, we'll take him with the first round.
What always happens in the second round, you get the reaches. The Giants reach, Miami reaches, and allow some very good football players. And we're only in the second round. Wait till the third round comes. You'll have more reaches, like Eric Crouch last year, and then some great players get pushed back.
Well, let's reach out to Indianapolis right now and join with our video conferencing, the coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Tony Dungy. And Tony, we bring you in. We're getting used to you now in blue and white. Mike Doss, I mean, that's almost like a coach on the field, isn't it, Tony?
We're really excited about getting Mike. As Denny mentioned, he's a guy that is very instinctive. He was a leader on a national championship team, so you're always excited to get that type of energy on your defensive team.
Now, how about your first round, your tight end, Dallas Clark? You used the 2 tight ends. A lot of people may not understand that, but what were you missing last year that you'd had before that on this team?
Well, we had always had a very big 2 tight end package, and Ken Dilger left in free agency. Marcus Pollard was hurt a little bit last year. Jodine Davenport missed 6 games, and we kind of lost that 2 tight end package. We feel like Dallas will give us the ability to always have that. Also the ability for a tight end to be able to hit home runs for you. And he too was a big part of a team that won a lot of games, played in the Rose Bowl last year. So, you know, we're excited to have both of these guys. We think they're going to be leaders and big play players for us.
Tony, I know it's a couple of months ago, but a lot of the nation haven't really talked about it. Everything clear now with the kicker and the statements of Mike Vanderjag. I mean, I'm sure you and he talked immediately. Peyton Manning and he kind of came after that too. He's still with you, so is that all fine now?
Well, it is. You know, Mike made and, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. You'd rather not have that happen. I think it's going to be a good example for our whole team that we've got to play and not talk. And I think we all see that. But Peyton's fine, Mike's fine, I'm fine, and we're moving forward, and we think they're going to have a good year. Peyton and Mike are going to have a good year. Now I got to have a good year.
Well, you will. Now, let me ask you, how's Denny Green, you guy you've known a long? How's Denny doing today?
Denny is doing well. I'm giving him an A-. Okay. He's doing
grades, Tony. You know we hate to get graded. We give you guys an A+, you give me an A-.
Now, I'm giving you an A- just because of the suit. I'm not used to seeing you in a suit.
Well, that's it. I'm in between Chris and Chris too. I can only do so well. I mean, these guys are sharp.
We gave you the A.
I don't know about sharp. Hey, next to Tony, next to me, Denny looks like a scat back. All right.
Well, no, and the only reason I'm giving him A- because he said defense for us on the first pick. That's probably one of the few things he's missed today.
Guys have been together a long time. Thank you, Tony, for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Tony.
Thank you.
Guys go back a lot of years, don't you?
Oh, yeah, way back.
A lot of years. Way back.
79. I coached him in special teams in 79 with San Francisco 49ers.
Was he any good?
He was very good.
Quarterback.
He was a quarterback on the field in special teams, destined to be a coach.
Well, more stories to come. Mark Malone, some of your stories up there on the EA Sports desk.
All right, Boomer, thank you very much. Obviously, Tony Dungy, a former Pittsburgh Steeler as well, a guy who played there and coached there. Certainly, I think he's well received in Indianapolis. Mike Doss, quick comments on the safety.
Well, one thing we know about Tony Dungy, he was down in Tampa Bay where there was a safety named John Lynch. I think he would love to have a guy that would make the impact John Lynch made in Tampa Bay. Doss is that kind of player. Tough, hard-nosed, good hitter. Maybe a little bit of a liability in coverage, but sometimes you could mask those deficiencies.
And I think that, if you look at Indianapolis in the cover two, that is what they want from their safety. A guy that can play down around the line of scrimmage and can impact, can blitz, and can support the run. But if you look at Doss, if you put him in coverage situation, which is the safety position now, I'm going to tell you this, you come out, you've got to cover now in the National Football League if you're a safety because of all the tight ends that are in the National Football League. If you don't cover, they're going to eventually expose you.
Indianapolis, with their first-round selection, took Dallas Clark, the tight end. Now, if we want to look at where tight ends have really revolutionized this game, all we have to do is go back to last year's #1 pick of the New York Giants, Jeremy Shockey. Dallas Clark could be a real plus for the Indianapolis Colts.
He will be an immediate impact player to that offense. Under Tom Moore, the offensive coordinator, they love to run the two tight end style of play. There's no question when they lost Ken Dilger, they didn't use
the offense was over.
Well, it wasn't over. I mean,
it was a two tight end offense.
Edgerrin James, got hurt. That took a little bit away. But I think what you're now seeing is the evolution of the tight end position. Guys got to be able to not only block, they've got to not be able to receive the football, but just as important, when the ball is snapped, they must read coverage just like the quarterback.
Here is tight end Michael Ricks. At the snap, he works to push vertically upfield. At this point, 3 yards into his route, Ricks must recognize the coverage. Versus a single high safety, Ricks will sit his route down between the linebackers and the safety. If the safety stays deep, Ricks would get the ball in that void. But here, Ricks is facing two deep safeties, a cover two look. One of the voids in conventional cover two is the deep middle, between the safeties and behind the middle linebacker. The tight end has to read this on the move and react accordingly, attacking that middle seam. A tight end with vertical receiving skills opens up so much for you in today's NFL.
In Tony Dungy's interview, he alluded to the fact that Dallas Clark is a type of receiver that can give you the big play, just like Joey Harrington got from Michael Ricks. Now you combine that with Marcus Pollard, you have the deep threat from the tight end position.
And I think Dallas Clark will be a better blocker. That'll help your strong side running game. And a comparison Dallas Clark has had is Jay Novacek. They say, he runs routes where Jay Novacek wasn't a great route runner. Just couldn't tell which way he was going, so he ended up being a great route runner. Dallas Clark has those same attributes.
And, of course, a guy like Randy McMichael, who's starting to become a big-time target.
Yep.
We're seeing a lot of young tight ends. In fact, the Philadelphia Eagles now selecting a tight end, L.J. Smith out of Rutgers, a guy that can do both, block and run routes.
Another guy that Andy Reid and the Eagles organization was looking for was L.J. Smith out of Rutgers, a guy may not be the great blocker from that tight end position, but an outstanding can be a wide receiver like we talk about Jeremy Shockey, probably the best receiving tight end in this draft.
Yeah, see, tight ends now have to play outside the box.
Right.
You hear inside the box, blocking, playing there, but tight ends that can go outside the box like Jeremy Shockey, that is how you create great matchups, and L.J. Smith is the one guy coming out that everybody felt could do that.
It's all about trading matchups.
Tremendous athlete, got to block and stretch the defense. We'll be back with more coverage of the NFL Draft from New York, and places abound as the Oakland Raiders are on the clock.
7.5 hours into the 2003 NFL Draft. As expected, D-line heavy, 15 go through the first 2 rounds. But as always, the quarterbacks steal the headlines. 4 go in the first round.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
led by Carson Palmer, who will have time to learn in Cincinnati. Intriguing day for Detroit. They stay put at number 2. They get their playmaker, Charles Rogers, and speedy linebacker, Boss Bailey from Georgia. Now, major names that haven't been picked. That's a big story. Texas quarterback Chris Sims still on the board, as well as wide receiver Kelly Washington of Tennessee. An exhausting day for these kids as they wait and watch and wonder. Guys, we feel your pain. Chris, back to you.
All right, Susie, thank you. Of course, Susie gets the honors tomorrow to host rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll be watching, Suze. Probably from the prone position, though, I might add. Yeah. Let's now go out to San Francisco and bring in the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers with our Coors Light video conference, and that'd be Terry Donahue. And Terry, welcome. You went to tackle down the street Quame Harris, I should say, in the first round. Was that someone you could just kind of drive down and take a look at when you had free time this last year?
Not exactly, Boomer. You know, we desperately need a big man in our offensive line, and as we looked at the draft, we felt that Quame had the knee-bending ability, the athleticism, the competitive spirit, the intelligence, all the tangible and intangible things that we look for. And you know, there's not that many big men around, and when there's one there, you have to grab him, and we certainly felt compelled in this case to take him. And the nice thing is he's an underclassman. He doesn't have to play right away for us. We can take our time, develop him. I think he'll play 10, 15 years in the league.
And then Anthony Adams, a defensive tackle from Penn State, who had a lot of guys go in this draft. So obviously both sides of the line are two areas where you felt depth at least, and maybe starter at most, huh?
Well, I think that in the case of Anthony Adams, we had lost Dana Stubblefield. He was a starter. I think Anthony can come in and compete for that position with some of the players in the organization, and there's no question in my mind we've helped ourselves with that pick. I think we've got two very active, competitive, big linemen, one on offense, one on defense, and we'll see what the rest of the day brings, and hopefully we can go to a couple other positions now and fill some other needs that we have.
Terry, how will this be different with Dennis Erickson? I mean, you're using the West Coast terminology and stuff, but what do you expect, and what kind of team will we see with Dennis Erickson coaching the Niners this year?
I don't think you'll see a lot of major changes, Boomer. Dennis has kept a number of the coaches from last year's staff. Those coaches have done a great job. He's also blended some new thoughts and new ideas with people that he's brought in. There's a great deal of excitement around the organization. There's a belief that we will put the ball down the field a little bit more than we have in the past. But all in all, it's still going to be the West Coast offense, and it's going to be the things that Dennis Erickson brings to the table that's going to improve our offensive team.
Well, division champs a year ago, onward, upward, won a playoff game. Thanks for joining us, Terry.
Thanks, Boomer. We're happy about the draft so far. All
righty. Terry Donahue joining us from 4949 Centennial Boulevard, Santa Clara, California. Been there once or twice. Terry running the draft this year, that's for sure. Bill Walsh kind of on the outside a little bit with some advice with John McVay, but it's definitely Terry's draft with Dennis Erickson, the coach. L.J. Smith was picked at tight end in the second round by the Philadelphia Eagles, another one from up the road in Rutgers, and we go down the road now and join Andy Reid, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. So that means now, Andy, with the tight end now, more witness protection program, or what do you see in L.J.?
Well, I'll tell you, he'll be a great combination guy with Chad Lewis, and we look forward to getting both those guys on the field.
Was this, as you look back at the end of last season, which again, we talked about it a little bit, but now you're evaluating your ball club, and you went almost all defensive back, the first few picks last year. What now must you try to get as this draft goes, into day number 2? What do you have to make the next step into the Super Bowl, Andy?
Well, I think the additions we added with the first 2 picks here will help us do that, and we feel very good about them. Tom Hecker's done a great job, along with the rest of the scouts, and Mark Ross, our director there. They've put together just a nice draft so far, and we look forward to the rest of this thing.
It's not a name that everybody knows, but a big injury last year was Corral Buckhalter, who now with Deuce Staley carries the ball for you. How is he doing? How's his knee situation?
I'll tell you what, Boomer, he's coming along very well, and you add him in there with Deuce and Brian Westbrook, and you've got a pretty good backfield set up, and, You know, we get Hollis Thomas back, that'll help, and Burgess back, and you had some good players into the mix here, and you know, we have a chance to be a pretty good football team.
Absolutely. 2 trips to the championship game the last 2 years, hopefully third time a charm. I'm sure we'll be talking soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Boomer.
All right, Andy. Andy Regan got a lot of local picks, huh? Up and down the road. Rutgers, Philly,
Does that
Stanford.
mean they look closer because they're closer? See
Yeah,
more
you
times?
get that extra scouting trip. It's not an NCAA violation, you know. You get to go in and see. Oakland and the first time the champs, Tampa Bay, are coming up. Oakland and the Bucs.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, ESPN's coverage. I'm Andrea Kramer at the ESPN Magazine set with our roundtable participants. But we want to talk to Bill Romanowski from the Raiders. Folks, he works the middle about as well as he's working the phones today with the Raiders. You just got off with them. The Raiders have chosen in the second round T.O. Johnson, the wide receiver out of Stanford. Do they like him as a wide receiver?
Well, they like him as a wide receiver, but because of his size and stature.
What is he, 6'5"?
6'5", 240. Easily put his hand down on the ground, he could be a tight end.
You already have Doug Jolly from last year. Roland Williams is coming off of a very serious turf toe injury. Does he project in there to get significant playing time either at tight end or wide receiver?
Well, Doug Jolly isn't your blocking type. He's more of a receiving type. Put another 10 pounds on this guy, and this guy could be a dominant blocker and a dominant receiver.
There's already been some talk with the emergence of Jerry Porter that he could be starting this upcoming season opposite Jerry Rice, that Tim Brown really becomes more of a third receiver. What are your thoughts on that, or what have you seen so far even in the offseason program?
Well, bottom line, you got a dynamic trio there. 3 great receivers. You know, it could be any one of them.
At this point, what is the mindset of the offense? Rich Gannon is coming off of his worst performance ever as a pro, 5 interceptions in the Super Bowl. Where do you sense the offense is in terms of how they're going to rebound from that performance?
Bottom line is focus on what it's going to take to win next year. Let's not focus on losing the Super Bowl. Let's focus on next season and what it's going to take to get back to the Super Bowl and win it this time.
One thing is, Rich Gannon's got more weapons. Thanks a lot, Billy. Boomer, let's head back to you.
Why, see? All right, Andrea and Romo. Man, Romo, huh? He's really...
very sharp.
I mean, I thought the best thing about Vernon, Connecticut was Ryan's Deli, but Romo's proven to be better.
Romo's going to always do his work and be prepared.
Absolutely. Here are the picks that we talked to Andy about. L.J. Smith, tight end Rutgers. Terrence Keel, safety from Texas A&M to the Chargers. So the Chargers have gone 3 defensive backs with their first 3 picks. T.O. Johnson, wide receiver. Denny from Stanford. There's their wide receiver to the Raiders.
Well, there you go. Ex-basketball player, ex-wide receiver, because the Raiders drafted him to play tight end.
Athletes. Give me the athletes.
We can make big plays.
Athletes.
And they love the red zone.
Raiders.
They love the red zone. This guy can make plays. What you can see is down the field, big talk and really jump. A red zone specialist. He can play tight end. He's a Stanford guy. He's smart. He can do a lot of things, and he's plenty tough enough. He used to bang around on those boards, power forward. No problem.
I like what Romo said, though. He might flex him out from there and actually get him in a slot or in a wide receiver position.
Yeah, he doesn't have the mentality right now of a tight end. Blocking, the mentality of a blocker, an inline blocker needs to be upgraded. I think you look at him, you say in red zone situations, then he'll be spectacular, but I think the mindset of a tight end, an H-back or a wide receiver, where does he fit in best?
Well, I think where he fits in best is making sure that you keep your base defense on the field when they can split him out. And I think that's what it'll come into. Don't let him go to nickel. If they do, you can run the ball. I think he'll be a good enough blocker that he can help you run the ball. But his strength will be forcing them to break down their base defense, where one of those big old strong linebackers has to cover this fluid tight end.
And now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Super Bowl champion Buccaneers, didn't have a first-round pick. The Raiders had it because it's part of the John Gruden trade. And they now pick from Louisville Dwayne White, the defensive end. And speed?
Chris, if you'd have looked at him after the 2001 season, I think everybody in the league would have said early in the mid-first round pick, he was that good. Lee Corso raved about him all year, every Louisville game they had. He had an unbelievable season, 15 sacks, 23 tackles for loss, was a Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year. This past season, though, his numbers came down. His productivity was not up to the level expected. He had an ankle injury, which hampered him. So when you talk about a guy plagued by that injury, production drops off. People wonder, especially when you're talking about coming out early. And at 6'2", 275, lacks ideal height. Ran a 4.75 at the combine, not spectacular closing speed, but when you go back and look at him when he was at full strength, the kid was a player. This is their first pick overall for Tampa Bay. defensive-oriented team, obviously, with John Gruden down there. And now Kelly Washington to the Bengals.
Wait a minute. Did you see how fast he was?
You're impressed.
I guess Gruden knows Monty Kippen noticed
well,
that.
I'll tell you what, 2001 was the season that Dwayne White just took over games. And when you saw him this year, we said the same thing about Chris Kelsey. He had an injury late in the year that pushed him into round 2. Kelly Washington was a medical concern with the neck injury. Missed all those games, only played in 4 this past season. But a big receiver, 6'2 and a half, 220 pounds. He can run, he's athletic. And here's a kid in his workout was running good routes, catching everything thrown his way. Got into the fact of what teams thought about the medical part for it. Some teams flag it, some teams take you off the board. And all of a sudden, instead of a first-round pick, you go in round 2 or even early in round 3, as the case with Washington. First pick in round 3 to Cincinnati.
And we're going through some of these guys who have the red flags because of the injuries. This guy here, Kelly Washington, Musa Smith, the running back from Georgia, apparently has something called stenosis, which is a narrowing of that cervical spine. And so maybe you take a risk later, right, Coach?
Well, you do. And you know what they say is don't ever get your neck checked, because most of us have that cervical spine narrowing, and it really is something. But when you look at the running backs, I cannot believe the whole second round no running backs when all these guys can play. Now, maybe they've all got a little red flag. The third round's when the red flag comes down. That's what you mentioned.
Comes down to half-mast, right?
But I tell you what, all these guys can run the football, and they all weigh over 220 pounds.
I want to say one thing about the Bengals, all right? We've had fun at their expense over the last dozen years, all right? But you look at these 3 names, Carson Palmer and Steinbach at guard at the top of the second round, and Kelly Washington. I know there's red flag, but 3 guys that can help. This is as impressive a list as we've seen on day 1 from the Cincinnati Bengals. Hats off to them. When we return, we'll talk about some of the other teams. You and I got to get into San Francisco a little bit, Denny. We'll be back.
I'm Carson Palmer.
Palmer back throwing to the end zone. Touchdown.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to ESPN's coverage of the 2003 NFL Draft. Mark Malone along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski as we take a look.
A big smile on his face.
You
know what we're talking about.
Heartbeat of the football team, baby.
Because we're going to get on you here in just a second.
Yeah, you'll have your moment.
Obviously, Carson Palmer, the number 1 player picked in this draft. But if you look at Cincinnati, and you said it right off the bat, they've taken 3 offensive players. They've got a defensive-minded coach in Marvin Lewis. They've taken Kelly Washington, the Tennessee wide receiver. They took Eric Steinbeck, the offensive guard, who can also play tackle. The question is, will any 3 of those, or I should say, well, at least one of those guys start in 2003.
You know, this is really, really scary.
Yeah,
we are about to say very good things about the Cincinnati Bengals. I can't recollect ever saying good things about them during the draft.
And Marvin Lewis pays attention to details and the little things.
I know he's the only coach in the NFL that pays attention to details.
So that's because he's from Idaho. And I think we all like the fact that they've gone off, after offensive players. I think Steinbeck's a great player. Washington obviously had the neck problems. But how about Carson Palmer? Is this guy going to be able to fit in and play? Everybody talks about his physical tools. He's got everything you want. The question is, from the neck up, does he have it?
Well, I think the best part is that he doesn't have to play immediately. John Kitna will be the quarterback for at least another year, maybe more. And you look at what happened, up in New York with Chad Penkin. He had a chance to learn. I think Carson Palmer will be in the same situation. He has tremendous talent. There's no question about that. What I love about Carson Palmer is his ability to hang in the pocket, subtle moves to allow people to get open. He has the accurate throwing ability, the quick release, the compact throw, and he can read coverage. I spent time with Carson Palmer in NFL films breaking tape down, but coming to the NFL level, it's going to be a lot different. But also, the hardest thing for a quarterback to do is go play action, turn your back to the defense, and read coverage by snapping that head around. Palmer can do it.
USC's play call is flow to near right, ace 16 divide, X deep over. Flow to near right is the motion to a trips right formation. Ace 16 divide is the backfield action and pass protection. X deep over is the actual pattern. Pre-snap, Palmer has to recognize the defense, understand the protection call, and know what to do if he gets a blitz. Then he has to locate the defender he is throwing off of. And let's not forget the snap count. Off the play fake, Carson snaps his head around to find the free safety, the defender he is working off of. Once he solidifies the safety is playing the out route, he knows he has single coverage on the outside, X deep over. Palmer's mechanics are outstanding, and he throws a perfect strike for the big play. There is no question in my mind that Palmer is the most fundamentally prepared quarterback in this draft.
You know, in studying the offense of the Bengals over the last couple of years, Bob Bratkowski has done a good job with the design of this offense. I also like that Ken Zampese has been brought in to be the quarterback coach. He believes in discipline. He believes in fundamentals, doing the little details that you love to talk about. Just keep Carson Palmer on track, and you'll have a fine quarterback.
All right, now listen. Now here is the one negative, and you mentioned it. You know, it has been said Carson Palmer needs a lot of reps. Now, we all need reps. You guys probably more than the average guy. But we all need reps, and we understand that, and it's going to be important. But here's the question, here's the challenge for Carson Palmer. During the course of the season, you put in 20-30% of new offense every week to attack the opponent. That means you get a chance to run a play one time and then talk about it one time. And then you have to execute it on Sunday. And oftentimes, these are the plays that make the difference in a ball game. Can he digest that quick enough to execute on Sunday?
That's way everywhere. It's not that way everywhere.
Where'd you play?
Because you can't. I played in a lot of places.
Obviously.
And you got a lot more than one rep.
You always add new offense week in, week out.
It'll be about 2 or 3 years before we find out if he can sit in that pocket.
And I'll be right.
And you might be right. Let's go now to the Coors Light video conferencing phone. Bring in the general manager from the Tampa Bay Bucks, Rich McKay. And Rich, it's been a long time before you had an opportunity to make a choice. You went out and chose Dwayne White, the defensive end from Louisville. Give us a sense of why you went defense and why the defensive end.
Well, we went defense basically because he was the best player on the board. We had the luxury, Mark, of having a pretty good football team that obviously had some success last year. And we kind of went into this draft saying, let's just take the best player on the board. Let's rate him and let him fall off that way. And we felt like in this draft, and I think the numbers show that defensive line was where the depth was and where the value was. And so Dwayne fell to us, and we were happy to get a guy as productive as Dwayne has been. He's got obviously a great character kid, but also a very productive football player.
Hey, Rich, this is Merrill Hodge. I know that you guys went defense early on. Chris Sims is still out there. I know you guys evaluated a lot of quarterbacks. What was your feeling of Chris Sims?
Well, we talked a lot about him in the room. We did not anticipate necessarily that he would be there. Feeling was he's a very talented kid, still a young kid, still growing, still progressing. Going to be, have a chance to be a very good player in the league. We're just very comfortable with our quarterback position and who we have. We have a young guy in Sean King. We have Jim Miller on our roster. We have Shane Matthews on our roster. And obviously we have Brad Johnson. So for us, it wasn't a very good fit. But I think that Chris Sims is not going to stay on the board very long.
Rich, first of all, congratulations on hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy. Congratulations on that. But when you look at John Gruden's style of offense, he loves to have the speed guys. When you look at the Bucs offense, it really isn't graced with guys that can fly. How do you upgrade the wide receiver positions and the running back positions with more speed?
Well, it's not easily done, Ron, where we sat, because we sat at pick 64, and we obviously coming into the offseason is there a way that we can upgrade the speed at those positions? But it really didn't fall that way for us that we were going to be able to do that, either in free agency or in the draft. I think what John did a great job of doing last year was adapting to what we had and becoming comfortable with what we are in our receiver core with Jaravicius, with McCardle, with Keyshawn Johnson. And I think we kind of went into this offseason saying, if we can find a guy that fits, as you described, the speed and adds a little juice to us, we'll take him. But then again, we've got to stick to our plan, and that is make sure that defensively we're a dominating defense. We need to re-sign Shelton Quarles. We need to go into the draft and take the best player, even if that means that's a defensive player.
All right, Rich McKay, the general manager of the Tampa Bay Bucks, have a little bit more time before the end of the third round. We will get back in touch with you before this draft is over. The Seahawks are now on the clock here as we continue with the draft at ESPN. Back after this.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, we are back in the third round. Corey Rating, defensive end, goes to Texas, to Detroit. Antoine Peak, defensive end, Cincinnati, goes to Houston. Lance Briggs, linebacker, Arizona, goes to Chicago. And now you see Jason Witten, tight end, very good player, goes to Bill Parcells. Jerry Jones, the Cowboys, tight end from Tennessee. Gerald Hayes, linebacker from Pitt, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. We missed some here, didn't we, fellas? There it is. The Nate Burleson, possession receiver from Nevada, the old Nevada Reno, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. And then, hey, June Jones. They got 3 guys going from the Rainbow Warriors in the first 3 rounds. Vince Manawai, guard to Jacksonville. Wayne Hunter, tackle to Hawaii to Seattle. You can fly from Seattle to Honolulu.
Easy trip from Seattle to Hawaii.
We got plenty to cover when we return.
Welcome to the 2003 National Football League College Draft.
With your players on the board and you're on the clock, get the name in.
With the 4th selection in the 2003 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Dwayne Robertson, defensive tackle from Kentucky. And the New Orleans Saints select Jonathan Sullivan. The Minnesota Vikings select Kevin Williams. The Baltimore Ravens select Terrell Suggs.
Here you go, these defensive linemen.
Well, now, are there any left? There are a couple left.
The New England Patriots have selected Ty Warren. The Chicago Bears select Michael Haynes. The Philadelphia Eagles select Jerome McDougal. The Arizona Cardinals select Calvin Pace. The New York Giants select William Joseph.
The first round is over. 11 defensive linemen. That's a record by far.
You can see the value of the defensive lineman. This is the first 2 rounds, 16 D linemen taken in the first round alone. Mike Golick, 11 defensive linemen, 8 of the first 15 players selected, either defensive ends or defensive tackles. Now, you would know about making the adjustment from college to pros, drafted 255, and had to move from outside linebacker to nose guard. That's a major adjustment. What are these guys going to have to face ahead here?
Well, it is going to be adjustment. The first thing is that they're going to have to go against great competition every week, and I know we've talked about that today. It never gets easy, but the main thing they're going to have to do is, depending on what type of a system they're going to go to. Are they going to be asked to 1 gap, hit gaps? Are they going to be asked to 2 gap and eat up blockers for the linebackers? That's one of the biggest adjustments. Guys are a lot stronger in the NFL. Guys are as big or bigger than they are every single week. The pace that's going to have to be kept up. It's the non-glamorous thing inside, the non-sexy thing inside. 65 battles every single game where they're battling with bigger offensive linemen than they have in college. Wearing down is a huge factor, and it's these guys used to playing 11, 12 games. You're talking 20 games with the exhibition.
And there are some positions where you're allowed to have some time to maybe not make an impact right away. Not so in the defensive line, because there have been so many guys in recent years, whether it's a Hugh Douglas or a Freeney, guys who come right in, make sacks, make an impact. And those the expectation for these guys taken today?
Especially the guys early. You go to Dwayne Robertson right off the back. This guy is going to be expected to go in there and make plays. You look, the Jets wanted this guy. They go in and get this guy because the people at this position are more blue-collar strength guys. They're going to want Robertson to make plays, and what he does very well is he uses his hands and legs, leg drive, hands inside, and uses the body weight of the offensive lineman against him to get rid of him. Does a nice job. Now playing the double team, he'll get a lot of this. He plays it right. Play into the 1 man, leverage back into the man doubling you. When the man doubling you leaves you, you break off there and make the play. He does an excellent job of leverage play into the double team. It's not pretty. Nothing in there is pretty. You're like a fire hydrant at a dog show, but you just get the job done. Here, great recognition. He's looking to see if it's a handoff to the run. He sees it's going to be play action. Because his hands are inside, great reaction coming back inside. Again, you look at these defensive tackles that have gone, I think the ones that can play 1 gap and 2 gap are Jonathan Sullivan and Dwayne Robertson. They're going to ask to come in right away, make plays in the backfield. And another big thing with these D linemen, they can go in a rotating system as well. Now, 3D tackles, 3D ends. It's not a starting front 4 anymore. It's a front 6.
But I think Suggs is going to be asked to make an impact as well. Some guys like Jason Taylor, Dwight Freeney, Michael Strahan watched tape of Suggs. He's only 20 years old at ASU. They said, I can't believe what I'm seeing from this guy in college. So big things expected from Suggs as well right away. Now, a guy who's going to have to avoid all those big, ornery defensive linemen at the next level is quarterback Rex Grossman, the first-round selection of the Chicago Bears. Rex joining us now via the Coors Light video conference. Rex, first of all, congratulations. This is a big time for the Grossman family in Chicago. What's the latest on your sister giving birth? I know she was today, tomorrow. Any news on that front?
Yeah, I think it's about 5 days away, but I'm just so excited. I'm here in Chicago. The Bears drafted me 22nd overall. I'm just thrilled.
Yeah, you were in Chicago to kind of be for the arrival of the baby, so it was just a coincidence the Bears took you and you happened to be right there in the same city, right?
Yeah, it was a pure coincidence. I mean, I didn't even know that they'd traded from the 4th pick to the 13th and the 22nd, and then it came a real possibility that the Bears could take me. So, you know, I'm just so excited right now, I cannot believe it.
birth is kind of a metaphor because it's going to be kind of a rebirth for you, moving on to the next level, coming back to the Midwest as an Indiana native. Talk about the discussion you've had to listen to really for the last 4 or 5 months about your stock dropping, about the disappointing season personally and for the Gators this year, and why you feel like that's not going to be a true indicator of how you do at the next level.
Yeah, well, I felt like we had a pretty good season. We dropped our last couple of games, but we led the SEC in offense. We did some good things, won some games we shouldn't have won. We beat Tennessee, we beat Georgia. So I don't like to listen to that, but you know, I just feel like I've got what it takes, and hopefully I can, you know, play well for the Bears and do everything that they asked me to do.
Well, those of us that have watched you up close in college football know all about your heart and the guts and the toughness that you display every time you play. One knock is the height. Now, you're not going to grow any taller, but what do you think you have to work on to kind of get to that next level?
You know, I just got to learn everything there is about the Chicago Bear offense and then just be comfortable in that system. And I play my best when I'm a little bit comfortable. I know everything going on, and I can just go out and play the game. And as far as being 6'1", I'm not going to grow anymore, so that's not a problem for me. And I think I looked at like half of the quarterbacks that are starting in the NFL are 6'2" or less, so it hadn't been a problem for them. So, you know, I can't grow, but I'm going to learn as much as possible and be comfortable in the system and try to play as well as I can.
Well, we're going to miss you in college football, but certainly best of luck with the Bears at the next level. Rex Grossman, and good luck with the family. Give our best to your sister, all right?
All right.
We will continue. Uncle Rex, headed to the Chicago Bears to pick 22 in the first round. Our draft coverage will continue from the Garden after this.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light, is brought to you by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. Gatorade, is it in you?
Nighttime in the Big Apple. 8 hours and counting now in the NFL Draft, and we have some names. Well, we missed a couple here, right? We had Kevin Curtis, wide receiver, Utah State to St. Louis. Seth Magic Wand, the tackle from Northwest Missouri State, went to Houston. Mike Aluminum Seidman, the tight end from UCLA, went to Carolina. Now here's a name that you probably heard of, Musa Smith, a running back, the 5th Georgia player taken, goes to Baltimore. Wade Smith, the tackle from Memphis, like Nevada Reno used to be Memphis State, but it's Memphis. The tackle goes to Miami. Green Bay made a trade with Buffalo. They selected Kenny Peterson, defensive end, Ohio State, from the national champ. San Diego picking again took Mel, what's his size from Arkansas, Pine Bluff, 6'6", 350?
6'6", 355.
He truly is Aluminum Seidman.
He ran a 5'3", which isn't bad, Chris. 5'3" at 355 is not bad.
And then Derek Hickory Dickory Dockery, the guard from Washington, goes to Washington. Two separate stories. All right. Everybody back. Mel Kiper, Chris Mortensen, Denny Green. Tampa Bay finally picked, and we saw Rich McKay a little while ago. They're the Super Bowl champs. It was as good a run as we've seen in the playoffs. Going to Philadelphia and win it, especially after Philly goes up 7-0. Tampa comes right back with the field goal, and it was all uphill. And there they go for the Buccaneers. And then in the Super Bowl, it was, my goodness, what a performance by the Bucs over the Oakland Raiders. Since then, uneasy wears the crown, right? In some ways, there are a lot of publicity, real or not. Rich McKay, John Gruden. What's up with that?
Well, there has been publicity that John Gruden and Rich McKay have been banging heads, and I think there's some truth to that. But that, if you talk to both men, I've spoken with both McKay and Gruden, they don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. In fact, Gruden says, hey, what general manager and coach don't bang heads occasionally, that's a good thing. However, I think when it really broke open is when Emmitt Smith signed with Arizona, and he said, you know, Tampa Bay wanted me, Gruden wanted me, McKay didn't. And I think that was probably overplayed, but I can tell you this. John Gruden, yeah, he would have liked to have Emmitt Smith on the roster. No big deal. I think he more wanted Kyle Turley, who went to the Rams and didn't come to Tampa Bay. And then Gruden did say, look, I kind of like what the Raiders' philosophy, which is they would mortgage, they keep redoing their salary cap. Keep redoing their salary cap. He says, hey, listen, if it was up to me, it'd be a $400 million salary cap, whereas McKay believes in the balanced budget.
The problem with that is this. It happens most of the time. You win a championship, all of a sudden the general manager and head coach get a problem, a la Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson, Mike Holmgren, Ron Wolf, the late George Young, Bill Parcells. Now you've got Rich McKay, John Gruden. The problem is it normally ends up in a split, that they're not able to bring it back together. So it's going to be interesting to see, with all the players coming back, as talented as the football team is at Tampa Bay, can these two guys, Rich been around a long time, John a star, no doubt about it, can those two guys continue to work together in the same roles that won them a world championship?
Well, John is a grinder. John Gruden's a grinder by nature. He grinds every day of his life, and so that's just his personality, and I think Rich McKay understands his personality.
When you talk about head coach and GM, Denny, a lot of head coaches now want complete control. They don't want to share authority with the general manager anymore in the National Football. Is it too much for a head coach?
It's going the other way, though.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, Andy Reid did it outstanding. He was 12-4, went on to the championship game.
Did it a couple years.
Well, Mike Sherman, I'm going to talk about me. Mike Sherman, right. 12-4 Green Bay. I think there's always been this where the head coach is the general manager. A lot of guys had it. Bill Walsh had it. And then there have been a lot of cases where they've had the split role. The problem on the split role is when you have success, you got to make sure that you stay on the same page. Those guys need to get together tomorrow night after the draft, have a little something to eat and drink, and then go out there and say, hey, look, we've done it once. Let's do it again. Let's do it together.
They got together 2 weeks ago, by the way.
All right, that's Tampa's story. We still have to talk about San Francisco and many other stories that we've kind of dabbled with along the way. Calico, wide receiver, Tennessee, late second. Kind of didn't get into that. It's an interesting pick. We'll be back.
I'm Carson Palmer.
I'm Byron Leftwich.
Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle.
Christopher Sims.
Willis McGahee.
Charles Rogers.
I'm Kyle Bullard.
Terrence Newman.
You're watching the NFL Draft.
Huh? On ESPN.
Say that one more time.
Good to go.
What?
Sound like a natural, don't I?
Welcome back to ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer at the ESPN Magazine with our roundtable chat on ESPN.com. Bill Romanowski, your Raiders just selected in the third round Sam Williams, a linebacker out of Fresno State. Who is this guy?
This is an exciting pick for Mr. Davis. He came and worked out for us. First, he worked out as linebacker. I was there at the workout. He worked out as linebacker. He made some drops. Then they put his hand in the dirt and made him rush around the end. Mr. Davis called down, said get him off the field. Nobody was allowed to talk about him the rest of the time. The last 3 weeks, nobody brought up his name. He got his pick.
This is Al Davis's little gem. Now, Sam Williams is a third-round pick. You, Bill Romanowski, third-round pick number 80. Deuce McAllister from the Saints, first-round pick, but number 23, expected to be top 10. You sort of fell in the draft. John Jansen from the Redskins, second-round pick number 37. How much motivation is it for you guys that you didn't go as high as you may have thought you would have gone in the years you were drafted?
I think it's a tremendous motivation. I mean, you look at the guys that were taken in front of you. There were 6 linemen that were taken in front of me, and you watch every guy, especially your rookie year. You watch if they play, if they hold out, what they do, what they've been doing, if they get hurt. You know, there are a lot of times you watch. Detroit was my hometown, and they took another lineman. They had 2 picks in the first round. They took Chris Claiborne and another linebacker or another lineman. You watch as all of those guys progress and see how they do and judge yourself against them.
Well, with my thing, there was 22 other teams that passed me up. You know, that's what I felt like, that 22 other teams had an opportunity to take me, but the Saints felt comfortable in doing so. There was one other running back, LaDainian Tomlinson, and I watched every week nearly, you know, my rookie year to see how well he played, to see what he did, you know, when he signed his contract, how much he got, because, you know, I was figured to be a top 10 pick, and it didn't happen. So, you know, my motivation each week is to go out and try to outplay the players that were drafted ahead of me.
Now, you were drafted in another century, literally. I mean, he's that old. 1988 by the 49ers in the third round. Were you expected to be a third-round pick? Or
Well,
do you think you
I
fell?
remember being at the combine. We'll go through all the drills, and I look up in the stands, and there's all the GMs and the coaches. And I remember saying to myself, you know what you don't have a test for? You don't have a test for this. And I tell you what, I'm going to show you all when I get a chance.
And let's see, how many linebackers were taken before you in 88?
There's like 5 or 6. And guess what? There aren't any left.
There's only one Bill Romanowski, and I just want you to know, Chris, that I want you to know that we have prevented John Jansen and Romanowski from going at it too bad with each other. But the third round continues on ESPN. Please stay with us. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Don't go away.
All right, back in New York, let's update you on what we've seen. We gave you Derek Hickory-Dickory-Dockery, the guard from Washington to Washington. Carolina made a trade with Denver. Ricky Manning, cornerback to UCLA, goes to the Panthers. And John Fox. Sam Williams, linebacker, Fresno State, goes to Oakland. Oakland took that pick, and Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft tomorrow for a number 2 pick next year that Houston gets. Cleveland took Chris Crocker, a very good Baker, cornerback from Marshall, goes to the Browns. B.J. Askew, running back Michigan, there's a running back, goes to the New York Football Jets. And C. Grant, tackle, I guess, Mort, you pointed it out, linebacker for the champion Ohio State Buckeyes, goes to the New Orleans Saints. You know, now at the late second round, there's a big name, the Cat, Calico Cat. Tyrone Calico went to Tennessee, and another local product, really. It's an interesting pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Well,
we
Tennessee,
didn't get a chance.
there was word that they were considering him in the late first. Then, of course, they took him in the second ahead of Kelly Washington from Tennessee. When you look at Tyrone Calico, big receiver, 6'3.5", 220 pounds, basketball player in high school, 38 vertical, so big and can jump. Speed, ran a 4.27 at the combine. And when he had Wes Counts at quarterback his junior year, he had a big season productivity-wise, had some huge games against quality opposition. This past year, they had problems at the quarterback position. Counts had moved on. Quarterback was inconsistent. He still had some solid games against quality competition. You look at the Alabama game, 7 catches, 6 receptions against Tennessee. A guy who's a long strider, and I think the feet and the quickness out of his cuts is something I think you have to address at the pro level. What worked in college against the cornerbacks there, against these cornerbacks at the pro level, could be a problem. But a big kid with speed and athleticism, long strider, Denny, that could be a problem.
Athlete. I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with an athlete. Everybody keeps saying, reminds of Terrell Owens, another guy, small school out of Tennessee. What can he do? Well, he's an athlete, played basketball, dominates size, goes at it, very aggressive. Tennessee loves him. And again, you mentioned it, they thought about it in the first round, and that's always good when you want to take a guy in the first round and he's still there for you in the second round. You know you got good quality, good value.
Floyd Reese, general manager of the Titans, understands the draft. He knows where the value is, and he got Calico in the second round. Great pick.
Yeah, what are they, the Blue Raiders?
Blue Raiders.
There you go.
Middle Tennessee State.
4-year player, Middle Tennessee State. Their receivers did a nice job last year, but they lost Dyson, and the Bennett's of the world did okay. And Tennessee did a very interesting pick. We have, what, about a dozen picks left. What do we got left, Mel? Some names that Musa Smith finally went. What do we got?
Finally, we thought there would be 6 running backs that would go maybe in that 2 to 4 area, and I said the 2 that drop. Well, guess what? 5 of those 6 are still on the board. George Reister with depth at tight end. Reister still on the board. Only 6'2" and change, but very good hands. Brady James can play on the outside or in the middle. Ontario Smith, kick returner, can catch the ball out of the backfield. Justin Fargas with those 4 100-yard games. Good Senior Bowl, but an injury concern. And Dave Ragone, excellent junior year. Senior drop back without the supporting cast.
Yeah, Chris Sims, right? Another name that we may or may not hear. Well, we are second half of the third round here at a briskly moving action in New York. We'll be back.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2003 NFL Draft here in Bristol, Connecticut. Mark Malone, Merrill Hodge, and Ron Jaworski. The Miami Dolphins have made a couple of selections on the offensive line. Wade Smith, an offensive tackle, and Taylor Whitley on offensive guard. That should help their running back. That, of course, would be Ricky Williams, who they got from New Orleans. It cost him a first-round draft pick. A career year last year, 1,853 rushing yards. He had 16 rushing touchdowns after struggling in New Orleans to a great extent. And I'll tell you what, when you look at what the Miami Dolphins have been able to do in this past year, it's been amazing. For yards from scrimmage, 22-16, longest play 63. By the way, 4 plays of 50-plus yards for Ricky Williams last year. The 3 previous seasons, just over 4,200 yards.
Hey, Mark, wait.
You ain't part of this.
Just sit down a little bit. He's ready to jump out of his chair, man. You finally got to a factor back after what, about 7 hours?
About time this
getting
draft
a little bit excited.
About time this draft
Talk
turned
about
upward.
Ricky Williams, and certainly the Dolphins again, faded down the stretch, did not make the playoffs. But as important as it was to get a guy like Ricky Williams in that backfield to help Jay Fiedler, also the addition of the offensive coordinator, Norv Turner, I think, helped Ricky produce those kinds of numbers.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think Norv Turner did one of the great coaching jobs of last year, especially how he juggled the offensive line that wasn't dominant, and then he got a good feel for Ricky Williams. Now, what they did with Ricky early on is they were very basic. They just ran power football and asked Ricky to hit a hole here and there. But as Norv Turner got creative throughout the season, Ricky Williams got better.
On a conventional lead draw, the tight end normally blocks the outside linebacker, and the fullback leads up on the middle linebacker. The wrinkle here is that they exchange roles, with Randy McMichael responsible for the Mike and Rob Conrad blocking the Sam. It has the desired effect. Watch how it plays out. McMichael releases inside. Looks like he's working to get into a route. Tackle Todd Wade pass sets, with Conrad working underneath Wade, also to the inside. All this shows pass, and that's how the Mike and the Sam read it. Great job by McMichael on Brian Urlacher. And Conrad shows the necessary patience in waiting for Wade's block to be defined. Rob is the runner without the ball, leading Ricky through the hole.
Two offensive linemen by the Miami Dolphins tells me one thing. Dave Wannstedt gets it. He understands how you must win in the National Football League. Now, I know they didn't go to the playoffs, but let me tell you this. They are still going to win and have a chance. What are you doing this for?
He gets it. Norv Turner did a great job. They go 9-7 and miss the playoffs. Case closed. What do you want me to do?
I'll tell you why they missed the playoffs. Because the quarterback got hurt. And they had a couple games where they struggled and they had no balance. Now, the grounding game is still going to be the foundation, the staple. It not only helps in what they do offensively, it really aids to what that defense is all about, keeps them fresh, and allows them to play the style they like to play.
I have no problem with that. In fact, I like Norv Turner. I think he does a great job with the design of the offense. And you're right. They need Jay Fiedler to make more plays, those explosive plays. You got to get Chris Chambers more involved with that offense down the field. Ricky Williams has 3 200-yard games. They lose all 3 games.
Well, if you lose, hold on, if you lose 3 games in which your running back rushes for 200 yards, what does that say about your defense?
Well, that's another point, but I'm arguing with Haji now.
We talk about this great defense. We talk about Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor, who had a tremendous year with all the sacks. But what about that defense?
There's Junior Seau now.
Well, I'll tell you something about that defense. There is one thing, one weakness, as I've studied them throughout the year, and the Buffalo Bills actually have exposed this, is you can run on the edges of the Miami Dolphins. If you start to break them down on the edges, you're able to do a lot of things offensively. The Buffalo Bills did that last year a couple of times. Then other teams started to copy it, and the Dolphins never could solidify it or stop it. So that'll be something they'll have to work on this offseason. Those ends, those outside linebackers playing the run
Also
better.
in the secondary, their safeties are nosy players. They play a lot of that quarters coverage. Those safeties like to get involved in taking the short passing game away. And again, Buffalo exploited them down the field with the pass game. You can do that if you can establish the run, get those nosy safeties down the field.
Their first choice of this draft was Eddie Moore, the linebacker, certainly. So that is some youth they're trying to interject into the defense. I'm hearing now that the Houston Texans have drafted Dave Ragone, the left-handed quarterback out of Louisville. Your thoughts on
Dave
a little
bit of a surprise. I had Chris Sims as my number 5 quarterback, and looking at Dave Ragone, certainly performance fell off in his senior year after a solid earlier part of his collegiate career. But Dave Ragone, one of those guys that I think needs to get some jump rope, start to jump rope right now, get some footwork going. The guy is too statuesque, robotic in the pocket, and his drop, he can throw the ball well. Good velocity, at times good accuracy, not accurate enough, but I think clearly the mobility and the versatility and the pocket awareness needs to be improved.
Now, you look at Ragone going and Chris Sims still sitting there. I think
I'm
that
shocked.
says a lot.
I'll tell you, I'm in shock.
It probably says a lot about, teams have had a chance to look at Chris Sims, and there's obviously some major flaws that they're not comfortable with, even by picking him with a team that he would not start and they could groom him.
I had the opportunity to call a game with Dave Ragone, the opening game against Kentucky. That offensive line was horrible. He lost players like Deion Branch, didn't have a wide receiver. Dave Ragone was at a real loss when it came to getting through the season. To take the beating he took and manage to stay in the football game was amazing. I think you put him with a good football team, you coach him up, he's got a chance to do something.
Yeah, he's got the toughness, and we know that's an integral part of playing the position.
There is no doubt about it. We'll continue with our coverage of the NFL Draft here on ESPN. Kansas City's on the clock. We'll have that when we come back.
And welcome back. Final 6 picks now of round 3. That's all the business the league will do today, but plenty of time to kick around issues and topics. Our draft track, 4 quarterbacks taken, of course, in the first round. A done deal for Carson Palmer. Byron Leftwich goes to Jacksonville, who traded up to get him. Then Baltimore traded up to get Kyle Bowler, and the Bears, who had traded down in round 1, take Rex Grossman out of Florida with pick number 22. Penn State players all over round 1. Jimmy Kennedy, Michael Haynes, defensive lineman, Bryant Johnson, and finally Larry Johnson. That's 4 guys in the round 1 for a team that lost 4 games. Still out there, Chris Sims of Texas, the 4 first-round quarterbacks, then the jump to Dave Ragone, who was the 5th quarterback taken with pick number 88. Obviously disappointing for Chris Sims. There was a gathering across the river in New Jersey waiting for his selection. Teams had told him he would certainly be taken by the end of the first round. He felt comfortable in that, but teams tell you a lot of things in the days leading up to the draft, and then other things happen, and players end up being disappointed. His dad, Phil, the 7th player taken, by the way, back in 1979. Chris, disappointed, but Berman, still waiting out there, Boom.
Well, Chris, I will say this, and well, here's some picks, but remember this, if you're the players watching, remember, there are only 7 rounds. Chances are, even if you're the 5th, 6th, 7th round pick, you're the only guy at that position chosen by that team when you go to training camp. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to go from the bottom up. Julian Battle, corner, Tennessee, Kansas City. Vicente Chianco. What a Giants. What a William Joseph. And then they go to 2 names that even Jim Fossil can't pronounce. But from Morgan State to tight end, Donald Strickland, cornerback from Colorado, goes to the Colts. Andrew Williams, another one of that front line at the Miami. Defensive end Dennis Erickson had to get a Miami player. And here at the top, Dave Ragone, the lefty, quarterback, Louisville, goes to Houston, who on the depth chart now had Tony Banks to back up David Carr. So here's Ragone. They got a righty and a lefty. Now, are you surprised Ragone ahead of Sims?
No, I mean, it was kind of 1 and 1A when you got down to that point as to who was going to be the 5th or 6th quarterback taken. It's pretty much up in the air. Dave Ragone, after that junior year, looked outstanding. He looked like a guy could be maybe one of the top 5 to 10 seniors available this year before the juniors got into the mix. But his productivity dropped because he didn't have an offensive line. Their running game was 101st nationally, so he had no running game to balance things out. Got beat up. He was limping to the locker room after every game. As a junior, though, this is a kid who put up 23 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and 383 pass attempts. That was when he had Deion Branch, and he had an offensive line. Even this past year, 24 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That's not bad. 53.7 completion percentage is almost what Kyle Bowler did. It was supposedly a great year for Bowler. So even though the stats were down, it was still respectable considering the fact that this kid got absolutely no help in any game this year.
He's tough. He's a tough kid.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, good player, but why no Chris Sims? I mean, left-hander.
Because you got to sit him for 3 years, Denny.
Well, I don't necessarily agree that you have to sit him for 3 years.
2 years.
But I've heard people say he just needs to sit and just be, disappear for a while because of all the pressure that's been on him in school. But, one thing that guys like Dave Ragone and Chris Sims need to hang on to a little bit. This league has never been perfect, not even near perfect, in evaluating quarterbacks. We just go back to Joe Montana. It was a 3rd rounder, and Rich Gannon was a 4th rounder. Aaron Brooks, 4th rounder. Mark Brunell, 5th rounder. Tom Brady, 6th rounder. Matt Hasselbeck, 6th rounder. Brad Johnson, Trent Green, 8th rounder. And Kurt Warner, not drafted. Jay Fiedler, not drafted. So one thing that Ragone and Sims, all I'm saying is it may take some time, but I'm saying this league doesn't necessarily always hit the mark on the quarterbacks.
Here, the quarterback, you saw it before. Let's put it up again. The quarterback's taken today. So we had 4 in the first round. Palmer right out of the gates, and Leftwich, which was, that whole incident was intriguing to say the least. He goes to Jacksonville. It was the 7th pick, although they had the 8th pick. We can't explain it right now. Kyle Bowler, California, Baltimore. And Rex Grossman went to Chicago, and you saw Chris's interview with Rex. He was great. He was so upbeat and smiling and everything else, and now we're going. So quarterbacks, that's certainly not a science, right?
No, it really isn't. I think Chris hit it just right. I mean, the bottom line is you never know where you're going to go. I mean, Joe Montana went in the 3rd round, and a lot of people didn't think he should go in the 3rd round. We'll tell that story maybe. Bill Walsh was the one who really wanted him in the 3rd round. He jumped up, and people said, why would you take Joe Montana in the 3rd round? Most people had him in the 4th, 5th, or 6th round.
And did it work out all right? I don't remember the guy.
Pretty well.
Chris Sims still out there. We've been talking about him, and I give you a quarterback I like, Seneca Wallace. I just like him. We just like him. We'll be back.
I'm Chris Sims.
Sims zings one, man open, touchdown.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, we are back in New York. It's 8.5 hours plus. Man, third round steamrolling. Just a handful of picks left. We just had a couple of picks. Julian Battle, quarterback, Tennessee to Kansas City. Chris Brown, running back from Colorado, had a lot, 35 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns in 2 seasons of Colorado. Picked by Tennessee. Does he remind you of anybody?
Reminds me a lot of Eddie George. We talked about Eddie George, 3.5 yards per carry average the last 2 years. His productivity has dropped, and they need somebody to give them some assurance that they have the ability, if in fact Eddie George isn't getting it done at a high level, that can come into the mix. And Chris Brown is exactly that kind of runner without having the complete package of skills that Eddie George does. He's taking a little bit better care of the football. Had some fumbling problems at times at Colorado. Only 11 catches over the last couple of years, so he needs more experience catching it. Running the football, though, 6'2.5", 218 pounds, upright runner, does run hard, does have good body lean, does have to withstand some shots over that frame because he is upright. He's had some injury problems during his career at Colorado. Against Oklahoma, he rushed for 103 yards against that defense that very rarely, if ever, gave up 100 yards to any running back in college football. So the key with Brown, can he prove his durability, get more experience catching the ball, and also eliminate the fumbling? Then you have yourself a guy within that Eddie George mold in terms of the way he attacks the line of scrimmage.
There's no question that the Titans are monitoring George's time here. I mean, Eddie George did get healthy near the end of the year. Some people just think he's on the downside. I don't think Eddie George would agree with that, but clearly the Titans are going to start protecting themselves.
Well, there's no way Eddie would agree. I mean, he's a hard-working guy. He's a great athlete, a great individual, but running backs don't last that long. That's one thing that we know. We had Robert Smith. What a tremendous player. Could go the distance, a big home run hitter, but he wore down, left the game before he was even 30 years old, and that's what happens many times. I think he's still got some years. I think Eddie George can still play, but it would help him if you have two backs that can play and not rely on him to do everything all the time.
Emmitt Smith didn't wear down. That's one of the most amazing things about Emmitt Smith.
Built a short, compact back, doesn't take all the hits like the tall guys like Eddie George take.
Yeah, Eddie runs tall, and upright. That's right. He took some hits. Let's go up to the EA Sports. These guys never take hits, Mark and Maryland Jaws. Isn't that right, guys?
That's right.
Right you are, Boomer.
Yeah.
We're sitting up here in Bristol watching the rain come down, watching you guys in New York City. And, guys, interesting picks as we start to come down through the end of the third round. As we take a look at the running backs, Chris Brown obviously going to Tennessee. But how about this? Willis McGahee, the first overall pick of the running backs. Larry Johnson, the 2,000-yard rusher, going to Kansas City. Musa Smith to Baltimore. B.J. Askew, the big fullback, guys, going to New York Jets. We both kind of, I think we all scratched our head about that pick.
Factor back.
A fullback.
A fullback.
Immediate impact on special teams. He'll be able to do something that no other quarterback that's been drafted will do.
Yeah, okay.
Chris Brown, an interesting thing, obviously looking to try to replace a guy like Eddie George who's had his trouble with injuries. Give me a sense of who he reminds you of.
Coach Green mentioned a moment ago, Robert Smith, kind of an upright kind of runner, not real powerful. I don't really like the allusion to Eddie George. Eddie runs behind his pads.
At all like Eddie either.
Robert Smith was an upright runner, as is Chris Brown. Great speed, deceptive speed, runs away from people, doesn't look like he's moving, but all of a sudden, no one's catching him. The knock on him, I looked at some tape, talked to some coaches, poor hands. Got to improve on the receiving skills.
You know, he's a very smooth runner. He's very fluid. You know, and I still have to think about what a lot of defensive coordinators would tell me as I talked to him throughout the year, that they're more concerned about tackling Steve McNair than they were Eddie George. So they felt that Eddie George was starting to, you know, tear off. Although I really believe that Eddie George started to elevate towards the end of the year, and I think that total started to get better as well.
Their offensive line also began to play better.
That's always going to be a factor.
You mentioned Eddie George. You mentioned Chris Brown, a guy obviously can run but has trouble catching the ball. To me, the Tennessee Titans advanced all the way to the championship game for one reason. That's because of Steve McNair. This guy keeps plays alive. He consistently, over every year he's been starting, has gotten better as a quarterback.
Absolutely. When you look at Steve McNair, when you talk about trying to attack him and defend him, first of all, you got to be able to tackle him. And then if you blitz him, you got to find a guy that can finish on the blitz. And now he's taking his game to another level. He can beat you with his mind, and he can beat you with his arm.
With two defenders over the slot receiver, McNair will anticipate blitz from his left. Starting with the center, the protection call has the offensive line sliding to that side. Steve knows these three are responsible for these three. The middle linebacker is the wild card. At the snap, he drops into coverage. So Steve knows he is protected. 6 blockers versus 4 rushers, including the blitzer. He immediately looks to the whip route right at the sticks. The coverage takes that away, and Steve's instincts take him away from the collapsing pressure. The most complete quarterback in the National Football League refocuses downfield and resets to throw the football. He created a better passing opportunity, and the key is his accuracy. He keeps plays alive.
You know, Steve McNair has developed into the most complete quarterback in football. He can beat you in any way possible. But look at how he has developed over the last several years. And I really give a lot of this credit to Jeff Fisher, how they brought Steve McNair along. He sat for 2 years, then they brought him along, baby step, baby step, baby step. And now he has developed and blossomed into a big-time quarterback that can beat you in any way.
I think Jeff Fisher, obviously one of the best head coaches in the National Football League, but he's a defensive guy. Their offensive coordinator, Jeff was smart enough to go out and get a guy to run that offense.
Absolutely. Mike Heimerdinger's done a terrific job, and I think he deserves a lot of credit. And you know one of my pet peeves, every week we seem to talk about it, the worst coach position in the National Football League is the quarterback position. Steve McNair has accepted coaching. He's accepted discipline. As Merrill says, he's now the most complete quarterback in the game. He can beat you with his arm, he can beat you with his legs, and he can beat you with his mind.
But he's going to have to hurry up and beat somebody here in the next couple of years because they're not getting to be a younger football team. Kevin Dyson gone. Obviously, they go out and get Tyrone Calico from Middle Tennessee State.
They love that
a big
kid.
athlete.
Love that
he could
kid.
be very big in that offense. We're going to continue with our draft coverage on ESPN. The Raiders on the clock as we come to the end of the third round, but much more to come. Over an hour of coverage here on the worldwide leader in sports.
Well, we're almost done here at the draft, but not done at the opening round of the NBA, that's for sure. Is this the last stand for Stockton and Malone and the Utah Jazz? They're at home. They trail Sacramento 2-0. First round action at 10 Eastern. Chris Webber and the Kings trying to make it 3-0 against Stockton, Malone, and the Jazz. The NBA postseason on ESPN, ESPN2, and ABC. For more information, although I gave you all the information on this game, log on to ESPN.com. The last 5 selections. All right, Julian Battle, corner, Tennessee, the Chiefs. Talked about Chris Brown to Tennessee. Angelo Crowell, the brother of Jermaine Crowell of the Lions. Linebacker, Virginia goes to Buffalo. Then UVA, the Cavaliers get another pick. Andy Reid, Philadelphia, taking the wide receiver, Billy McMullen. So, why can he move? Is he
a big possession receiver?
There you go.
And I think speed is not his major asset, but he's got good hands, and he was productive at Virginia. Not a lot of separation with those corners, but he does have the size to kind of outduel those cornerbacks in traffic.
They need a big guy. And then there's Justin Fargas, a very interesting draft pick, running back, USC, and certainly people got to know a little bit to take him by the Raiders.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Raiders were thinking about McGahee. They get the guy in the third round, and Justin Fargas, who down the stretch had 4 100-yard games. He had to battle his way onto the field. Obviously had some injury problems throughout his stay there, but minor stuff after the Michigan when he had the leg. And I think when you look at Justin Fargas, the way he performed late in the season, then at the Senior Bowl with that aggressive running style, he's 6'1", 220 pounds, good speed to the outside, very strong, very determined, caught the ball adequately at the Senior Bowl practices. And Denny, for Oakland, when you look ahead to 2004, even this season, Justin Fargas is a guy, he had some injuries, but when he was healthy, he was a heck of a running back for USC this season when he became more patient and didn't just always kind of force things, let the offensive line do their job, let the holes open, and then everything kind of came his way late in the season.
Well, that's right, and I think if you take away the injuries, the guy's probably a first-round draft pick. One of the most highly rated players out of the country. SC start making their comeback when they got Carson Palmer recruiting class, Justin Fargas. That's when they start making the move to have the land of Detroit be back, and they're definitely back.
And the Raiders need some young legs, even with Charlie Garner and those guys.
I know you've been here a long time, too, haven't you? The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the final pick on this day, the third-round pick. We go up to Mr. Super Bowl, Jim Steig.
Buccaneers with their third-round selection select Chris Sims.
Yep.
Quarterback.
There it is.
I tell you what, it's interesting. You heard Rich,
quarterback, Texas.
You heard Rich McKay when we had him on the video conference say they talked about it when he fell to the bottom of the 6th round. That was a clue that they certainly were going to talk about it here at the bottom of the 3rd round. And I think when you really think about Chris Sims and where you're going, well, Brad Johnson is a veteran. He's not going to be playing for the next 10 years. Excuse me, Brad. We'll cut that down to a couple. And they're uncertain about Sean King. They have Jim Miller there, but this is probably a pretty good spot for Chris Sims.
Right. It really is. I think they've got some guys on the roster, but are they really committed to those players? Well, we know they're committed to Brad Johnson. Are they committed to Sean King? I don't know. He signed a 1-year deal. Jim Miller one-year deal. Here's a chance to get a player that can come in as your third-round pick and be your third-string quarterback the very first year, and then the next year move up to be your second quarterback. And who knows whether it's year 3 or 4, he's going to be a starter. He can play. He's got the right stuff. What better time to go to a championship team when you don't have to play?
You know, maybe he looks a little facially like Gruden. I don't know. I mean, a little bit. I mean, right? I mean, Mel, so let's look at Chris Sims.
Well, I'll tell you, a guy that had a lot of talent around him at Texas. Roy Williams is the #1 player on the board for next year. And when you look at Chris Sims, you see the size.
That may be
exactly what you're looking for. 6'4", about 222. Outstanding arm, a lefty who can sling it around the field. And I'll tell you what, when you look at Chris Sims, the tools are there. Kid's tough. He'll hang in there. He'll take a shot in the pocket, bounce right back up. I think looking off the primary receiver, not steering defensive backs into the area he's throwing to is something he's got to learn. Use those eyes, look off that primary receiver, go to that third, fourth option, be more instinctive in the pocket. You say instinctive, can you learn that? More reps in this offense at the pro level. And I think the sit for 2, I say 3 years, Mort, you say 2. I think if he's brought along gradually and can just watch, learn, listen, pick up things by not having any pressure to be the guy, I think in 3 years or 4 years, he can be a starting quarterback in this league.
I think it can be sooner than that. I tell you what, John Gruden will grind on him, and he will make him a better quarterback.
There's nothing wrong with the third year being a starting quarterback.
I agree.
Well, the good news is, like I said, go from 3 to 2 to 1. That's what we did with Brad Johnson. He didn't do too bad, did he?
No, he did okay.
Remember, guys, in the old days, going back in the 80s, you were expected to be a 4 or 5 year type option. Now we're force-fitting all these quarterbacks, Danny. You sat Culpepper for a year.
What round did you get Brad Johnson?
We got Brad Johnson late. I think it was the 8th or 9th round we got him. And again, the big thing we did was we worked him up slowly. I mean, you're not going to get a lot of work, so he's going to be a third guy. He works the scout team. He shows that he can do it with the scout team. Then the next year's when he's got to really compete. Sean King's been around a while. Sean's got to compete to make the team even this year with Jim Miller on board and a few other guys. And I think so. What we know is this. Here's what you tell Sims. You're the #3 guy. Don't you worry about all this competition taking place between the other 2 or 3 quarterbacks we have. Your spot is secure. You just relax. Let these other guys fight to see who's #2. And then the next year, you worry about trying to be #2.
How about the difference between Culpepper when you got him as a rookie to when you sat him and then brought him in that second year?
Well, Culpepper was definitely a guy that we got in the first round, and we said, hey, we expect you to be a starter the next year, year 2000. He had a great year, went to the Pro Bowl. We did it with Brad Johnson. That's what we did with him. We said, hey, you're going to be #3. Don't even look at the battle taking place at #2. You're secure. You're locked in. Let those guys fight it out. Then next year, you try to be #2.
Well, you know what? Here it is. Brad Johnson, 9th round pick in '92.
That
was your first draft.
That was first draft.
And you want to know how good Denny was as a coach in '92, first year? What, playoff team? Sean Salzburg.
You know, the difference here.
That's some coaching, okay?
Real quick. Okay.
All right, tell you what, we can talk some more, and I guess the news is we're going to talk some more. Right. But right now, let's go down and visit with the head coach of the Super Bowl champion, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that's John Gruden, who has just picked Chris Sims. And Grudes, first of all, aloha to you. I mean, you certainly have that look. I don't know if the shirt and the Buccaneer over your shoulder match, but that's all right. Chris Sims, that's intriguing pick you just made.
Yeah, we're excited about that. It's been a long day for us and for Chris Sims. I think both of us were surprised that he was still there, but here's a big guy with mobility that has great bloodlines, that's been productive, and we're excited to have him.
Of course, you had to sit for 2 rounds. You got Dwayne White at the end of round #2 from Louisville. Describe him and how he might fit into a team that's pretty well loaded up there.
Well, he's a versatile guy. We see Dwayne as a guy who can rush a passer. He's very productive. He can play defensive end. We can move him inside at some point to play defensive tackle. Very productive guy that has a great motor. And we got a great defensive line coach and the right scheme for him, I think, to take off in.
Okay. Well, we're going to go back to Chris Sims here, and the guys who might chime in. Great bloodlines. That does count, doesn't it?
Sure does. You know, and you got to back it up between the lines. But this is a productive college quarterback that's 6'4½", that's 220 pounds, that can run. And I think he's really excited about the next step.
John, have you spoken with Chris Sims yet?
Yeah, I've talked to Chris. I just got off the phone with him. And it's been a long day for him, as I said earlier. And I think he's very eager to prove all the analysts, all the draft experts wrong, that maybe he was worthy of being picked higher.
Well, he is. You know what? Let me tell you, a guy may be disappointed that he is the third-round pick, John, but he's got to be very excited to go with you, a guy with a great reputation for coaching quarterbacks, and go to a team that was a championship team last year and has a chance to be a championship team again this year. So, hey, don't worry about the money. He likes the positioning.
I think so, and I think we all have egos to some degree, especially at that position. But I'll say this about Chris Sims. He's a good kid. He's going to have a great opportunity here in Tampa to do the things he's capable of doing, and all I can say is we're going to work hard to back this pick up.
Well, it was funny to me, Coach, that Chris gets stuck with that stigma of not winning the big game. I mean, he beat Kansas State. He beat Oklahoma State. He beat LSU. He won a lot of games at Texas. I mean, Peyton Manning, they said he couldn't beat Florida. John Elway never had a winning season or went to a bowl game. So I kind of thought that was an unfair label.
Well, I think so, too. The guy's one-loss record speaks for itself. What he's accomplished at the University of Texas is quite impressive. And, again, what's done is done. And it's all about the next step, and we're going to look forward to helping him make that step.
John, I had Chris Sims in the second round. John, I had your guy Dwayne White in the first. But when you look at Sims and young quarterbacks, been around so many of those guys coming out of the college ranks and the expectations immediately when they're rookies, second-year quarterbacks to be the guy. Chris Sims will be afforded the opportunity for you guys to coach him up.
Well, we think we have the right arena here to help him get better, just like Dwayne White. He's going to be with Warren Sapp and McFarland, Simeon Rice every day, and he's going to be well coached by Rod Marinelli. And with Brad Johnson, Jim Miller, two very good quarterbacks, this guy's got the same opportunity.
John, I know what you're saying. You got to move on. Hey, you know, we won last year. That was last year. I mean, Bill Belichick did it the year before. He didn't want to talk about it, but still, have the parades died down? And what I mean by that is the excitement in a place like Tampa, where the Bucs #1. Can you describe what that was to come back and the feeling this winter, if you will, in Tampa, knowing that the Bucs, the downtrodden Bucs, had won it all?
It was awesome, and it's been awesome, and we respect what we just accomplished as a football team, and I think we're very eager to turn the page and move on towards next season. We've got a great nucleus of players. We've added a great strength coach to our football team. Our guys are here every day banging these weights, and we're looking forward to try and do it again.
When did you know that this was this special? I knew it, you knew you had quite the ball club when you got there and before you even got there, but was it it could have been a certain day at practice, could have been a certain quarter in a game, it could have been going to Philly, could have been way before that. When did you know you were really sitting on something that it turned it out? Ended up being a team winning the championship, running away?
Well, we knew we had a great defense, and we knew we had an Iceman place kicker in Martin Gramatica. We had to get it done on offense. Not that we won the Super Bowl or won the championship because of our offense, but we complemented each other as a football team. And we got hot at the right time. Let's be honest, we stayed away from the injuries for the most part, and our team played their butts off, and that's what it takes.
Well, had some pretty good coaching along the way as well. You and your whole staff, Monty Kiffin, et cetera. Congratulations. I'm going to get a shirt like that, okay?
You got it.
And we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
John, I actually have about 30 shirts like you know I do.
You just don't have it on today, draft day.
I would have it on today. Maybe if I do the second, you'd say I might. At any rate, so there's the Super Bowl coach, John Gruden. And the last pick, and you know what? If you stayed with us this long, you got a name pick. All those fans that stay here, hey, we're here to the last pick of the day, and we got a name pick. If your father had played the perfect game on the world's biggest stage, imagine that. Then imagine if you two have a rocket arm, or even more athletic ability, some say, than dear old dad. That's pressure. And can you handle it? Well, welcome to the world of Chris Sims.
Chris Sims.
I had a few bad moments growing up as far as, kids ragging on me or parents even ragging on me because I was Phil Sims' son. But I think at a very young age I realized that, I was in a different boat than a lot of kids and that there was going to be some situations I was going to go through that weren't going to be as easy. I realized that when a guy like me, with the name I have and being the #1 quarterback in the country coming out of high school, fans expect a lot out of you. The Big 12 championship my junior year. We played Colorado. We had beaten them earlier in the year, 41-7, and just truly felt like we were the better team, and I just had a bad game and ruined our chances to really go play in the national championship game against Miami.
Sims comes back and there's his third interception. Touchdown, Colorado! Touchdown!
After the game, I was really just more disappointed about all the other guys on my team that I had let down. There wasn't going to be much that could help me after that. I had a lot of great times in Texas. It was an adjustment at first just because I got labeled the golden child for whatever reason almost the second I got there. And I really didn't let other people get to me and let their words influence how I thought. And all in all, I think it was just a good experience. The good times helped me, learn a lot. And in the bad times, I think I've become a better person and a better player because of it.
Sims has had all day. Touchdown, Texas.
He's constantly, giving me words of advice about the NFL, and he kind of drops hints, my father. He'll say little things like, this NFL, it's a whole different game now, and I know what he's saying there is it's just, you're out there with grown men now who are doing this for a livelihood, and just like anything else, the intensity picks up and the talent level picks up, so he's just telling me to be ready, or else in his own little way.
Welcome back to Bristol, Connecticut, as we continue our coverage of the 2003 college entry draft at the National Football League, the EA, I should say, NFL matchup.
It's getting late, Mark. We know that.
Last hour at 10.
A lot of letters out there.
Jan Johnson.
Jan Johnson. The third round of the draft finished with the defending Super Bowl champs, Tampa Bay Bucks, kind of surprising everybody, drafting Chris Sims. Now, when I look at the depth chart here, we got Greg Zolman, Sean King, Shane Matthews. There's 6 quarterbacks on this team right now. Where's Chris Sims going to fit in here?
Do you have any white out in there? Because a lot of those guys, you might just bring it out and just white them all out, because Chris Sims is going to move into probably that number 2 spot rather quickly. And I know Chris Sims is disappointed that he's going late in the 3rd round, the last pick of the 3rd round. But Chris, it's the best thing that could happen to you, because John Gruden's going to be your coach. There are very few great quarterback coaches in the NFL. John Gruden is one of them. A little history. You look at it this way. Think of Bobby Hoying. The 4 or 5 great games he had, John Gruden was his coach. He disappeared after John left. You go out to Oakland, Rich Gannon, hey, journeyman, all of a sudden he's a potential Hall of Famer, MVP. Brad Johnson, journeyman, what is he now? Oh, Super Bowl quarterback, hoist the Vince Lombardi trophy. John Gruden doesn't care who you are, how much money you make. He's going to coach the hell out of you. And that's what Chris Sims needs.
I was going to say that wasn't very strong at the beginning, but that really got strong
on for
at
you,
the
all
end.
right, my friend.
I agree with him 100%.
I would too.
Chris Sims, the golden boy, already got mentioned that he got labeled that, and it couldn't be. It's the perfect thing to happen to him to get knocked down like this. Because I can tell you, I speak from experience. I got knocked from the 1st round to the 10th round, so I know what it feels like.
Round to the 10th round.
Yeah, boy, they had a chance to get me in the 1st.
Hey, we got to talk to Mel on that. You really dropped me.
Mel had me all the way up there in 3. But I got to
say this.
You got to prove a lot.
You mentioned what a coach John Gruden is. When you look at what he did last year, they came in, took over a football team that had a great defense. Everybody had question marks about the offense. I don't know that there was one player on that offense that could have started for the Oakland Raiders. So they went out there in San Diego and beat the hell out of them.
And John Gruden would agree with you. I think he is absolutely the best innovator and creator, and maximizing his personnel, putting his personnel in positions that they will win in. And you look at John Gruden, what he did with formation. Sometimes he'd have 3 tackles on the field. He makes you play his game. He tries to get slower people on the field, create that one matchup that favors him, and then he throws the ball down the field.
This is 1st and 10. There are 3 offensive tackles on the field. Focus on the left. It's a 4-man surface. This strong run formation dictates a specific defensive alignment. 8 in the box, so they're not outnumbered defending the run. When you have 8 in the box, you only have 3 to play deep coverage. And any 3-man coverage scheme with a single deep safety opens the vertical seams. Remember, this is a defensive alignment designed primarily to play run. A great example, Jaws, of using the run to throw the football. With Brad Johnson's pump fake impacting the deep safety, the seam on the left is there for Ricky Dudley. A big play in the passing game, and it didn't come with 4 and 5 wide receivers on the field.
Actually, more and more teams are going to this big power formations, getting big people on the field, because defenses are trying to get speed. So you know what, teams without speed at wide receivers is like, all right, we're going to put a bunch of big people on there. We're going to force you to bring your big people out there. We'll find our one guy that creates a good mismatch, and we'll go down the field that way. We don't need 3 and 4 wide receivers. We'll run the football and create that one match.
You couldn't resist taking the shot. I mean, you couldn't resist.
Who did I take a shot at?
I heard in that piece, talk about Jaws, this is what you do.
At least you're listening.
What, one thing I tell you, we know John Gruden can do: manufacture points. Hey, where do the points come from?
He is the best.
Out of the pass.
Out of the passing game.
Interceptions.
You're paying attention.
Fumble returns for touchdowns.
Merrill continues to talk to himself. We're going to send it out to Andrea Kramer at ESPN The Magazine. Andrea.
Thanks very much. Let's talk to some current players here, though, about what's going on right now with respect to Chris Sims. Now, all my guys here on the roundtable agree it's a great pick for Tampa, perfect way to cultivate him with John Gruden. But Bill Romanowski, you have a little bit of a different relationship with Chris Sims. I guess 2 years ago, you went to dinner with him because his best friend, Chris Sims' best friend, is Kyle Shanahan, your old coach Mike Shanahan's son. Yeah. You go to dinner with Chris Sims and Kyle Shanahan. What are you saying to the kid?
Well, I spent a lot of time down at the University of Texas, so I take him to dinner. And I remember sitting across the table, and I said, this is an impressive young kid, and I think he's going to be a great player someday. But I hope I'm still in the league because I want to get a chance to sack you. And that's what I said to him.
All right, so now he's in the league, and how do you think he's going to do whenever he gets his opportunity?
Well, being a defensive player, I'm glad he's on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because he throws a lot of interceptions.
Oh, you're teeing him up already for whenever he does get in there. All right, just don't break his jaw, all right? don't inaugurate him that way. All right, let's switch back to your Raiders. The last pick they made in the 3rd round was Justin Fargas, the running back from USC. You've been talking to your draft room with Bruce Allen. What are they thinking about Fargas? He's certainly a guy who has speed. I think he was the fastest running back at the Combine. You know your guys, they love speed at every position.
He's a luxury pick for us at running back. We got Charlie Garner, Tyrone Wheatley. So what he's going to do is contribute on special teams. I like the fact that he played safety. So that tells you that he's a tough guy, and he's going to contribute and do a great job on special teams.
You're going to love Fargas. When I was at Michigan, he was there for his first 2 years. He broke his leg in his 2nd year, had to have it re-broken 2 or 3 months later, had steel plates put in, steel pins put in, came back, and he's still probably the fastest guy, probably the fastest guy on your team. He's the fastest guy I've ever played with. He's a great kid. He's tough. You're going to love playing with him.
What I like about Fargas is he didn't quit. You know, even though he had some injuries, he fought through them, and, you know, the support system around his family or whatever, they helped him to still persevere. I mean, and now you get a hold to him. I know you're only going to make him a little better.
And we're thinking that he's the kind of guy who can handle playing on special teams, you think, to start?
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
I think that's where he's going to excel first because he's going to have the time to develop into the NFL. He's a fast guy. Before he broke his leg, they were talking about Olympic speed. So, I mean, he's going to bring a lot to your team.
This was a unanimous decision by our staff and Al Davis, so speed is the key with Al.
We all know that. That's it from here with our draft roundtable. The NFL draft continues on ESPN. Don't go away. We have some more information still to throw at you.
Well, we're back in New York. The draft is over, but you know what? We just can't get enough of it. We're sitting here, there are people around, so we thought that we'd talk a little more football, right? You
Why
can't
not?
talk football enough. And talking football is what we have done since we started the NFL draft on TV when it was a Tuesday morning deal at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the poor West Coast teams had to start drafting at 5 o'clock, let alone the wake-up call. Denny, you remember that. It went to 17 rounds. It ended like 3 in the morning. It was a marathon. Then we went to Sunday, Monday. Then it went to Saturday, Sunday. We started 24 years ago, and then 20 years ago we found this guy with some hair. I don't know who it is. He sat down next to me. I was fortunate enough to sit next to him. We invented, at least for TV, the draft board in a little Bristol set. And what's happened since then is he's a, well, let's see. He's Steinbach and Kuiper about even in the publishing business. 20 years of the draft for Mel Kiper. Here's Nick Mackay.
This year marks 20 years of Mel Kiper Jr. on ESPN. If I may paraphrase Lulu's To Sir with Love, how do you thank someone who has taken you from the combines to the 7th round? It isn't easy, but I'll try. I've been scouting Mel ever since he burst onto the national stage in 1984. Of course, the first thing we all noticed about Mel was the hair. A classic page boy, carved into hairlines with somewhere between Bob Eubanks and Eddie Munster. I graded Mel's coif at 9.7, a difference maker. But back in 1984, away from the din of the draft, we had a softer spoken Mel Kiper.
For the teams with competent, well-stocked personnel departments, this draft has turned out to be a real bonanza.
Later, we saw Kuiper's first use of hair gel, and we also started to see the opinions start to flow.
I don't think this selection makes any sense whatsoever.
It's, well,
typical.
Way to mince words, Mel.
I think that clip answers the question, why do sportscasters always sit behind a desk? Much like Shakespeare, the man has changed our language. And in Kuiper speak, quarterbacks are signal callers. Defensive backs are the deep patrol. You don't beat a left tackle. You need a $20 cab ride to get around him. And of course, the one phrase most people associate with Mel in the draft,
two major reaches.
Is what I said when Tom Arnold started doing sports comedy. Mel's been right.
While Meyer may be between 18 and 30 on the board, he's not 1 or 2.
He's been wrong.
You put Andre Ware in the NFL, within 2-3 years, he's going to be starting and he's going to be winning.
Year after year, Mel's co-pilot is controversy. Draft day is opinion day, and Mel brings it for 17+ hours. And that means he's going to step on some toes.
It's obvious to me right now that the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper going to be? We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take.
I send this out to any GMs watching. Maybe you're a little mad at Mel's take on what you did or didn't do in the first round. But remember, in 5 years, you're going to be out of a job, and Mel will still be here. Godspeed, Mel Kiper Jr. I am now on the clock, and I won't rest until Mel's 2004 draft report is featured on Oprah's board.
Those were the days.
Those still are the days. Look at you. That was was it a beetle wig? No, not that.
Yeah, that's the real thing.
I didn't know who that thin guy was in the red jacket though next to you. That was very
Who was it?
I don't know. It was a facsimile of somebody else.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You brought a passion to this that I try to. This is not. I never saw that. None of us ever saw that, folks. Mel didn't see that from Nick Bakay, who always has his tongue in cheek and does a great job for us. I try to say, well, I'd like to work with Mel. You never got on the air and said, hey, I know more than someone. Here's my opinion. I'm not saying I'm the only opinion. Here's my opinion. You have a passion about the scouting. I don't know where it came from, whether you scouted Pop Warner or where did it come from?
Well, from Bill Walsh. I think that was what it was. I think Bill Walsh knew how to utilize the draft process, and I go back to 1986 draft, the best in NFL history without a first-round pick. And Denny Green, you were in that war room and what they were able to accomplish. And I think the only way in football to improve from year to year was through the draft. And I think that's why I knew the scouting of college football players meant you either got to a Super Bowl, into the playoffs, or you didn't. There was not many trades. There wasn't free agency then. And the NFL draft was the only way to change the makeup of your team from one year to the next.
Let me tell you something. Coaches and personnel guys had to get used to Mel Kiper Jr. because up to then, nobody had information where they could second-guess those guys. It was a big secret. Everything was a big secret. All of a sudden, here comes Mel Kiper Jr., all right? And now all of a sudden people can read on it. And you got a little publication. And Mel's doing radio shows and people saying, well, what about this guy? What about that guy? I heard Mel Kiper Jr. And so as a result, personnel guys said, hey, now we are held accountable. And you know what? Coaches have always felt that way because the scouts could hide out. The coaches were always under fire. Now the scouts, they got to go on the line too.
You know what I love?
Paranoid.
Bill Walsh influenced you, me, or
no.
Mel, 20 years in running.
Want to do 20 more?
You can do 20 more. We're going to do more than 20 minutes, though. We'll be back. Now we're in New York. At nighttime in New York, we have crossed the bridge from the first and second and third round, and tomorrow coverage begins at 11 a.m. with Susie Colbert and many of the same staff here. I'll be prone. The Cincinnati Bengals, we said it during the draft. You know, I know picking first of every round, you should do well.
Yes.
But these are the Bengals, and they have not done well, all right? But this year, I know it's not defensive, which shows maybe, okay, we're going after the big picture. Marvin Lewis, defensive coach, and they picked a quarterback. Steinbach, great value guard at top of the second round. Kelly Washington, admittedly a fly or two, as we say, but boy, if he pans out, that's a better than expected guy as a wideout in the third round. So 3 offensive players. You guys agree?
But here's what Marvin Lewis is battling. Now, this is Keith Marvin Lewis. Let's face it, for the last 10 years, they have picked some good players. I mean,
they have.
And then they go to Cincinnati, and they all of a sudden become blah. They didn't reach today, that's for sure, no question about it. But to me, Marvin Lewis has to still overcome this Bengals stigma, and so do all these players.
But I think he's a perfect guy to do it because he has a world championship ring. He can show and say, you know, when we went into Baltimore, no one expected us to be any good. Nobody expected us to win, and we did. And here's how you do it. He's got a reputation for being one of the best coaches, and he was the best coach available both after the 2000.
But he's never been a head coach. He's got to prove himself still.
Well, they all have to do that. You know, I mean, unless you want to do some time like at Northwestern or something.
Who did that?
You won there. That's not fair.
You did it, Stanford, too.
Well, he has a look. You don't do it overnight, but he's on the way. The Indianapolis Colts were ecstatic with what they did. They weren't even sure they wanted to stay in the spot late in the first round, and they got a tight end with their 2 tight end offense. Mike Doss is the pick that jumps at me. The safety from Ohio State. He's just a leader. He's a coach on the field. Championship team, you heard Tony Dungy. And Donald Strickland is a great cover corner. They were very excited. I just talked with the Colts a little while ago. I know that shocks all of you. And they're thrilled with what they came up with late in all 3 rounds.
Well, let me just say this. When you look at Indianapolis, losing out on Troy Polamalu when Pittsburgh jumped ahead to get Mike Doss, a second-rated safety, certainly I think was something they were really ecstatic about. But to also go into the first round and get a Dallas Clark to go along with Pollard, give Peyton Manning those 2 tight ends that he needs with his offense. Now, the defense, Doss and Strickland, they still have some things to do up front. But I think the fact that you lose the safety but you get the second highest-rated player at that same position has to make you feel pretty good.
Well, let's go to Buffalo now, which the gamble of all in the first round was Willis McGahee, Kelsey, and Crowell. Kelsey could have been a first-round player, but Willis McGahee. Will this be Thurman Thomas all over again? You know,
but Thurman Thomas was ready to play.
Oh, I understand that, but it was okay. Why did we go in the first round? I mean, that was pretty good.
Well, they obviously had him as either the top-ranked player on their draft board before he was hurt. The doctors say he's going to be okay, but they do have Travis Henry, and we won't know about this for at least a year or 2.
And they didn't get the tight end. The one thing they didn't get yet is the tight end. It's a position they can tomorrow because of the depth at that spot. George Rice, Morgan.
Not many teams would gamble like this.
No, and I think the biggest thing is make sure the young man understands. Wait a year. That's what it comes down to. But there are very few people, and that's I think where Donahoe comes in. Hey, we want the guy. We'll take the guy. Nobody can stop us.
Well, they didn't. No one circles the knee injuries, right? Like the Buffalo Bills. Them and the announcers. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 2003 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Oh, it's us.
You know, it's all over but the shouting. Hi! We're still here. Everyone's gone, but we're still here because we're taking you up to basketball at 10 o'clock. NBA playoff action, Sacramento and Utah. We're going to go through some more teams and see what we think. The first draft of the Bill Parcells, Jerry Jones era. And they stayed in the 5-hole, took Terrence Newman the corner. They get a center, very good captain of the Badgers, Al Johnson and Jason Witten. That's a good value pick, a tight end for the number 3.
It is, but it was a quiet draft for them. Surprising. I mean, in other words, there's nothing wrong with the 3 players that they drafted. They're all good, solid players. Good value for when they picked all 3 of the players, but surprisingly quiet. I mean, not the excitement, not the fall back and move up or move up and fall back. Everyone know they were making some calls to Detroit. They were trying to get to 2. They were trying to get to 3. A quiet draft.
Well, I like that, Denny, because I think if they like Terrence Newman as much as we thought they did early on about a month ago, and they were talking about moving up to get Robertson, moving back, they did everything to basically take attention away from Newman associated with the Cowboys, and that seemed to be the guy they wanted, the guy they ended up with. And I think when you get Jason Witten in the 3rd round and you get an Al Johnson in the 2nd, he can be an immediate starter at the center spot. Look at their depth chart. They are majorly in trouble at that particular position.
I've heard some different personnel directors say they like what Dallas did today, but I still think this is a team that has a lot of needs. We still don't know about the quarterback. We still don't know about the running back, and we may not for a little while.
Well, we may not. You know what, though, before we go to Detroit, you know we didn't mention during the draft? How many tuna bowls are there going to be this year? Let's see, we get
3 or 4.
Against, let's see, Dallas can play the Giants twice, of course, through the division. They're playing the Jets.
New England.
And they're playing at New England, which is one of our Sunday night games. They're playing Atlanta to open up. That's their opening game. They're playing Tampa. It's about 8, 9, 10 tuna bowls. I mean, there are more tuna bowls on the schedule than there are at Delhi. The Detroit Lions, picking 2nd overall, kept their hometown product, Charles Rogers. So now he and Joey Harrington should play catch for 10 years. Boss Bailey, speed linebacker from Georgia. And Corey Redding, defensive end, Texas. So they need players. You're not picking 2nd at the draft by accident. In the Mooch era, they need players, and You surely got a few that we've been following.
Well, also, one of the things that Matt Millen, when he took over this team as general manager, one thing he said is, we got to get faster. And I'll tell you this much, with those first 2 picks, Coach Green, Charles Rogers and Boss Bailey, they are faster.
They really are, and I think that makes a big difference. I mean, it was good for them. I mean, you know, if Mr. Ford didn't step in, junior or senior. Matt Millen had a plan. They had a player from Michigan State that they really wanted. He had made big plays everywhere, and so they took Charles Rogers. Smart, great job. Everybody in the state of Michigan is very excited about it. And then they go to the second round, and a guy that drops to him, Boss Bailey, who could have went maybe 16th, maybe 21, maybe 28, now to the second pick in the second round, and he's there for him. Bang, they take him. He can run and make plays. They'll teach him how to tackle. Corey Redding, they had a good draft.
Quote the Ravens evermore. They were one of the many teams rushing the podium. It was like a mosh pit trying to get past the Vikings as they stumbled their way through their first round selection. Meanwhile, Terrell Suggs, I mean, falling all the way to 10 at Baltimore, and then they get Bowler in the first round, and then they take a running back that could have been late first, Musa Smith, Mel.
The job they've done in the first round over the years is remarkable. Ozzie Newsome and Phil Savage, Brian Billick have to be thrilled to get a Terrell Suggs in that 3-4 as an outside linebacker, a Lawrence Taylor type. He drew comparisons to Taylor until he had that workout, and I think in a 3-4 he'll be ideal. And then I think they give up the first-round pick next year to get Kyle Bowler. I thought he was overrated, but they didn't get him at 10. And then next year's quarterback situation after Manning is kind of questionable. I think that's a move that hopefully Billick and Matt Cavanaugh can get Bowler to continue this momentum that he was gaining under Jeff Tedford.
They got the first, 10th, and 20th players on their board with Suggs, Bowler, and Musa Smith. I think they did a heck of a job, and they got a young team, so they can give away some draft picks to take quality, and they got it.
And clearly, Terrell Suggs should not be a 270-pound player. So now he can go in their way. He's going to be an outside linebacker, a rush linebacker a la LT. Now he can play as natural, which is probably about 250 pounds. He'll get that speed down now.
Crab cakes for everybody. Good draft for the Ravens. When we return, more teams, the excitement building here at the theater.
ESPN Classic. Call your cable or satellite provider now.
Well, in the spirit of the NFL college entry draft, Craig Oversteer's tag. Boots of basketball into the stands. Game 3 of the NBA playoffs, Kings and Jags. Top of the hour on ESPN. Time now to look back at the conclusion of day 1 of the 2003 draft. Mark Malone along with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski here at the EA Sports Desk. Guys, the Minnesota Vikings, after they dilly-dallied around in that first round with the number 7 overall pick, they let a couple teams pass them, Carolina and Jacksonville. Then they finally go ahead and get the kind of players they're looking for on defense. Kevin Williams, a big defensive tackle, 305 pounds out of Oklahoma State, plays like he's 255. And E.J. Henderson, the linebacker out of Maryland. These two guys will certainly impact a defense that really needs some reworking, John.
Yeah, no question. When you look at Mark, they got guys they wanted. A little bit unorthodox how they got to them, but they got them. But Mike Tice started rebuilding this defense in the offseason. Willie Shaw was let go, and George O'Leary became the defensive coordinator. And as I broke down the Vikings throughout last season, the one thing that was real evident, they played with a lack of discipline. They must play a much more disciplined style of defense, and they must have a better design on defense. They gave up too many easy touchdowns.
The scoreboard tells me it's 3rd and 2. Then I just watch the play unfold. What's the first thing you think of? A blown coverage, right? Let's go back. Remember, it's 3rd and 2. Here's Ricks. In this scheme, corner Corey Chavis has him man-to-man versus pass. Now look at defensive end Kenny Mixon. He is aligned inside of Ricks. From this position, Mixon can't be the primary outside contained player versus the run. So in this defense, that responsibility also belongs to Chavis. That's tough double duty. With the power run action coming right at him, look how Chavis reacts. He's clearly trying to contain the run. But it's hard to put the blame on Corey. In this scheme, there was a lot for him to digest in a fraction of a second.
I love the Kevin Williams pick in the first round because I really like Chris Hovan. Hovan's the kind of guy, if you give him the freedom to move around, he can be an impact football player. He can break down an offense all by himself. Now with Kevin Williams, you have really 2 solid tackles on the inside. you know what? You can't double team both of them.
You know, actually, this was one of the hottest teams in football towards the end of the year. Aside from the playoff teams, it was one of the hottest teams. They started to play together. But the one thing everybody's talked about, Detroit not having a lot of speed, neither did the Minnesota Vikings, and they have improved their team with speed, especially defensive speed.
Well, they improved in free agency as well. I mean, they went out there and they got Chris Claiborne, obviously, from the unrestricted free agent from Detroit. They also went out and got Denard Walker, who's a cornerback from Denver. But take a look at these numbers from a year ago, because certainly this is a defense that struggled. Points allowed, 442. That ranked next to last in the NFL. 256 yards passing per game, 29th. Last passing touchdowns allowed, and, of course, 27 sacks. That's something that Dante Culpepper, who struggled at times as well, needs to have a better, cleaner pocket to work with if he's going to have some success.
The other thing, too, you mentioned Chris Claiborne. And Chris Claiborne, I think, has a chance to be a rock-solid linebacker for this football team. But he's got to lose 20 pounds. If he alluded to the speed, he put the weight on. I think the speed and quickness was gone. He's got to lose the weight where he can get back to being an impact football player.
Denard Walker on the other end, a guy that I think could help a defense that struggled at times in the passing game.
Absolutely. You know, and I think when you look at some of their offenses, you know, flip it to the offensive side real quick, the one thing that they've got to do better at, they did a better job running the football, but once they started letting everybody be a part of it versus just Randy Moss, amazing how that offense started to click a little bit.
Culpepper started, you know, playing really well the second half of the
Mike
season.
Tice starting as a head coach, starting to learn, winning 3 of their final games of the regular season. Of course, we'll be back with more coverage of the 2003 NFL Draft when we continue here on ESPN. Stay with us.
I'm Carson Palmer.
I'm Byron Leftwich.
Jimmy Kennedy, defensive tackle.
Christopher Sims.
Willis McGahee. Charles Rogers.
I'm Kyle Bullard.
Terrence Newman.
You're watching the NFL Draft.
Huh? On ESPN.
Say that one more time.
Good to go?
What?
Sound like a natural, don't I?
One of the stories of the first day of the draft, Mike, defensive tackles. 4 of the first 13 players taken. Guys in college are rarely big-name players as defensive tackles, unless you're Warren Sapp, who was a Heisman finalist in '94. But guys like Wayne Robertson, Kentucky, Jonathan Sullivan, Georgia, Kevin Williams, Oklahoma State. Now, even ardent fans might not know these names, but these guys play a huge role both in college and at the next level.
Well, and that is going to be the key at the next level. That's exactly what they're counted on. I think the 2 that could play 1 gap and 2 gap, meaning they can get penetration and play head up on an offensive lineman if they could, would be Dwayne Robertson and Jonathan Sullivan. Jonathan Sullivan, to me, was second on my own board, especially a defensive lineman, the way he could play. I think he's a guy that's going to be able to hit those gaps. He's playing now for New Orleans. You have Norman Hand, you have Wayne, and you have Grady Jackson, 2 big defensive tackles. Now you have a guy in Jonathan Sullivan who can make some penetration there. William Joseph is a pure 1-gap tackle. He'll be able to wreak a little havoc in that backfield for the Giants. Anthony Adams, very underrated. Nobody knows about him because of Kennedy. I'll tell you what, I like Adams a lot. He's a stalwart right in the middle.
He's the 3rd Penn State lineman taken in this first day. Michael Haynes to go along with Kennedy and Adams. Let's talk just about the tackles and focus in on guys, check some tape and what they might be able to do in the pro level.
Well, again, I'm talking about Jonathan Sullivan. I think this is a guy who has the best technique of all defensive tackles in the draft, including Dwayne Robertson. Watch his hands. Again, inside hands wins. That's the bottom line, and he has great leverage. You see his hands inside on the chest, getting rid of the blocker, making the tackle in the backfield. Low man wins. You hear that story every time as well. Here you go, coming off the ball. Look at the offensive lineman up high, Jonathan Sullivan, making penetration down low. That is key. Again, you're talking Norman Hand and Grady Jackson, New Orleans D tackles now. Big guys who stay on the line and don't collapse the pocket like this. Again, low with the penetration, does a great job of taking the feet out of the ball carrier. And when he's on the nose, he's got the technique as well. He knows he's going to get double teamed, get rid of the 1 man, slice through and make the tackle in the backfield. So I think he brings something to New Orleans. He brings a big playability to get some penetration that the other 2 D tackles don't bring. Plus, those 3 will play. Nowadays in the NFL, you have to have a rotation system.
Jimmy Kennedy was one of the guys stewing back in the green room. The last player there, he saw 3 tackles go ahead of him. He said, I'm dying. It was a tough, long wait for him. But what he's come through, really, in his life, a special ed student at Yonkers, went on to be an honors student at Penn State with the help of Sue Paterno schooling him. And watch him work inside here.
Well, what he does so well is collapse the pocket. And again, you look at it based on the defense he's going to play in the St. Louis Rams. They have Leonard Little on the end who had 12 sacks last year, a speed rusher. So when a speed rusher comes from the outside, the quarterback likes to step up. Kennedy does not give you a place to step up in the middle. I know they took a couple of D tackles a couple of years ago, Damian Lewis and Ryan Pickett, but this guy is a guy who can push the pocket straight back. Shows a little flair there and spinning. Coaches hate when you spin. If you spin, you had better make the tackle. But what he does, he's so big that linemen or offensive linemen know they're going to have to hit into him and prepare for that load to hit him. He gives him his shoulder and he spins out of it. Doesn't use his hands all that well. He's more of a between the tackles guy who can, again, just push the pocket back. So fitting in that defense, I think, works because you have the outside rushers and he can just push the pocket. All quarterbacks will tell you the worst place they want any kind of pressure is right up in their face.
There's one other defensive lineman taken today. It was a great story. Alonzo Jackson, taken 59 by Pittsburgh out of Florida State. He had one wish. He wanted to see his dad live long enough to see him drafted. It didn't happen. His father died of cancer on the same weekend that Alonzo graduated from Florida State in 3.5 years. So it's bittersweet. This is a day of triumph for him, a day to salute all the hard work, but his dad not here to see it. Alonzo believes that his dad somewhere was able to watch and celebrate with him. We'll be back.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Coors Light. It's up and it's good. Coors Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Rock on. And in part by K-Swiss.
All right, we look forward to tomorrow's day in the draft. And Mel, by your gradings, who's left that's the best?
Most of the tight ends off the board, but George Reister from Oregon, good pass-catching tight end still there. Brady James had a great junior year on the outside, struggled in the middle as a senior. I think people will look at him as a very good fourth-round pick. Ontario Smith, versatile, can return kicks, good hands. Lee Suggs, shoulder injury. Of course, he had the knee at Virginia Tech, but a pretty productive runner. Ryan Long, the Outland Trophy winner, still on the board. Sean McDonald, a good slot receiver. And the Jermaine Lewis from Old, he was a fifth-round pick when he came out of Maryland. And I think Justin Gage, a guy on the rise because he ran well his workout, a former quarterback who is developing into a pretty good all-around receiver. Justin Gage should be a fourth-round pick as well.
I know you love the fourth round because you take some guys. So let me go to you first, though, Mort. Your impressions on day one.
Hey, listen, to me, it's always about the quarterback. Started with Carson Palmer, ends with Chris Sims. Chris Sims, the most disappointed quarterback today, and also the luckiest one going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And watch for Drew Henson on Sunday. The New York Yankees guy, former Michigan guy, he's eligible for this draft.
Let me tell you something. As a football coach, you look up and you say, this is like our first-round pick now. We got all these guys we can take. We can take anybody who's still on the board. Get about 12 guys. Even if you're picking 20, get about 12 guys. You'll check them off, but you'll get a guy you want. Everybody should get a player they want in the fourth round.
A couple names I like for tomorrow. Seneca Wallace, quarterback Iowa State. He runs, he just runs. Draft him as a quarterback, please. Don't do anything else. And Dan Klecko, son of Joe Klecko, plays like his dad, has a grin just as much from Temple. Defensive tackle will be gone quickly in the fourth. Thanks for watching us here in New York. And be sure to join us tomorrow on ESPN, 11 a.m. Eastern, day 2 of the draft. Susie Kober will host. Coming up next, NBA playoffs continue. Sacramento Kings, Utah Jazz in Utah, Game 3 of the Western Conference quarterfinal.